Sir, very happy afternoon to all. So we are doing the quick revision of the GST part. In that we have started with section 7. Section 7 is talking about supply. Section 8 is tax rate for composite and mixed supply. Then section 9 is the levy and collection of CGST. Section 10 is the composition levy and section 11 is the exemption. Actually, an activity or transaction should fall under 7 subsection 1 and should not fall under 7 subsection 2. If an activity or transaction is falling under 7 subsection 2, it is neither supply of goods nor supply of services. Then there is no further scientific research. But my dear lovable students, if an activity or transaction falls under 7 subsection 1 or 7 subsection 1 clause A, clause AA, clause B or clause C, then it will be treated as supply. If it is a supply, then it has to be determined as it's a taxable supply. That means it should not be covered under section 11 because we are having exempt supply definition. Nil rated supplies are exempt supply. Number 2, exempt supplies are exempt supply. And number 3 is non-taxable supplies are exempt supplies. So if a supply is exempt supply, no need to further classify that supply into either supply of goods or supply of services. Am I right? That's why immediately after section 7 and 8, we have studied section 11. Because if a transaction or activity falls under section 11, it is neither supply of goods nor supply of services. Are you really with me? That is, it is an exempt supply. Correct? If it is covered in 7 subsection 2, neither supply of goods nor supply of services. If it is covered in section 11, it is what supply? Exempt supply. Comfortable? If that is the case, my dear lovable students, no need to classify the supply into supply of goods or supply of services. Right? I'm moving into charge of GST. That is section 9. Sir, section 9 of the CGST Act. You have to understand like this. We are having 2 routes in the GST. Section 9 and section 10. Section 9 and section? Section 9 is the levy and collection of CGST. Levy and collection of? In that primarily we are having 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 9.4 and 9.5. 9.1 levy and collection of CGST. Levy and collection of? 9.2 levy of CGST on petroleum products. Levy on CGST on? 9.3 notified RCM. 9.3 9.4 RCM from unregistered person. RCM from 9.5 taxability of e-commerce operator. Taxability of. I will tell you, man, as I already said to you, understand logically than try to recall or remember the things. What 9.1 is saying that levy and collection of CGST, there shall be levied a tax. Government will levy a tax. Government will levy a tax called the Central Goods and Services Tax. Sir, my name is Anish Noor Muhammad. Your name will be X or Y or Z. The same way, the tax name is Central Goods and Services Tax. Are you agree with me? On what they will levy? On all intrastate supply of goods or services or both. On intrastate supply of. Are you supplying intrastate supply of goods or service or both? Then we will levy a tax called as Central Goods and Services Tax. Comfortable? Except on the supply of human consumption. This human consumption is outside the purview of the GST. Is outside the purview of the GST. On the value determined under section 15. Yes, sir. The value of supply is covered under section 15 at such rate not exceeding how much percent? That means the maximum rate will be 20% as may be notified by the government on the recommendation of the collected in such manner as may be prescribed. We will prescribe how you have to collect it and shall be paid by the taxable person, and it should be paid by the, my dear lovable students. So what is the terms of 9.1? Understand, there shall be levied a tax. Government is saying that we will levy a tax. What is the name of the tax? Called the Central Goods and Services Tax. On what we will levy? All intrastate supply of goods or services. But on what we will not levy? Alcoholic liquor for human consumption. On what value we will levy? On the value determined under section 15. At such what rate you will levy? Not exceeding 20% as may be notified by the government on the recommendation of the council. Sir, how you will collect? collected in such manner as may be prescribed and shall be paid by the taxable person. Are you all really with me? So now you read it, you will be able to appreciate or understand. As per section 9 subsection 1, there shall be levied a tax called Central Goods and Services Tax on all intrastate supply of goods or services or both, except on the supply of alcoholic liquor for human consumption on the value determined under section 50 at such rate not exceeding 20% as may be notified by the government on the recommendation of the council, collected in such manner as may be prescribed, shall be paid by the taxable person. Comfortable? Coming to 9 subsection 2, levy of CGST on what product? Petroleum product. Now question arises, for petroleum product GST is there, GST is not there. Yes, GST is there, but now it is not there. For petroleum product GST is there, but it is now it is. But for alcoholic liquor for what consumption? Human consumption. Lifelong GST is not there. Are you really with me? So levy of GST on petroleum product to be effective from the notified date. Sir, the council will notify a date. From that date, GST will start collecting for the petroleum products. What is that, man? HP, man. What, man? CGST on the supply of high speed diesel. Number 1, petroleum crude, motor spirit, aviation turbine fuel, natural gas shall be levied with effect from such date as may be notified by the government on the recommendation of the council. That means for HP, man. Sir, if someone is coming and asking that, which is the best petroleum? Hindustan Petroleum is the best petroleum. Are you really with me? That's why HP, Hindustan Petroleum. HP, man. Purida, man. Yes, sir. What is the full form of HP, man? Tell me. High speed diesel, petroleum crude, motor spirit, aviation turbine fuel, natural gas. Sir, for this and all, is GST is there? Yes, sir. But now it is not there. But it will be levied from a date which will be notified by the government on the recommendation of the. Now you read it, 9 subsection 1. Will you be able to recall? There shall be levied a tax called Central Goods and Services Tax on all. Dot. Repeat once again. Sir, repeat once again. There shall be levied a tax called Central Goods and Services Tax on all. That means all means everything. Are you all really with me? The exception is supply of alcoholic liquor for. That means inside this hall, what man is also there? HB man is also there. That means 9.2 is saying that levy of CGST on what product? Petroleum product. Correct? That means, sir, even though 9.1 is saying that for all item GST will be levied, 9.2 is saying that for HP man, GST will not be levied now. In short, levy under 9.1 is subject to the provisions of 9 subsection 2. So, even though in 9.1 we use the word all, you have to correlate and read 9.1 with 9 subsection 2. Because 9.2 is saying that for NM man, HP man, now GST is not there. We will levy GST from a date which has to be notified by the council on the by the government on the recommendation of the council. Can I proceed? Coming to the next one, man. Sir, 9.3 notified RCM. What RCM? My dear lovable students, what they are trying to say, man. Sir, there is activity or transaction. Understand. Don't by heart it. Be with me. Sir, don't think that only costing FM accounts is having logic. No, even IDT is also having logic. Try to understand the logic what government is trying to say. That's why you are feeling very difficult to carry the subject. Number 1, activity or transaction. There is an activity or transaction. That activity or transaction either should be covered under 7.1 or should be covered under 7.2. Right? If it is covered under 7.2, subject comes to an end because it is neither supply of goods nor supply of services. Clarity? If an activity or transaction is covered under 7 subsection 1, then my dear lovable students, you have to check that whether it is, then it is a supply, right sir? Then you have to finalize that whether it is a taxable supplier or exempt supplier. What is exempt supply? Whether it is covered under section 11 of the CGST Act or section 6 of the IGST Act, right sir? If it is covered under 11 or 6, it is a supply. It is an exempt supply. But it is a, that's it. Stop your research there. But if the supply is a what supply? Taxable supply. That means that supply is not covered under section 11 or not covered under section 6. Then it is a taxable supply. Then I have to follow 7 subsection 1a, where any certain activities or transaction constitute a supply in accordance with the provisions of subsection 1. They shall be treated as either supply of goods or supply of services as specified in schedule 2. That means I have to go and refer schedule 2. Comfortable? Then I will know that whether it is supply of goods or supply of services. Once it has classified as either supply of goods or supply of what? Services. So this has to be further bifurcated into supply of goods or supply of. Then your next duty is to finalize 3 things. Number 1 is time of supply. What of supply? When I am liable to pay GST. When I am liable to pay? Sir, the next one is the place of supply. Another? What tax I should pay? Whether I have to pay CGST, SGST or I have to pay IGST. Whether I have to pay CGST, SGST or I have to pay. Sir, the third one, what you have to finalize is the value of supply. On what value I have to pay the tax. Are you really with me? Yeppa tax katanu? Time of supply. Sir, enna tax katanu? Place of supply. Are you really with me? Enna value ku mela tax katanu? Value of supply. Are you really with me? Sir, yaar sir tax katanu? That's what person liable to pay tax. That's what person. So once the supply has been classified into either supply of goods or supply of services, you have to finalize eppa tax katanu, enna tax katanu, endha value ku mela tax katanu, yaru sir tax katanu. Are you really with me? That's what time of supply, place of supply, value of supply and person liable to pay tax. Here I am going to talk about person liable to pay tax. Person. What government is saying that CGST to be paid on what charge basis? By the recipient of notified goods or services or both. Government will notify certain goods or services, my dear lovable students. If you receive those goods or if you receive those services, the recipient is the person liable to pay GST on a what charge basis? Reverse charge basis. My dear lovable students, I am the service provider. I am taking class. Sir, you are the service recipient. You are paying me fees. Correct? You have to pay me fees plus GST. That is forward charge. That is the, if supplier collect GST and pay to the government, it is called as what charge? Forward charge. But sometimes supplier is not in a position to collect what? GST. Because supplier may not be a registered person, but recipient may be a registered person. So government feels that it's better to pay tax by the recipient than the supplier. Then my dear lovable students, government will say that if you receive the notified goods or services or both, notified goods or the recipient is the person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. That's what the government is saying. Government may on the recommendation of the council. எதுவுமே சொந்தமா சொல்றதுக்கு துப்பு கிடையாது கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்கு. Everything is on the recommendation of the, because council will take body, they will meet up and they will be taking decision by notification, and everything they will be putting one notification. Specify categories of supply of what or what or what goods or services. Government in that notification will say that if you are receiving these goods, if you are receiving these services, recipient is a person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis, and tax on which shall be paid on what charge basis? By the recipient of such goods or services or both. And once we put such a notification, then all provisions of this act shall apply to such a recipient as if he is the person liable for paying the tax in relation to supply of such goods or services or both. What is the one line summary? What government trying to say? Sir, if you are receiving certain goods or services or both, then if those goods or services are both are notified goods or services or both, then you are the person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. Then the supplier is not responsible for payment of tax. Recipient is the person responsible for payment of tax. That's what 9.3. Coming to 9.4. RCM from what registered person? Unregistered person. Sir, for example, I am supplying this calculator. I am the supplier and are you the recipient? Yes, sir. I am an unregistered person because of the reason that since I am a unregistered person, I can't collect GST, but you are a registered person. So what 9.4 is saying that CGST to be paid on what charge basis? By the notified person on notified goods or service when received from what supplier? Unregistered supplier. So supplier should be a unregistered person. Recipient should be a registered person. Anyway, supplier can't pay GST, but the recipient being the registered person has to pay GST on a the government may, on the recommendation of the council, by notification, specify a class of what person? Registered. Not all the registered person, my dear lovable students. Only class of registered. That means certain category of people we will be specifying in the notification on the recommendation of the, in respect of supply of specified category of what or what or what? Received from a what supplier? Unregistered. Upper supplier is the unregistered person. Recipient is the class of registered person. Hello, sir. Pay the tax on what charge basis? As a recipient of such supply of goods or service or both, then all provisions of this act shall apply to such a recipient as if he is the person responsible for paying the tax in relation to supply of goods or service or both. Comfortable? Sir, if someone is coming and asking what is 9.4, you tell me. If this, sir, 1, 2, 3, 4, that's why 9.4. 4 conditions are satisfied, 9.4 will be applicable. Number 1, supplier should be a and recipient should be a specified registered person, and supply should be a supply of goods or services or both, and person liable to pay GST is the registered recipient. Registered? Let me ask you basic question. Enjoy the discussion, my dear lovable students. I am the service provider, that is ANM. Am I right? You are the service recipient, that is student, right? I am taking class for you. Will you pay fees to me? Will I collect fees or fees plus GST? Sir, if I collect fees plus GST, it is called what charge mechanism? Forward charge mechanism. If the service provider collect GST and pay to the department, that is called as forward charge mechanism. Right? But government is saying that we will put a notification. In that notification, we will specify certain goods or services or both. Right? If you are receiving those goods or services or both, then recipient is the person liable to pay GST on reverse charge basis. That's what 9.3. That's what 9.4. That's what 9.3. That's what. So charge, my dear lovable students, classified into 3 categories. Classified into number 1, forward charge mechanism. Number 1. Number 2, reverse charge mechanism. Number 2. Number 3, eco charge mechanism. Number 3, sir, if the supplier collects what? GST from recipient, and if supplier pays the GST to the, such a charge is called as, it is covered in 9.1 or 9.2. Actually 9.2 is an explanation to 9.1. Yes, sir. Because 9.1 is saying that there shall be levied a tax on all intrastate supply of that. All is the problem. Even that all includes NM man also, HP man. For HP man, now there is GST is there, but now there is no GST. That clarification has been given by 9.2. Comfortable? If tomorrow for HP man, if they bring GST, 9.2 will be deleted in act. Am I correct? Super fantastic to the core. Sir, with regard to RCM, we are having 9.3 and 9.4, my dear lovable students. That means, sir, there are certain notified what or what or what? Goods or services or both? Goods or? If this notified goods or service or both has been received by the recipient, then recipient is the person liable to pay GST on. Sir, if the supplier is a unregistered person and recipient is a registered person, supply is a notified supply of goods or services or both, then recipient is the person liable to pay GST on what charge basis? Now you read it, man. 9.1. Sir, have we completed 9.1? Read it again. Sir, there shall be levied a tax. What is the name? Central Goods and Services Tax. On what? All intrastate supply of goods or services or both, except on the supply of alcoholic liquor for on the value determined under section 15. What is the rate? Not exceeding 20% as may be notified by the government on the recommendation of the council. Sir, collected in such manner as may be prescribed. We will prescribe how to collect. How to? And shall be paid by the dash person. That means service provider. That means 9(1) is an FCM. Are you all really with me? Because taxable person means supplier. Supplier of what or what or what? Goods or services or... So indirectly they have specified that 9(1) is a forward charge mechanism. Comfortable? Anyway, 9(2) is a clarification only. Come to 9(3), man. The tax on which shall be paid on what charge basis? Reverse charge basis. By the recipient. Oh, are you all really with me? Coming to 9(4), man. Sir, pay the tax on reverse charge basis as the recipient. That means 9(1), 9(2), tax should be paid by the supplier. 9(3), 9(4), tax should be paid by the recipient. If supplier paying the tax, such a system is called as forward charge mechanism. The recipient paying the tax, such a system is called as... In life, in history, GST come up with a new concept. Supplier, you don't pay the tax. Recipient, you don't pay the tax. Middleman, you pay the tax. Yare? Middleman. That middleman is a what commerce operator? E-commerce operator liable to pay tax on notified services. 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 This is the difference. Sir, in 9(1), 9(2), 9(3), 9(4), goods or services or both are covered. Whereas in 9(5), only what is covered? The government may, on the recommendation of the council, by notification, specify category of what? Services. 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 The tax on intrastate supply of which shall be paid by whom? If such service are supplied through it, and all the provisions of this act shall apply to Yarkite, as if he is the person liable for paying the tax in relation to supply of services. Comfortable? That means there is a notified service. There is a notified service. What service? Sir, the supplier of the service is supplying service through, and there is a recipient. Supplier, don't pay GST. A recipient, don't pay GST. But the dash commerce operator, let him pay tax under 9 subsection 5. Such a charge is called as eco charge. In a charge? So it is important to note that this exception is carved out only in respect of supply of what? Services. Services. So if you are supplying goods through e-commerce operator, supplier is the person liable to pay tax. If you are supplying through other services through e-commerce operator, supplier is the person liable to pay tax. If you are supplying notified services through e-commerce operator is the person liable to pay tax. Can I proceed? Through a e-commerce operator and will not be applicable or relevant to supply of any goods through what commerce operator. That's why 9 subsection 5. 5 means what? Services. Are you really with me? This section is applicable only to services and not to the... That's it. The prima facie, my dear lovable students, we are having 9(1), 9(2), 9(3), 9(4), 9(5). Sir, idhila 9(1) and 9(2) are one set that talks about forward charge mechanism. 9(3) and 9(4) are another set, talks about reverse charge mechanism. 9(5) is e-commerce eco charge. The person liable to pay GST is the... Can I proceed, sir? Can I repeat once again 9 subsection 1? What 9(1) is saying? That there shall be levied a tax on all intrastate supply of... On all intrastate supply. On all intrastate. So someone is coming and asking, sir, what is the meaning of intrastate supply? What state supply? That's why immediately we are going to talk about intrastate supply. What state supply? Section 8 is talking about intrastate supply. Sir, enna sir idu? Section 7 is supply, sir. Section 8 is tax rate for composite and mixed supply. That is as per CGST Act. This is 8 of the IGST Act. Oh, aha. Hello, sir. What section 8 is saying that section 8 is classified into two categories, 8.1, 8.2. Tell me 8.1. 8.1 is talking about intrastate supply of goods. Intrastate supply of. 8.2 is talking about intrastate supply of services. I don't know, man. When they have written the entire act, always first they give priority to the goods. Then only services. Maybe supply includes all forms of supply of goods or services or அங்கிருந்தே இந்த differentiation ஆரம்பிச்சிச்சு. Now service cannot, sir, argue to the goods that எனக்கு always second priority. That I don't know, man. Sir, always when they explain the act, first they give to the goods, then only to the. Maybe, sir, goods may be tangible, service may be intangible. நீ கூட பாரு AS 10 முடிச்சதுக்கு அப்புறம் 26 வருது. கரெக்டா இல்லையா? AS 10 is PP and AS 26 is intangible. Sir, always goods is having priority than what? Services. Right. What section 8 subsection 1 is saying that? Very simple, man. Look at here, man. Where the location of the supplier. Where the? Where the location of the supplier. Yare? Location of the and the place of supply. Tell me, and the? Are in the same state or same union territory. That is two characters are there. Number one, location of the supplier. I am the supplier, sir. I am supplying from Tamil Nadu, sir. Hello, sir. And the what of supply, place of supply are in the same state or same union territory. It will be treated as intrastate supply. Hello. That means, my dear lovable students, the location of the supplier and place of supply of goods are in the same state or same union territory shall be treated as intrastate supply. Comfortable? Sir, that means two characters are there, sir. Number one, location of the supplier, and number two, place of supply. Sir, location of the supplier means the place where the supplier has taken registration. Easy, sir. If I taken registration in Tamil Nadu, location is Tamil Nadu. If I taken registration in Kerala, location is Kerala. But how to find out the place of supply? For that we are having section called as section 10. Section of the N Act. IGST Act. Up 8 subsection 1 is subject to the provisions of section 10. It implies that place of supply of goods shall be determined as per section 10 of the N Act, and thereafter 8.1 should be applied. That means first to go and finalize 10 subsection 1. Once you finalize 10 subsection 1, you know the place of supply. Correct? Then come and finalize 8 subsection 1. If both the location of the supplier and the place of supply are in the same state or same union territory, it should be regarded as the intrastate supply. Comfortable? That's it. Now, sir, they are saying that intrastate supply exception. Exception number 1, exception number 2, exception number 3. That means these 3 things are not intrastate supply. That means these 3 things are interstate supply. Number 1, supply of goods either to or by SEZ. Either you are supplying to SEZ or supplying by SEZ. Either SEZ developer or SEZ unit. Sir, are you supplying to a special economic zone? Is supply coming from an SEZ? Both are not intrastate supply. Both are interstates. Goods imported into the territory of India till they cross the custom frontiers of India. Sir, I am importing goods from outside India to India. That means it is a interstate supply and not a supply made to a tourist, referring to in section 15. That means some of the persons are going to leave India. That means if I supply to that person, he will take the goods outside India. That means goods are going to be outside India. So is it intrastate supply? It is going to be a. That's it. So there is one explanation saying that these 3 things are not intrastate supply. Number 1, if you are supplying either to or by SEZ unit are not intrastate supply. If you are importation of goods is not an intrastate supply. If you are supplying to a tourist are not intrastate supply. Can I proceed? With reference to supply of services, my dear lovable students, already we done 8.1. 8.1 is relating to Supply of goods. Intrastate supply of goods. Now we are going to talk about intrastate supply of. Simple the same, where the location of the supplier of services and the place of supply of services. You have to add the two words. Location of the supplier of the services and place of supply of services are in the same state or union territory. It will be treated as intrastate supply of. Where location of the supplier of services. Hello, sir. And place of supply of services are in the same state or same union territory shall be treated as. But there are two characters are there, my dear lovable students. Character 1, location of the supplier. Character number 2, location of the supplier. We know the place where he has registered is the location of the supplier. Whereas the place of supply, I have to go and find out. Right? For the place of supply of goods, I will find out as per section 10. For the place of supply of services, hello sir, I have to go and find out as per section 12. As per section. So 8.2 is subject to the provisions of 12. That means first I have to section 12 of the N Act. And I have to finalize the place of supply of services. Then I have to come back and I have to find out section 8 subsection 2 of the IGST Act. Comfortable? So it implies that place of supply of service shall be determined as per section 12 of the N Act, and thereafter A2 would be applied. Comfortable? What is the exception, sir, my dear lovable students? For 8.1 we were having 3 exception. That means, sir, if you are supplying to or by SEZ unit are not the same thing. The intrastate supply of service shall not include supply of service to or by a SEZ developer or an SEZ unit. Are you supplying to SEZ? Yes, sir. Is the supply made by SEZ? It's not an intrastate supply. It is a next one. Import of goods. Why I have to say with regard to services? Because I'm talking about services now. Sir, service made to a tourist. Anyway, sir, it is supply of goods to a tourist. Correct? Those two goods element are irrelevant here. That's why out of 3 exception, they have removed one and they kept only one. Can I proceed? That's it, man. Section 8 subsection 1 of the IGST Act, 8 subsection 2 of the IGST Act are done. Done. Can I move in? I'm moving to section 9. Supply made in the what water? Territorial what? Section 9 of the What Act. Sir, just now you said that 2 characters are important, sir. Characters classified into 2 categories. Number 1, location of the supplier, and number 2 is the place of supply. Are you really with me? Location of the supplier generally means the place from where the supplier is supplying the goods or services, or both. Place of supply generally means the place where the goods or services are consumed. That is, location of the supplier means basically source, and place of supply is basically destination. Are you really with me? The origin, the source or origin is the location of the supplier. For example, I am teaching from Chennai. Chennai is in Tamil Nadu. So the location of the supplier is in Tamil Nadu. Am I right? You are getting my teaching, sir. From where you are getting? Tamil Nadu. If it is Tamil Nadu, place of supply is in Tamil Nadu. If you are in Kerala hearing my virtual classes, then place of supply is in Kerala. Are you really with me? So if I am in Tamil Nadu, if you are also in Tamil Nadu, it's a intrastate supply. If I am in Tamil Nadu, if you are in Kerala, it's a interstate supply. Comfortable? Assume that one of the student is situated in territorial waters. What water? Tannil irka. Angava. Sir, we all know that this is India. Otherwise also you have to treat this as India. Hello, sir. Yes, sir. My dear lovable students, this is called as baseline. What line? From, sir, baseline 12 nautical miles. Another? Will be called it as India only. That means from the baseline. Sir, ingala fulla thanniya irukku, sir. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. Sir, after this 12 nautical miles only Nadikadal will come. Are you really with me? Still Nadikadal has not came. Sir, you are in how much nautical mile? 12 nautical. Up to 12 nautical miles is what only? this is the definition of India as per the GST Act. It is there in the start. I have not gone to the history and all. Sir, India means, look at here, territory of India. Territory of India as referred in Article 1 of the Constitution. So I have to talk about Indian Constitution. Hello, sir. And it's what water? Territorial water. It's sea bed. Subsoil underlying such water. Hello, sir. All these are form part of what only? India only. That means, sir, from the baseline up to 12 nautical miles, it is what only? India only. Sir, one of the person is situating here, sir, here, sir, here, sir. From here is supplying, sir. Are you all really with me? Or here, from here is receiving, sir. Now, question arising. Sir, what is the location of the supplier? Tanninu solla mudiyuma? What is the place of supply? Tanninu solla mudiyuma? So, section 9 is saying that in such circumstances, that means either the location of the supplier or the place of supply are in what water? Notwithstanding anything contained in this act, the entire act put it on dustbin. நாங்க சொல்றதுதான் provision. Where the location of the supplier is in what water? Then the location of such supplier, or where the place of supply is in what water? Territorial water. Then the place of supply will be, shall for the purpose of this act be deemed to be in the what state? Coastal state or union territory where nearest point of the appropriate baseline is located. That guy is situating here, correct? From here, what is the nearest baseline? From here, Goa is near, sir. Yes, sir. Then Goa will be the location of the supplier. No, sir. Sir, from here, Kerala is near, sir. Then Kerala will be the place of supply. Sir, from here, Tamil Nadu is near, sir. Then Tamil Nadu will be the place of supply. Sir, from here, Pondicherry is near, sir. Then Pondicherry will be the. எந்த ஸ்டேட்டுக்கு பக்கத்துல அவன் இருக்கானோ, அருள் ரிலி வித் மீ, அங்கிருந்து எந்த ஸ்டேட் ரொம்ப பக்கமா இருக்கோ, that will be the end of supply. That's what section 9, my dear lovable students. Are you really with me? Sir, where a person as a deemed distinct person. Sir, when I will say that one person is having deemed distinct person, an establishment in India and any other establishment where outside, if you are having head office in India and if you are having branch in India, my dear lovable students, I will say that you are having this head office and branch are not one and the same. According to head office, this branch is a deemed distinct person. According to the branch, this head office is a deemed distinct person. Comfortable? And if you are having an establishment in a state, that is in Tamil Nadu, you are having one office, or union territory, for example, Puducherry, you are having one office, and another establishment registered within that state itself. In Tamil Nadu itself, I am having another registered office, or in one union territory, I am having another registered office. Then such establishment shall be treated as establishment of what person? Distinct person. This is what explanation number 1. So section 8 is saying that if you are having establishment in 2 different places, then they will be treated as deemed distinct person. Inside one state itself, if you are having 2 registration, deemed distinct person. Comfortable? Or if you are having any branch, or if you are having any agency, or if you are having any representation office, to be regarded as a establishment. Do you have a branch? That branch is an establishment. Do you have an agency? That agency is an establishment. Do you have any representation office? Then that representation office is a establishment. You have to tell me now, location of the supplier. Location of the, where he is situating? Punjab. Place of supply? Punjab. Is it an intrastate supply? Yes, sir. Sir, location of the supplier is in London. London. Hello, sir. And place of supply is in Delhi. Is it an intrastate supply? No, sir. Location of the supplier is in Delhi. And place of supply is in Gujarat. No, sir. Sir, location of the supplier is in Puducherry. And place of supply in Puducherry. Suliya. Yes, sir. Are you all really with me? That's it with regard to the discussion of 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, 9.5. Read with section 8 of the IGST Act. 8 classified into 2 category. 8 subsection 1, 8 subsection 2. 8 subsection 1 is with regard to the intrastate supply of. 8 subsection 2 is intrastate supply of. Are you comfortable? Sir, the similar ditto copy paste is what? Levy and collection of what? IGST. That is section 9 of the what Act? CGST Act is equal to section 5 of the IGST. The same way 5.1, 5.2, 5.3, 5.4, 5.5. 5.1 levy and collection of IGST. 5.2 levy of IGST on 5.3 notified. 5.4 RCM from 5.5 taxability of the same wording. 5.1 we will be completing, my dear lovable students. Hello sir. 5.2 we will be completing, and you know that 5.1 and 5.2 are forward charge mechanism. Am I right? Then we will be having 5.3 and what? 5.4 will be reverse charge mechanism, and 5.5 is the NH charge. And sir, 5.1 will be starting like this. There shall be levied a tax called integrated goods and services tax. Integrated on all dash state supply. So we should know what is the definition of interstate supply. That's what section 7 of the Act, IGST Act. Sir, we are having two states of supply. One is intrastate supply, and intrastate supply is covered under section dash of the IGST Act, 8 of the IGST Act. Whereas interstate supply is covered under section, don't confuse with CGST Act. Section 7 supply is as per this. I am talking about intrastate supply na ஒரே ஸ்டேட்டுக்குள்ளயா வேற ஸ்டேட்டா? ஒரே ஸ்டேட்டுக்குள்ள. Interstate supply na the source will start from one state and end with another state. Am I right? That means, my dear lovable students, look at here. Intrastate supply is explained under dash of the Dash Act. Section 8 of the, look at here man. Sir, supply is starting from one state and it is closing from another state. Sutti vandiga. Correct? Whereas interstate supply means it will start from one state and end to another state. Are you really with me? That's why section 7 of the IGST Act. Clarity? Where there also will be talking about what is interstate supply. With reference to goods we will be talking about. Hello sir. With reference to services we will be talking about. Hello sir. And other interstate supply will be talking about. Hello sir. One cumulative summary for your examination also will be giving, and settle with that topic. Then we are done with section 5 and also section 7 of the IGST Act. Comfortable? So two things we have done in this lecture. Number 1, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95. And 8 subsection 1 and 8 subsection 2. Comfortable? If you break for 15-20 minutes, revise this lecture, and if you come back, I will complete 5.1, 5.2, 5.3, 5.4, 5.5. And I will be doing 7.1, 7.2 and 7.3, 7.4, whatever maybe sections are there. Are you really with me? Sir, I am comfortable from your heart. Anybody is there? Where is a grand clap? Spend 15-20 minutes time, then start listening to the next lecture. Otherwise, you will not be able to cope up. Sir, I am waiting for your 20 minutes revision. Thank you. Bye-bye from ANM. Sir, very happy afternoon to all. I believe that you would have revised section 9 of the CGST Act because it's a copy paste for section 5. Section 5 classified into how many category? 5 category. 5.1, 5.2, 5.3, 5.4, 5.5. 5.1 levy and collection of IGST. 5.2 levy of IGST on petroleum products. 5.3 notified RCM. 5.4 RCM from unregistered person. 5.5 taxability of. Actually nothing to explain from my side. We can quickly rush it man. Because sir, there shall be levied a tax. Government is saying that we will levy a tax called the integrated goods and services tax. What is the name of the tax? Integrated goods on all. Anyway, again HP man will come and play a interstate supply of goods or services or both. If you are making interstate supply of goods or services or both, except on the supply of alcoholic liquor for on the value determined under section, and at such rate not exceeding 40%, because CGST 20%, SGST 20%, 2020 comes to, are you really with me? As may be notified by the government on the recommendation of the council and collected in such manner as may be prescribed and shall be paid by the taxable person. So what this section 5.1 is saying, exactly what 9.1 said, 5.1 is repeating. There shall be levied a tax. We will levy a tax on all interstate supply of goods or services or both. Except we will not levy on the supply of alcoholic liquor for on what value determined as per section 15. On what rate shall not exceed 40%. Will be collected as may be prescribed and shall be paid by the. Sir, with effect from this date, supply of, oh my god, online what gaming? Money game. Online money gaming. Oh my god. Hello, sir. Has been notified as goods on which IGST shall be levied. That means, sir, if you are supplying online money gaming, it's not supply of services, it is also supply of. Come on, man. I'm extending 5 to levy of IGST on what product? Petroleum products. What is a shortcut for petroleum product? HP, man. The integrated tax on the supply of high-speed diesel, petroleum crude, motor spirit, aviation turbine fuel, natural gas shall be levied with effect from such date as may be notified by the government on the recommendation of the. That means if someone is coming and asking that for HP, man, will there be any GST? Yes, GST is there from a date which has to be notified by the government. Right, sir? So even though 5 subsection 1 have said that there shall be levy a tax called integrated goods and services tax on all, 5.2 is clarifying that on HP, man, GST will be levied from a date which has to be notified by the government. So 5.1 is subject to the provisions of 5.2. Comfortable. The same 9.3 is equal to 5.3. What the government is saying, we will be putting a notification on the recommendation of the council. In that notification, we will specify certain category of what or what or what. Tax on which shall be paid on what charge basis? Reverse charge. By the recipient of such goods or services or both. That means, if the notified goods or service or both has been received by the recipient, then recipient is the person liable to pay tax. Then all provisions of this act shall apply to such recipient as if he is the person liable for paying the tax in relation to supply of such goods or services or both. Comfortable? The ditto 9.4 is equal to what? 5.4. RCM from what person? That means if the supplier is an unregistered person and recipient is a registered person and the supply is a notified supply of goods or services or both, then the recipient is the person who are liable to pay tax on. So government may, on the recommendation of the council, by way of what? Notification, specify a class of a registered person. Not all the registered person, man. Sir, class of what person? Registered. In respect of not all supply, man. Supply of specified category of what or what or what. That too you should receive from a what person? Then the recipient is the person who are liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis as recipient of such supply of goods or services or both. And all provisions of this act shall apply to such recipient as if he is the person liable for paying the tax in relation to such supply of goods or services or both. So for 9.4 or N4, 5.4, 4 conditions should be: supplier should be a unregistered person, recipient should be a specified registered person, supply should be specified supply of goods or services or both. Then the person liable to pay GST is the registered. Sir, as per section 9.5, sir, there will be supplier and there will be what? Recipient. Sir, if the notified supply of service are supplied through what commerce operator? Then e-commerce operator is the person liable to pay GST. Right? So the government may, on the recommendation of the council, they will put a notification. In that notification, will they mention goods or services or both? Services. Only specified category of services. Then the tax on interstate supply of which shall be paid by whom? E-commerce operator. If such service are supplied through it. That means if notified services are supplied through e-commerce operator, e-commerce operator is the person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. Actually, that is not reverse charge. Because in order to be a reverse charge, the recipient should pay the tax. Correct? That's why I am calling it as eco charge. Are you really with me? The consequences will be all the provisions of this act shall apply to such e-commerce operator as if He is the supplier liable for paying the tax in relation to supply of such services. Comfortable? So the parallel section for section 9 is section 5. Section 9 of the CGST Act is equal to section 5 of the 91, 92, 93, 94, 95. 51, 52, 53, 54, 55. What is 51? Levy and collection of IGST. What is 52? Levy of IGST on petroleum. It's not levy and collection on petroleum products because, sir, till now collection has not been started. Am I right? 93 is notified RCM. 94 is RCM from unregistered person. And 95 taxability of the e-commerce op. Sir, as per section 5.1, my dear lovable students, there shall be levied a tax called integrated goods and services tax on all question arises, man. What is what state supply? Interstates. That's mean, my dear lovable students, supply can be classified into either intrastate supply or if the supply is a intrastate supply, it may be either intrastate supply of goods or intrastate supply of. If it is intrastate supply of goods is explained in section 8 subsection 1 of the IGST Act. We have already completed. Intrastate supply of service are covered in 8 subsection 2 of the IGST Act. We have already completed. Now, sir, we are going to talk about interstate supply. That interstate supply may be interstate supply of or interstate supply of. That is covered under 7.1 of the IGST Act or 7.3 of the IGST Act. So come on, man. According to section 7 of the IGST Act, my dear, section 7 only talking about the dash state supply. The broad principles for determining the supply of goods and service in the course of interstate trade and commerce are which may be with reference to goods or which may be with reference to services or there may be exceptions. Alright, sir. Sir, where the location of the supplier, where the location of the of goods surely and place of supply of what? Goods. Two characters are the same two character. If the location of the supplier and location of the place of supply of the goods are in two different state, are in. That is, these are the two character. Location of the supplier and the, this is in state A and this is in state B. This is in Union Territory A and this is in Union Territory B. Hello, sir. Or this is in state A and this is Union Territory A. Appreciating. Sir, this is in one state, another state, one Union Territory, another Union Territory, one state, another Union Territory. Then it shall be treated as supply of goods in the course of interstate trade or commerce. If both the characters are in same state, intrastate. Same Union Territory, intrastate. Two different state, interstate. Two different Union Territory, one in one state and another Union Territory. Are you all really with me? Section 7 subsection 1 is subject to the provisions of section 10. Because in section 10 only we are having place of supply of goods. So first you have to go and finalize the place of supply of goods. Then you have to come and apply 7 subsection 1. Am I right? So it implies that place of supply of goods shall be determined as per section 10 of the, and thereafter section 7 subsection 1 would be applied. Comfortable. So 7 subsection 1 is explaining what is interstate supply of goods. What is interstate supply of? Now 7 subsection 2 is asking a question. Sir, do you know 8? Yes, sir. 8 is intrastate supply. Classified into 2 category. 8.1 and 8.2. 8.1 is intrastate supply of goods. There you are having 3 exceptions. If you are supplying to a CZ, if you are supplying from a CZ, it's not a intrastate supply. Number 2, if you are supplying, sir, if you are importing, it is not a intrastate supply. So, if importation of goods is not a intrastate supply, then it should be, that's what 7 subsection 2, importation of goods. It will be deemed to be interstate supply. That means it has been excluded from section 8 and it has been included in section 7. Am I right? So supply of goods imported into the territory of India. So from outside India, I am taking goods to India. Till they cross the what for frontier? Custom frontier. shall be treated to be supply of goods in the course of interstate trade or commerce. Are you all really with me? That's it. That's it with regard to 7172. 71 is interstate supply of goods. 72 clarified that importation of goods is a interstate supply of goods. Can I proceed? Coming to 73, the same language, where the location of the supplier of service and the place of supply of service are in two different states. Or you, sir, join along with me. Two different union territory or state and a union territory, it shall be treated as supply of service in the course of interstate trade or commerce. Comfortable? So I should know two character. Number one, location of the supplier of the service, and number two is the place of supply of. So first, in order to know the place of supply of service, I have to go and check section 12 of the. So 7.3 is subject to provisions of 12, right? 7.3 is subject to provisions of 12 in the sense means it implies that place of supply of service shall be determined as per section 12 of the Act, and thereafter section 7 subsection 3 will be applied. Comfortable? Sir, what is 7.1? Interstate supply of goods. What is 7.2? Import of goods is a interstate supply. What is 7.3? Interstate supply of services. Am I right? 7.4 is saying that if you are importing services, then it is a interstate supply of services. Getting it? So supply of service imported into the end of India, territory of India, shall be treated to be a supply of service in the course of interstate trade or commerce. That means, sir, if I am importing goods, it's an interstate supply as per 7.2. If I am importing services, that is also a interstate supply as per 7.4. Coming to the next section, man, automatically 7 subsection 5. I am having 7 subsection 5 clause A. I am having 7 subsection 5 clause B. I am having 7 subsection 5 clause C. 3 supplies are there. Very important. Listen very carefully. Supply of goods. I am going to supply the goods where supplier is located in India. The supplier is situated in India and place of supply is what? Outside India. This is called as export. This is called as, if supplier is situated in India and if the place of supply is outside India, then my dear lovable students, sir, supply of goods or services when supplier is located in India and place of supply outside India shall be deemed to be supply of what or what? Goods or in the course of interstate trade or commerce. That means export of goods. Export of goods is a interstate supply. So export of goods is a interstate supply. Comfortable? Come on, man. Next one, man. Supply of goods or services to or by what? SEZ developer unit. You are supplying to SEZ. Hello? Or some other person is supplying from SEZ. Both are deemed to be what state supply? Sir, whether you supply to SEZ or supply has been made from SEZ, it will be treated as, so supply of goods or services either to or by an SEZ developer or SEZ unit shall be deemed to be supply of goods or service in the course of interstate. If you are exporting what? Goods, then it should be treated as interstate supply. If either you are supplying to or supplying from SEZ is a, the last one. Sir, there is a supply of goods or service or both in the what territory? But it is not being a dash state supply. First of all, it is not an intrastate supply and it is not covered elsewhere in this section. It is nowhere it has been covered. Then it has to be treated as supply of goods or service or both in the what state trade? Interstate trade or commerce. This one chart before the day of examination will settle things like anything. Come on. Section 7 of the IGST Act is talking about interstate supplier. The topic mainly classified into 3 categories with reference to goods, with reference to services and other interstate supply. Comfortable? With reference to goods, you are having 7.1 and 7.2. Hello? 7.1 interstate supply of goods. 7.2 import of goods is a interstate supply. Can I proceed? 7.3 interstate supply of services. 7.4 import of service is a, with regard to 7.5 classified into three categories: 7 subsection 5 clause A, 7 subsection 5 clause B, 7 subsection 5 clause C. If the supplier is situated in and place of supply is situated is a dash state supply. If you are supplying from or supplying to SEZ is a, sir, if supply is not an intrastate supply, then it has to be treated as, I will give you certain example. You have to answer me whether this is intrastate or intrastate. Supply of goods from one state or union territory to another state or union territory. Interstate supply as per 7.1a. Supply of service from one state or union territory to another state or union territory. Interstate supply of services as per 7 subsection 3. Import of goods. Interstate supply as per section 7 subsection 2. Import of services is a interstate supply as per 7. Export of goods or service. You are exporting either goods or services. It's an interstate supply as per section 7 subsection 5 clause A. Supply of goods or services to or by SEZ. 7 subsection 5 clause B. Comfortable. Supply to international tourist. Interstate supply as per 7 subsection 5 clause C. Because if anywhere it has not been covered, it has to be treated as interstate. Any other supply in the taxable territory which is not intrastate supply as per section 7 subsection 5 clause C. Comfortable. Two parallel section we have done. Section 9 the parallel section is section 5. Right? Section 8 the parallel section is section. You tell me section 9 classified into 5 category: 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, 9.5, 5.1, 5.2, 5.3, 5.4, 5.5. What is 9.1 or 5.1? Levy and collection of CGST or IGST. What is 9.2? Levy of collection of CGST on petroleum products. What is 9.3? Notified RCM. What is 9.4? RCM from unregistered person. What is 9.5? The ditto, the copy paste of 9 is what? Section 5. Where and all you are having intra, you keep it as, and where and all you are having 20%, keep it as. That's it. Section 8 is talking about intrastate supply, and section 7 is talking about interstate supply. Are you all really with me? Sir, we are having 9.3/53. Are you remembering 9.3/53? What government said that we will put a on the recommendation of the, and in that notification we will say that if you are receiving supply of what, for those goods or service or both, the recipient is the person who are liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis, right? Then the consequences will be all the provisions of this act will be applicable in the hands of the recipient. Hello. As if he is the person liable for paying the tax in relation to supply of what, goods or services or both. Comfortable? So RCM of goods, sir, as per section 9.3 or as per section 5.3, government said that we will put a notification. In that notification, we will specify if you are receiving these goods or services, then the recipient is the person liable to pay GST. Can I proceed? Number 1, cashew nut not shelled or peeled. General raw cashew nut. If the supplier is an agriculturist and if the recipient is any registered person, let the registered person pay tax on RCM, not the agriculturist. Comfortable? BD wrapper leaves called as tendu leaves. Are you with me? What leaves, man? Tendu leaves. It has been sold by agriculturist. How you are growing paddy the same way, BD also will come from tree. Are you all really with me? So if an agriculture is growing BD like what? Paddy, my dear lovable students, the any registered person who are buying the BD is the person who are liable to pay GST on reverse charge basis. Tobacco leaves, sir. Tobacco leaves. Next one, first one, cashew. Next one, BD. Now, tobacco leaves. Sir, if an agriculturist is selling his tobacco leaves to a registered person, let the registered person liable to pay tax on the following essential oils, if these oils and all are selling other than those of what fruit? Citrus fruit. Government is scholarly on this, okay, va? Or peppermint, mentha pipertia, or other mints like sir, spearmint oil, water mint oil, horse mint oil, or bergamot oil, or mentha arvensis. Sir, if it has been supplied by a oil supplied by a what person? Unregistered person, and received by a, let the registered person pay tax on what charge basis? Come on, the next one, silk, sir. Any person who manufactures silk from raw silk or silkworm cocoons for supply of silk yarn. If you are supplying silk and the recipient is a registered person, let the recipient pay tax on for the receipt of the silk. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. Coming to raw cotton, who's the supplier? Agriculturist. Who's the recipient? Any registered person. Let the recipient is liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. Supply of lottery, actionable claims. Are you remembering? Lottery's goods. Are you remembering? If it has been supplied by state government, union territory, or any other local authority to a lottery distributor or selling agent, then the lottery distributor or the selling agent is the person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. Sir, used vehicles or seized or confiscated goods. Sometimes in police office before and all, police station, lot of vehicles will be there, correct? That if they are sold by central ministry railway or government exclusive of railway state, then to a registered person is the person who are liable to pay tax on priority sector lending certificate. If any registered person to another registered person, then the recipient registered person is the person liable to pay tax on what charge basis? If these goods like BD, like tobacco, like cashew nut, like oil, like silk, very important, like raw cotton, sir, like lottery, if a recipient, and as a registered recipient received, registered recipient is the person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. Comfortable? I'm moving to the next set, man. RCM of services. RCM of? So what government said that if you are receiving the above goods, the person liable to pay GST is the recipient. And if you are receiving these services, recipient is the person who are liable to pay the GST. Number 1, part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4 and part 5. Are you really with me? Lot of services are there. Government has issued so many services which I have grouped into part number 1, agent. Part number 1, part number 2, job. Part number 2, part number 3, immovable property. Part number 3, part number 4, original work. Part number 4, part number 5, bank. Part number 5, that means, my dear lovable students, if the service provider is GTA, if the service provider is, sir, and the service recipient is 7 specified person located in the taxable territory. 7 specified person located in the taxable territory is the person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. Nyabagirka? Upper service, the first one is what? GTA. First one is what? Number 2 is insurance agent. Number 2 is? Number 3 is recovery agent. Number 3 is legal services provided by arbitral tribunal. Legal service provided by security services and sponsorship services. Security services and if the service provider is a GTA, my dear lovable students, you have to be very careful. A high important examination area, exam prone area, RCM cases, man. Look at here, be with me, I will make you understand within fraction of seconds. If the supplier of service is what? GTA. Sir, you are the yaru? GTA. You are providing GTA services, okay? That means you are transporting goods from one place to another. And if the recipient is 7 specified person, how many specified person? Like factory, society, cooperative society, any registered person, any body corporate, partnership firm, whether registered or not, or any casual taxable person. If they are also situated in taxable territory, those 7 specified person located in the taxable territory is the person liable to pay GST on reverse charge basis. Simple. So if the service provider is GTA, and the service recipient is 7 specified person located in, then 7 specified person located in taxable territory is the person liable to pay tax on. Who are the 7 specified person? Factory, society, cooperative society, registered person, body corporate, partnership firm, whether registered or not, or casual taxable person. Comfortable? That means, sir, look at here, you should have 100% sir, conceptual clarity and concentration. Sit straight is the call when you are listening to this topic. Sir, the service provider is GTA. You have to respond, even in online also. Sir, is the service recipient 7 specified person located in taxable territory? Then 7 specified person located in taxable territory is the person liable to pay GST on a reverse charge basis, right? That means by default 9353 RCM will be applicable. Am I right? But Act is saying that if the GTA is wishing to travel through the forward charge mechanism, then GTA can travel through what charge? If GTA has been given an option to pay GST at how much percent? Sir, by default GTA is a RCM. Hello sir. But if GTA is feeling that they want to travel through the FCM mechanism, you can travel through the, that's what GTA has given an option to pay GST at how much percent? And you can avail full ITC admissible under law. If GTA charges GST at how much percent? 12% in his NI invoice. The recipient, whose recipient? 7 specified person who are located in taxable is not liable to pay GST under what charge? Reverse charge. The option 1 excise cannot be withdrawn under during the remaining part of the financial year. Come on, what is a consolidated discussion? If the service provider is GTA and service recipient is 7 specified person located in the taxable territory, then 7 specified person located in the taxable territory is the person liable to pay tax on. This is by default. Default tax regime, right? If you don't like default tax regime, come on, sir, travel through the optional tax regime. GTA is having an option. GTA, sir, do you wish to travel through forward charge mechanism? Yes, you can travel. Collect how much percent GST? Then you are entitled to claim full ITC. Are you really with me? Once the GTA travel through the optional tax regime, default tax regime will not be. But my dear lovable students, sir, this is the rule. What is the rule? If the service provider is GTA and service recipient is 7 specified person located in the 7 specified person located in the taxable territory is the person liable to pay tax. Pakka? In this 7 specified person, you are having factory, society, cooperative society, any registered person, dot. That means any registered person is there. If that registered person has taken registration only for the purpose of deducting TDS under section 51, then RCM will not be applicable. Come on. Sir, RCM is not applicable if the recipient is registered only for the purpose of TDS. My dear lovable students, just now we said a rule that, what is the thumb rule? If the service provider is GTA and if the service recipient is 7 specified person located in the, if that 7 in that one of the 7 specified person, one of the person is registered person only for the purpose of deducting under section 51, RCM will not be. That means nothing contained in this entry shall apply to service provided by whom? GTA. So service provider is GTA. By way of transportation of goods in what carriage? By road to a department or establishment of central government, or to a local authority, or by governmental agency which has taken registration under the Act, CGST Act, only for the purpose of deducting TDS, not for making any taxable supply of goods or services. This provision will not be. RCM will not be. So I understood, sir. Sir, if the service provider is GTA and service recipient is 7 specified person located in the taxable territory, 7 specified person located in the taxable territory is the person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. Can I proceed? Now question arises, who is the service recipient? Whether the person who are booking the consignment is the service recipient, or the person who are receiving the consignment is the service recipient, or the person who are giving the consideration is the service recipient. Sir, this clause is saying that person liable to pay freight is the what recipient? Service recipient. Then the responsibility of payment of GST on a reverse charge basis will come and fall in under his head. Are you all really with me? So the person who pays or liable to pay freight for the transportation of goods by road in what carriage? Goods carriage. Located in the taxable territory shall be treated as the person who received the service for the purpose of this notification. And they have clarified one thing, government. What the government have said is simple. If the service provider is, my dear lovable students, GTA, and GTA by default it will fall under RCM, but GTA is saying that we don't want RCM, we want to travel through FCM. Are you really with me? Then once they adopt or opted the FCM route, every year no need to again opt the FCM route. By default, then they will travel through the FCM route. If they don't like, next year they have to travel through the RCM route. Comfortable? So if GTS excise the option to pay tax under any charge for a particular financial year, it shall be deemed that option has been excised for the next and the future what year? Financial year. Also, unless the GTA files a declaration that it want to revert to the RCM during the 1st January to 31st March of the preceding financial year. So fine. Look at me. One mantra I will tell you. If the service provider is GTA and if the service recipient is 7 specified person located in the taxable territory, then 7 specified person located in the taxable territory is the person liable to pay GST on reverse charge basis. Inside this 7 specified person, one of the registered person has been taken registration only for the purpose of deducting under section 51. This provision will not be. Who is the recipient of service? The person who are paying freight is the recipient of services. Comfortable? That means, what is the summary before the examination? Person liable to pay tax under GTA service where recipient is one of the specified recipient. Sir, registered GTA excise the option to itself pay the tax. That means they are having an option. Sir, they can opt for FCM and they can either pay 12% or if they travel through 12%, they will get 100% ITC. Hello, sir. If they are traveling at 5%, restricted ITC will be available. Comfortable? Both are what charge only? Under forward charge, my dear lovable students. Person liable to pay GST is the GTA. And under forward charge, the person liable to pay GST is the. But if the GTA is feeling that we don't want option, we will travel through the default tax regime itself, then GTA does not excise the option to itself pay tax, then GST has to be payable by how much person? On what charge? And person liable to pay GST is the 7 specified person located in the. Are you all really with me? And the person who are paying the freight will be treated as the recipient of the service and not the person who are booking. Hello, sir. And not the person who are receiving. Comfortable? That's it. That's the first one called as goods transport agent. What agent? If a GTA providing service to 7 specified person located in 7 specified person located in taxable territory is the person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. Who is GTA? Lorry driver. Correct? You tell me, lorry driver will drive the lorry or file the GST returns? Drive the lorry. Right, sir? They have to go from one place to another. But this factory, will it move from one place to another? Same place? Same place. Correct? Society. Cooperative society, registered person, casual taxable person. These people will be like statue. They will not move from one place to another. Whereas this GTA, goods transport agency, lorry driver have to move from one place to another. At the time of driving lorry, if you say that on 10th of month file GSTR 1, on 15th GSTR 1A2, then on 20th GSTR 3B. Hello, sir. Government said that you happily drive the lorry. We will ask GST from the person who are at one place. Hello, sir. And for there is no GST also. Correct? Jolly OTR lorry. நாங்க வாங்கிக்கிறோம் GST அந்த சைட்ல இருந்து. Hello. Assume the second scenario, man. Insurance agent. Sir, you are an insurance agent going to sell the insurance, life insurance, sir, vehicle insurance, etc., etc. For that, insurance company will give you commission. So you are the service provider. Insurance agent is the service provider, and insurance company is the service. Who is strong? Company or agent? Company is very strong because they are in one place. They are corporate. They will not run away with some other person. Correct? Yes, sir. But insurance agent means not one person. They will be, sir, thousands of people. If you start government asks to insurance agent to pay the tax, they will say that they may pay, they may not pay. So it's better to hold the insurance company. Correct? So government said that insurance agent providing service to insurance company, let the insurance company pay tax on reverse charge basis. Comfortable? Sometimes, my dear lovable students, bank will give loans. Big chartered accountants like you will take crores and crores of loans. After that, they will not repay. Then, sir, people like Raja, Vasul Raja, MBBS, should is required. Are you really with me? They have to go and do the kata panchayat. Hey, kudu rakasa. Hello, sir. Then this recovery agent is providing service to bank. Right? Legally, who is strong? Bank. Technically, physically, this agent is only strong. Sir, if the government is asking to pay GST to the recovery agent, my dear lovable students, sometimes so we will collect GST from, because they are strong and this guy is weak. Are you really with me? Legal services provided by arbitral tribunal. Arbitral tribunal means advocate, private advocate, not inside court. You tell me, will they take care of the case? For example, two people are coming to the arbitral tribunal. They are saying that they don't want to go to High Court or Supreme Court. Right? At that time, sir, there is one divorce case. Big fight is going. Husband and wife is fighting like anything. This arbitral tribunal is saying that, wait, let me file GST and come. Correct? He can't. Because he should be updated with legal provisions. You don't worry. You don't pay the what? GST, we will charge the GST from the recipient, right, sir? Security services are there. For example, outside ANM classes, Tata is there. He is the service provider. Sir, ANM classes is the service recipient. He is stronger, ANM class is stronger. ANM class, it's better to collect GST from ANM classes rather than from the security, because that security personnel may be one person. Are you really with me? Then, my dear lovable students, sponsorship services. Sometimes you may give sponsorship services. Hello, sir. For example, one program is going to be conducted in the Loyola College. Sir, for that, I am giving sponsorship of ANM classes. Hello. Sir, Loyola College is the service provider. ANM classes is the service recipient. Let the recipient pay tax on reverse charge. Because the person who are conducting the program will be very busy with conducting the program. And who are receiving will be vetty. Let them pay GST on reverse charge basis. Come on, man. Legal services by an individual advocate or what of advocate? Group of advocate, including, sir, legal service nale RCM da. Legal service nale. Because those people will be very busy with laws and regulations. Let them study, update, High Court, Supreme Court, hearing cases. Let them run. But the recipient who are vetty, let them pay tax on RCM. Comfortable. Or service provided by government or local authority to a... the service provider is government. Service provider is local authority. They are providing to a business entity. Government is asking to the business entity that we don't want to travel through FCM. We are providing services. No. You are what entity? Business entity. Sir, you will be having GST registration. Am I right? You pay tax to the government. On what charge basis? Reverse charge. Why we have to collect? Sir, we have to collect from you and we have to pay to us. I think you pay. Are you really with me? Or director of a company, you tell me service provider is the director and service recipient is the company. Who's weak? Director. Who's strong? Let the company pay tax on reverse charge basis. Comfortable? or service provided by government or local authority by way of renting of what property? So the service provider is government or local authority, and the service recipient is business entity. What service they are providing? Renting of immovable property, right sir? Then the recipient liable to pay tax on what charge basis? Service provided by way of developmental right transfer or FSI. For example, you are having a piece of land. You are saying, Casa Granddad, please develop my property. You are the service provider. Casa Grand is a service recipient. You tell me whether you are strong or Casa is strong. Let Casa pay GST on a reverse charge basis. Comfortable? Long-term lease of land. You are an individual. You are giving a piece of land for next 30 years to Mahindra company. You are strong or Mahindra company is strong. Let the Mahindra pay tax on reverse charge basis. Are you really with me? Original work relating to musical, dramatical, artistical. You are a writer. Let you write the story, songs, sir, then your sir, novel, etc., etc. At that time, don't disturb the creative person. Every 10 days, you have to break the creativity. Means what, man? Every 20th, you have to stop your creativity and file the GST return. Means no one will like. But there are so many publishing company. Let Anirudh put hukum, tiger ka hukum. Let the Sun Pictures, their job is to get the song from Anirudh and publish it. Am I right? Let them pay GST because they are businessman. But Anirudh is not a businessman. He is a creative person. Comfortable? Or if you are writing any books or renting of what vehicle? Motor vehicle. Sometimes you may rent the motor vehicle. Rent the motor vehicle. Then the person who are taking the motor vehicle, let them pay tax on reverse charge basis. Or service provided by a person situated outside India. That means service provider is situated outside India. To a person who are situated. Anyway, service provider is situated outside India. He can't pay GST in India. Then the service recipient who are situated in India, let them pay GST to the government of India. Are you all ready with me? Service provided by individual what selling agent. Sometimes individuals may provide service to banking company. Who is strong? Individual or bank? Let the bank pay tax on reverse charge basis. Or business facilitator to the what company? Banking company. Sometimes business may bring by the business facilitator. They may be individual to the banking company. Who is strong? Let the banking company pay tax to the government. Agent of business correspondent to the business correspondent. Is agent strong or business correspondent strong? Let the business correspondent pay tax on. Service provided by members of overseeing committee to RBI. Is one member is strong or RBI is strong? Let the RBI pay tax on reverse charge basis. Lending of securities, my dear lovable students. If you lend the securities, kadan vudra, appo borrower and the giver and the taker. Taker should be strong, right? Let the taker pay GST on what charge basis? These are the notified items of RCM. In that I have discussed only goods. I have discussed only GTA. If the service provider is GTA and the service recipient is 7 specified person located in, then the 7 specified person located in taxable territory is the person liable to pay tax on. Comfortable? One thing we have done like this much has to be completed to say that 9353 dandanaka done. Hello? Boys, are you able to appreciate or understand? Hey, my dear boys, if you are loving girls, hello sir, GIRLS, goods transport agent, insurance agent, recovery agent, legal services by arbitral tribunal and security. Sir, security and sponsorship alone is not sufficient. ஏதாவது ஒரு பொண்ணை லவ் பண்றேன்னா நான் கூடயே போயிட்டு வரேன், டீ கடை வரைக்கும் அவ கூடயே நான் வருவேன், நான் டெய்ரி மில்க்கு சார், நான் ஸ்பான்சர்ஷிப்பு, இது மட்டும் பத்தாது. தயவு செஞ்சு படிச்சு ஒரு வேலை வாங்க ட்ரை பண்ணுங்க. ஹலோ சார், ட்ரை டு கெட் எ ஜாப், ட்ரை டு பிகம் ஒன் இண்டிவிஜுவல் அட்வொகேட் ஆர் குரூப் ஆஃப் அட்வொகேட். If you are going and say to their home that I am individual advocate or group of advocate, எப்பப்பா கல்யாணத்தை வச்சுப்பாங்க, உடனே கேட்டுப்பாங்க. If not possible, try to get a government job. Hello, sir. Then flat. Sir, service provided by government or local authority to a business entity. If that is also not possible, enna mari or company aarambicha, I am the director of the company nu sollu. Hello, sir. If you are not able to get a job, try to have some immovable property. Surely they will ask that, eppadi en ponna katti kaapaathuvenu. Sir, say that, sir, நான் வந்து கவர்மெண்ட் கிட்ட இருந்தே ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி வாடகைக்கு எடுத்து பிசினஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன். இல்ல நுங்கம்பாக்கம் நடுநெஞ்சில 5 கிரவுண்ட் இடம் இருக்கு, அதை நான் லாங் டேர்ம் லீஸுக்கு விட்டுருக்கேன். இல்லைன்னா என்னோட வீடை நான் காசாக்கு விட்டுருக்கேன், அவங்க வீடு கட்டி எனக்கு 10 பிளாட் கொடுப்பாங்க, அதை நான் வாடகை கூட்டு உழைச்சுப்பேன். ஹலோ சார், இப்படி இஃப் யூ டோன்ட் ஹாவ் எ ஜாப் or if you don't have a immovable property, your entire original work, which is musical, dramatical, artistical, all the kada kavide for that girl will be swaha. Hello sir. Then renting of the immovable property, bike la ponadella oru use kadiyadu. Hello sir. Yes sir, bullet la vara sonniye, vandane kaiya vittu otta sonniye, senjane style enna naan nenechen, stretcher ila ஏத்தி புட்டாயே, negative list. Sir, mortuary services, come on. Sir, if you are not able to get a job, if you are not able to get a immovable property, for these people, they don't like domestic maple, they will like only foreign maple. Then the service provider will be situated outside India and service recipient will be situated in India. Then the service recipient who are in India is liable to pay tax. அப்போ ஓன் நிலைமை, நீ இண்டிவிஜுவல் டைரக்ட் செல்லிங் ஏஜென்ட்னா பேங்கா பிச்சை எடுக்க வேண்டியதா இருக்கும். அப்புறம் நான் பிசினஸ் ஃபெசிலிட்டேட்டர் டு பிசினஸ் பேங்கிங் கம்பெனிக்கு நம்ம பேங்கை போய் ஹெல்ப் பண்றேன்னு போக வேண்டியதா இருக்கும். இல்ல நீ ஒரு ஏஜென்டா போக வேண்டியதா இருக்கும். இல்ல ஒரு ஆர்பிஐல சிங்கிள் மெம்பரா போக வேண்டியதா இருக்கும். இருக்கிற எல்லாத்தையும் கடனு கொடுத்துட்டு நடுத்தருல நிக்க வேண்டியதா இருக்கும். இதனால தான் கவர்மெண்ட் சொல்றாங்க, நடுத்தருல நிக்கிறதா இருந்தா நீ ஜிஎஸ்டி கட்ட வேண்டாம், ஸ்ட்ராங்கா இருக்கிற வேற யாரா இருந்தா let them pay the GST. Are you really with me? In this, my dear lovable students, we just talked about GTA. We have completed only one. If the service provider is GTA and service recipient is the 7 specified person located in the taxable territory, then 7 specified person located in the taxable territory is the person who are liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. Comfortable? What you are supposed to do here is from 9192939495, read with section 71 and 72 of the IGST Act, 81 and 82 of the IGST Act, and 5152535455, read with 7172, 7374, 7575, class A, class B, class C of the IGST Act. Read with 9353 notification in that GTA. Up to this, have a 20-minute revision, my dear lovable students. Come back, we will be completing 9353. Comfortable? I'm with you, sir, from your heart. Anybody is there? Where is a grand clap? I will be waiting for you for your revision of 20 minutes and come back. We will finish it off this. Sir, very happy evening to all. So we are doing section 93/53. In that 9353, we understood that goods are there and services are there. If you are receiving those notified goods or services or both, recipient is the person who are liable to pay tax at reverse charge basis. Right, sir? In that we have completed G. G stands for goods, my dear lovable students. Goods transport agent. What is the theory of goods transport agent? If the supplier is GTA and the recipient is 7 specified person located in the taxable territory, 7 specified person located in the taxable territory is the person who are liable to pay tax at RCM. Sir, but it's like a default tax regime. If the GTA want to travel through the FCM, they can adopt FCM and they can pay either 12% or 5% as the. But in that 7 specified person, one of the specified person is a registered person who have been taken registration only for the purpose of deducting TDS under section 51. RCM will not be. According to sir, GTA cases, the person who are paying the freight is the service recipient and not the person who are booking the consignment. Once they adopted FCM, my dear lovable students, always FCM will be applicable and no need to again year on year, no need to adopt FCM or RCM. Comfortable? So this is the GTA reverse charge overview chart, man. If the GTA is deciding to travel through the FCM, they can either adopt at 12% or 5%. 12% full ITC, 5% restricted ITC. Comfortable? But if they are feeling that I don't want FCM, let me travel through the RCM itself, then GST will be payable at the rate of 5% and person liable to pay GST is the recipient. Come on man, coming to the next one called as insurance agent. What agent? Sir, what services you are providing? Insurance service you are providing. Who is the service provider? Insurance agent. Who is the recipient? Any person carrying on insurance business located in the simple. Try to understand the logic. I am an insurance agent. That means I am an individual. I am providing service to an insurance company. They are very strong. So I am the service provider. Insurance company is a service recipient. Let them pay tax on reverse charge basis. Comfortable? Sir, I am providing recovery services, my dear lovable students. So who I am? I am a recovery agent. So I am an individual. I am providing service to a banking company. That means SBI, RBI, sir, HDFC, etc. Or financial institution or NBFC. If they are located in taxable territory, then the recipient is the person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. So simple. Sir, service provider will be recovery agent. Are you really with me? And if the service recipient is banking company or financial institution or what? NBFC. The recipient is the person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. Can I proceed? Sir, I am providing legal services, sir. Generally, legal services will be provided by 3 people. Arbitral tribunal or individual advocate or group of advocate other than senior advocate or by a senior advocate. We have discussed this, right? So, if the service provider is arbitral tribunal, you should know who is arbitral tribunal. He is an advocate but not practicing in court. He is an advocate of the court. That means mediator mari work pandravanga arbitrate. And if they are providing service to a business entity located in the taxable territory, then the business entity located in the taxable territory is the person liable to pay GST on a reverse charge basis. A very important part for examination, security services. Sir, what service I am providing? I am providing security services, which is nothing but services provided with supply of security personnel. For example, my dear lovable students, sir, have you heard about supply of farm labor? That is also supply of labor only, but it is farm labor, it is exempt from GST. But commercial securities, sir, outside the commercial complex and all, so many securities, manpower will be there, right? If you are providing to a registered person, if you are providing to a, that means if the supplier is any person other than what corporate? Body corporate. That means if a supplier is a body corporate, supplier itself is very strong, then why are you going for RCM? That's why the provisions are, if the supplier is any person other than what corporate? Body corporate. Other than body corporate. And if the recipient is any registered person located in the taxable territory, a registered person located in the taxable territory is the person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. How we discuss the exception for the GTA. That means if GTA has provided GTA services to a 7 specified person, in that one of the person is a registered person who has taken registration only for the purpose of deducting TDS, RCM will not be the same way. If the security services has been provided to a registered person and if that registered person has taken registration solely for the purpose of deducting TDS under section 51, then RCM provisions will not be. And if the recipient is a registered person paying tax under section 10, that is composition levy, my dear lovable students. I am a composition dealer, then RCM will not be applicable. This chart is a beautiful and a fantastic chart I have put for you. Understand and analyze, my dear lovable students. I am providing security services. What services? You have to analyze both the service provider and also the service recipient. Can I? If the service provider is a body corporate, they themselves are very strong. There is no weak. Then why are you talking about RCM? It will be taxable at FCM. But other than body corporate, immediately don't say that RCM. You have to check the service recipient. Can I go and check the service recipient? Service recipient may be registered person or unregistered. If the service recipient is unregistered person, recipient is weak. Travel with the what charge itself? Forward charge itself. Comfortable? But if the recipient is a registered person, you check whether they have taken registration for the purpose of deducting TDS under section 51 or they are traveling through composition levy under section 10. Then also what charge? Forward charge. Because RCM will not be applicable. And if it is other than TDS under section 51 or composition levy under section 10, then it is what charge? Reverse charge. Only this one case is covered under reverse charge. Comfortable? So you tell me security. Sir, if any security has been placed outside your home or business or shop, you want a weak person or a strong person? It should be a gym body, correct? Yes, sir. That's why they are asking you to see body corporate. See the body. Are you really with me? If the security, the person who are providing the security is itself is a body corporate, FCM. Other than what corporate? Body corporate. His body is very weak. Look at the other's body. Hello, sir. That guy may be a registered person or unregistered person. If he is unregistered person located in taxable territory, let him pay tax on RCM. Concept clear? Come on, coming to the sponsorship services. This is an area where 99.99 students will go wrong. For example, sir, Loyola College is there. Sir, to the Loyola College, I am giving sponsorship of 1 lakh. Actually, what they are going to do now, they are going to conduct a dance program. I said that ANM dance competition. Hello, sir. Whoever are coming and seeing the dance, sir, in that stage, behind that, there will be one big banner saying that ANM dance show. Hello, sir. So, my intention is everyone should ask a question that who is ANM? Who is ANM? Hello, sir. So, whenever they say like this, that banner will be visible for them. Are you all really with me? You tell me, if I give 1 lakh to Loyola, who is the service provider? Loyola is the service provider and ANM is the service receiver. Sir, since I am receiving service, that's why I am paying consideration as sponsorship. 99.99% students will think that, sir, ANM is the service provider. No, they are providing me advertisement services. They are providing me. So what is the serviceman? Sponsorship services. Who is the supplier of services? Any person. It may be Loyola College or St. Mary's, anyone. But if the recipient is any body corporate, hello, sir. That means the recipient is having good body, hello. Or they are partnership firm, they are group of people. If they are located in the taxable territory, let the recipient pay tax on reverse charge basis. Comfortable? Up a sponsorship service, for example, by Sham to ANM Limited. Sham to ANM. ANM Limited. So the recipient is a body corporate. Correct? It is RCM. Sponsorship service by Sham Limited to ANM. That means don't look here. Only look here. The recipient is neither body corporate nor partnership firm. Then it is FCM. Comfortable? That's it. The first list of the people comes to an end. Number 1. Goods transport agent, insurance agent, recovery agent, legal services by arbitral tribunal, security services and sponsorship services. Comfortable? Coming to the second set called as job. Very simple, man. Legal services by individual advocate or group of advocate, including senior advocate. Understand one thing. Legal service nale RCM. Legal service nale? Sir, let the legal service provided by individual advocate, or let the legal service provided by group of advocate, or let the legal service provided by senior advocate, my dear lovable students, it is what CM? RCM. Sir, but for the purpose of providing exemption under section 11, legal services provided by an individual advocate, or legal services provided by arbitral tribunal, legal services provided by senior advocate, we are having 3 different classifications. Are you remembering? But for the purpose of RCM, all are one and the same. So, service by way of legal services, either dash or dash, directly or who is the service provider? Either an individual advocate, including a senior advocate or a firm of advocate. So, I am basically an advocate. I may be an individual advocate or senior advocate or group of advocate to whom I provided the service to a business entity located in the taxable territory. So, I am providing service to a business entity located in the taxable territory. Then the business entity located in the taxable territory is the person liable to pay GST. Comfortable? Legal service and all, no value addition, man. Legal service means any service provided in relation to advice kudukaradhu or giving consultancy or assistance in any branch of law in any manner, and includes a representation service before any court, tribunal or what? Authority. Sir, who's the deemed recipient? Sir, this deemed recipient concept was there in GTA. The person who are booking the consignment is not the service recipient. Person who are receiving the consignment is not the service recipient. Person who are paying the consideration, paying the freight is the service recipient. The same way. In case of legal services, business entity being litigant, business entity may be the litigant. Litigant in the sense means who are going for the case, or applicant or petitioner located in the taxable territory. They will be deemed as the service recipient. So they are the person who are liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. Comfortable? So the business entity located in the what territory? Who may be litigant, applicant, petitioner, as the case may be, shall be treated as the person who received the legal services for the purpose of this notification. Comfortable? So generally, sir, legal services means RC. Come on, man. Service provided by government or local authority to a what entity? Business. So the service is provided by either government or local authority to a what entity? Business. Very important, man. Here you should have clarity. Be with me. Service is supplied by either which government? Central government, state government, union territory, or what? Local authority. Excluding these two services. Number one, renting of what property? Immovable property. That means if the service provider is government or local authority and service is renting of immovable property or specified services. What services? These two services FCM will be applicable. What are two services? Renting of immovable property and specified service. For all other services, the business entity who are located in the taxable territory is the person liable to pay tax under RCM. Comfortable? Question arises, what are specified services? Specified service are services provided by Department of Post. Services provided by, or services provided by Ministry of Railway, that is Indian Railway, or service in relation to aircraft or vessel, either inside or outside the presence of the port or a airport, and transportation of what and what? Goods and passengers. Transportation of. My dear lovable students, understand very clearly. Service provider is government or local authority. And the service recipient is business entity who are located in the taxable territory. Hello, sir. Business entity located in the taxable territory is the person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. But this RCM will not be applicable to two services. Number one, renting of immovable property and specified services. Comfortable? Sir, who's the supplier? Maybe central government, state government, union territory, or, and if the recipient is any business entity located in the taxable territory, business entity located in the taxable territory is the person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. Comfortable? But specified services are there, like service provided by Department of Post and what? Railway, and aircraft and vessel, transportation of goods or passengers, and renting of what property? For these services, RCM will not be applicable, FCM will be applicable. Can I proceed? I'm moving to the next one, man. Sir, any services provided by director of a company or what corporate? Body corporate. For example, I am a director. I am providing service to a company or body corporate. Who's strong? Company or body corporate. So the company or the body corporate located in taxable territory is the person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. Comfortable? My dear lovable students, sometimes what this director or body corporate will do, you know, this director or body corporate in his private or personal capacity, private or, he may rent the immovable property. Renting of. Sir, for renting of immovable property, directorship skill is required, not required. So what government is saying that if a director has done renting of what property? Immovable property to the company, then FCM will be applicable and RCM will not be. Because here, even though we said that any services, for all the services RCM will be applicable, we are creating one exception. That exception is nothing. Service supplied by what of a company? In his personal capacity, I am a director. Such as renting of what property? Immovable property. I am giving renting of immovable property either to the what? Company or body corporate, are subject to what charge mechanism? This is the question. Whether service is the question. Hello, sir. Sir, it is hereby clarified that government is giving clarification. Service supplied by director of a company or body corporate to the company or body corporate in his private or what capacity, such as service supplied by renting of immovable property to the company or body corporate, are not taxable under RCM. Because it's not a directorship services, no. If I am a director, if I am having a piece of land, if that land has been given to the company for renting purpose, why RCM has to be paid? It has to be paid on FCM. It is a responsibility of the director to collect the GST on a forward charge basis. RCM will not be applicable. That means for directorship, RCM will be applicable. Other than directorship, RCM will not be. I am coming to the immovable property category, my dear lovable students. Renting of what property? Immovable. Listen, man, what we have discussed is, if the service provider is government or local authority, and if the service recipient is a business entity located in the taxable territory, then business entity located in the taxable territory is the person liable to pay GST on reverse charge basis. But this exemption will not be applicable to two services. Number one, renting of immovable property, and number two is specified services. Comfortable? So from that, we understood that renting of immovable property is not RCM, it is FCM. Can I proceed? Now I am going to create an exception for that. Number one, even renting of immovable property may also be RCM. Sir, service supplied by government, excluding the Ministry of what railway? Indian Railway. By way of renting of immovable property to a person registered under the CGST Act. That means what they are trying to say is, you have to be very careful. Sir, I am a supplier. I may be central government, state government, union territory, or what authority. And the recipient is any person registered under the what act? CGST Act. Sir, I am government. I am giving you immovable property. Are you registered person? Yes, sir. If you are registered person, what is the problem for you to pay the tax? You pay tax under what CM? RCM. RCM. That means if the recipient is an unregistered person, he can't travel through the RCM, then what will be applicable? This chart will give you idea, don't worry at all. Renting of immovable property. It can be rented either by government or local authority or Indian Railway. Are you all really with me? If it is rented out by government or local authority, you check that whether it is given to a registered person or unregistered person. If it is to a registered person, RCM will be applicable. If it is to an unregistered person, FCM will be applicable. Indian Railway means, my dear lovable students, whether it is to a registered person or unregistered person, hello sir, always FCM will be applicable. There's a printing mistake, man. Because they are saying that service supplied by government, excluding what of railway? Ministry of Railway. Because Ministry of Railway always FCM. Ministry of Railway always. Are you all really with me? Simple. So what is the takeaway from this? Nothing to confuse. Sir, I am government. I am providing renting of immovable property to a business entity. Check. Business entity is registered or unregistered? Registered na? RCM. Unregistered na? That's it, game over. If that renting of immovable property has been given by Indian Railway, always FCM will be applicable. Comfortable. Moving to renting of residential dwelling. In exemption, we have studied this, but I am highlighting, man. Sir, supply by way of renting of what dwelling? Residential. So there is a house. That house I am giving. So who's the supplier? Let it be any person. But if the recipient is a what person? Registered person, then RCM will be applicable. Comfortable? அப்போ ஒரு வீடு registered personக்கு நான் வந்து let out பண்ணேன்னா registered person is liable to pay tax at RCM. Service by way of developmental rights transfer or FSI. Sir, I am an individual, sir, or HF, or let it be any person, sir. I am having a piece of land. I am allowing the CASA grant to develop the property on my land. That means actually I am a supplier of service. Am I right? So transfer of developmental right or floor space index, including additional FXI for construction of a project. Then the promoter. Who is the promoter? CASA grant. Then CASA grant is the person who are liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. Comfortable? Sir, I am having a piece of land. Instead of I am giving that land to CASA grant, I am giving that land to Mahendra to just for long-term lease For how many years or more? 30 years or more. You tell me whether any person, I am strong or Mahendra is strong. Mahendra is strong, much stronger than me. So the promoter is the person who are liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. Comfortable? Now the original work relating to musical, dramatical or artistical work. For example, sir, Anirudh will be there, A.R. Rahman will be there. Sir, those people don't pay the tax at FCM. Let the music company, producer or the like, located in the what territory? Taxable territory. Let them pay tax on reverse charge basis. Are you all with me? So the music composer, photographer or artist or the like relating to original dramatic, musical, artistic work to a publisher, music company, producer or the like. For example, I am a musician. I am Anirudh. For me, FCM will not be applicable. RCM will be applicable. But, sir, if you are an author, the same provisions, author relating to original literary work, I am writing a book, then I can peacefully write the book. Let the recipient pay tax on reverse charge basis. That the publisher located in the taxable territory is the person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. But how the act has given a benefit or the option to the GTA. If GTA want, they can travel through FCM. Correct? The same benefit has been given to the author also. If the author want to travel through the FCM, he just has to inform the commissioner. If the author has taken registration, he has already registered person. Who? Author. And filed a declaration in the specified form before commencement of the financial year within the jurisdictional CGSE or SGSE officer. He is saying to that officer that, sir, by default, my case is a RCM case, but I don't want to travel through RCM. I want to travel through, and I am already a registered person. Then he can exercise the option to pay central tax on such service in accordance with 9.1. What is 9.1? FCM. What is 9.3? RCM. Comfortable? Under forward charge and to comply with all provisions of CGST Act, as if all provisions is applicable for paying the tax in relation to supply of any goods or services or both. Only thing, sir, the author has to raise a tax invoice, and in that tax invoice you have to declare that I am traveling through NH charge, forward charge, and invoice should be raised in form GST INV 1, that is to the publisher. Then publisher no need to pay tax on RCM. This is an option or benefit which has been given by the act to the author, the second person after the GTA person. Comfortable? Come on, man. Renting of motor vehicle. Very important, man. Sir, very important, because this is another confusing area for examination. You should have perfect clarity here. Renting of what vehicle? Motor vehicle. For example, person liable to pay tax under renting of motor vehicle is the discussion. Can we? When GST is payable at how much percent? 12%. My dear lovable students, sir, the supplier is collecting GST at how much percent? 12%. Then it is what charge? Forward charge. Person liable to pay GST is the supplier. Simple. He is saying that, my dear lovable students, hello, I am going to collect 12% GST, same like GTA. Are you all really with me? But GST is payable at how much percent? The supplier is saying that I will not collect 12%. I am going to collect 5%. Then you have to check whether supplier is a what corporate or what corporate? Body corporate. If supplier is a body corporate, they are very strong. Am I right? Then it will be what charge? And person liable to pay GST is the supplier. If the supplier is other than what corporate? Immediately don't say it is reverse charge. You have to go and check the status of the recipient. Hello. So supplier is, if supplier is other than what corporate? Body corporate. Then you have to check whether the recipient is a body corporate or recipient is other than body corporate. If recipient is a what corporate? Then what charge will be applicable? That means person liable to pay GST will be the, sir, if recipient is not body corporate, sir, already supplier is weak, recipient is also weak, then don't shift the liability. Then it will be taxable at forward charge. Person liable to pay GST is the supplier. Comfortable. Coming to the next set of discussion, my dear lovable students, called as bank. Simple. Sir, any services an individual is providing to either banking company, NBFC, financial company, finance company located in the what territory? Taxable territory. That means who is the supplier? Individual direct selling agent. Other than what corporate? Body corp. Because supplier is body corporate, they are strong. Why are you looking for RCM? Or sir, other than partnership? Because if the supplier is partnership, they are strong. Why are you looking for RCM? Or LLP? If the supplier is LLP, they are strong. Why are you looking for RCM? So the supplier should be individual direct selling agent. What direct selling agent? If the supplier is individual direct selling agent, my dear lovable students, then the bank or NBFC or finance company is the person who are liable to pay tax on RCM. You may have a doubt, who is this direct selling agent? He is a person who works as a referral agent for a bank. If someone is coming and ask you that, I need a loan of 5 crore, from where I have to get that? I am saying that you go to SBI, you say my name, you submit the document. If you are eligible, you will get the loan. For SBI, they have issued a loan of 5 crore. They got a very good business, right? So SBI will give you some amount of commission. For that, SBI itself has to pay tax at RCM. Their main job is to find potential customers who want to take a loan. And government banks appoint agent to bring business to bank. Certain percentages given by bank to the direct selling agent. So service provider is direct selling agent. And service recipient is banking company or NBFC. Then that banking company or NBFC located in the taxable territory is the person liable to pay tax on. RCM is applicable only if DSA is individual and hence bank will be liable to pay. Correct? If DSA is another entity like company, body, corporate firm, FCM will be applicable. I'm coming to the next one. Sir, service by business facilitator to a what company? Banking company. Sir, who's the service supplier? Business facilitator. That means I'm helping bank. Business, I'm the business facilitator. Okay. I am only arranging the business for my clients. Sir, I am providing service to a banking company located in the taxable. Then the banking company located in the taxable territory is the person liable to pay GST on a what charge basis? Service by agent of business correspondent. To what correspondent? Business correspondent. Sir, who is strong, sir? Agent of business correspondent or business correspondent? Because with regard to principal agent relationship, principal is strong, right? So if the service is provided by agent of business correspondent to a business correspondent located in the taxable territory, then the business correspondent located in the taxable territory is the person liable to pay tax on RCM basis. Comfortable? Or any service provided by members of what seeing committee? Overseeing committee by the RBI to the RBI, then the person liable to pay GST is the RBI. Because, sir, instead of member, RBI is the strongest person. Comfortable? Sir, I am lending securities, my dear lovable students. Now, I am having shares and securities. I invested in various company shares and securities. For example, you are asking that you need shares and securities for your futures or options. Then I am lending that to you. Then the borrower is the person liable to pay GST on a reverse charge basis. Because he will not borrow only from me. He will borrow from so many people. Hello, sir. And that guy should be registered under SEBI. Only a person who are registered under SEBI should be a borrower. So I may be a weak person. I may have only securities. But he is covered under SEBI regulations and all. So he can pay tax better than me. He is strong than me. So what GST Act is saying that the borrower, person who borrow the securities under the scheme through approved intermediary of SEBI, let them pay tax on what charge basis. These are the exemption which are RCM covered under 9.3. Always 9 is talking about intra. Am I right? Sir, is there any specific notification under 5.3? They are saying that whatever we studied till now under 9.3 are mutatis mutandis applicable to what 3 also. That's what all service which has been notified for reverse charge purpose under CGST Act on this date, sir, have also been notified for reverse charge under what also? IGST Act also. But in addition to that, one extra notification, one extra service they have given. Nothing. Foreign Mapala. That is a person located in what taxable territory? Non-taxable territory. And the service recipient is a person located in the taxable territory. Then the person located in the taxable territory is a person liable to pay GST on a what charge basis. This we already discussed in the opening list itself, right? If the service provider is situated outside India and if the service recipient is situated in India, then the service recipient who are situated in India is the person who are liable to pay GST. Are you all really with me? Yes, sir. I'm proceeding, my dear lovable students. That's it with regard to the 9353 notifications. That means, sir, goods like cashew, BD, wrapper, sir, all those silk, etc. recipient is a person who are liable to pay tax. Girls, goods transport agent, insurance agent, recovery agent, legal services, or security or sponsorship services, or job, or immovable property, or original work, or bank, recipient is the person who are liable to pay tax at reverse charge basis. Comfortable? I'm moving into 94/54 notification. Nothing, my dear lovable students. Under 94/54, they said that if 4 condition has been satisfied, then recipient is the person who are liable to pay GST. Yeah. Yes, sir. Sir, inward supply of promoter or builder. Assume you are CASA grant, my dear lovable students. And being a CASA grant, you are receiving inputs. Is CASA grant registered person? Yes, sir. They need cement, brick, sand, water, etc. for the purpose of construction, right? If CASA grant is receiving input and input services. Input and input service means cement and architectural services. Hello, sir. If they have purchased or received from registered person more than or equal to how much person? 80%. Or purchased or received from registered person less than. Check whether they have purchased from more than 80% or less than 80%. From what person? Registered person. Situation number 1. Assume you are CASA grant. You purchase cement, bricks, water, soil, metal, all this iron rod, etc. from a registered person. That means purchased or received from registered person more than. That means balance 20% you purchase from the unregistered person. Am I right? That raw material you classify into 2 categories. Cement and what? Other than cement. In that 20% shortage, if cement is there, GST should be payable at RCM at the rate of 28%. But other than cement, GST not payable at RCM. Comfortable? Whereas, situation number 2, my dear lovable students, you are CASA grant. You have purchased from a registered person less than how much person? 80. That means if you purchase only 60%, that means you 40% you purchase from unregistered person. Correct? So you have to classify into up to 80 and beyond 80 to 100. Pakka? Up to 80 cement means 28%. Other than cement also you are liable to pay tax at how much percent? 18%. Because up to 80% minimum should be purchased from a registered person. Comfortable? If CASA grant has purchased beyond 80%, hello sir, that means now up to 80% is from registered person. Yes sir, that means that 20% is from unregistered person. For cement, GST is liable to be paid at 28%. For other than cement, GST is taxable at FCM. Hello. For other than cement beyond 80%, sorry sir, no GST is liable to be paid. No GST, because the same rule will be applicable. GST not payable at RCM. Are you with me? No GST payable at RCM. Hello. Sir, what this notification is saying, can you consolidate? Yes, just listen to me. What you studied in first of all 4 or 5-4. Sir, we studied in 9-4 or 5-4 saying that if the supplier is an unregistered person and recipient is a notified registered person and supply is notified supply of goods or service or both, recipient is the person liable to pay GST on RCM. Comfortable? They said that the notified person is the promoter or the builder. That means for the purpose of 9-4 or 5-4, They said that Casa Grande is the person. Is Casa Grande a registered person? They will be buying goods from various people. Correct? Check. Have they purchased more than 80% from registered person? That means they have purchased less than, sir, or only 20% from the unregistered person. Unregistered. Check inside that cement is there or not there. If cement is there, Casa Grande should pay tax at NSCM. This is what 94 RCM. Are you really with me? If the 20% comprise of other than cement, don't pay RCM at all. Comfortable? Illa sir, only 60% I purchase from registered person. First of all, make it to 80%. Okay, va? And the 80% for cement, pay RCM at 28%. And for other than cement, pay tax at 18%. Now, you have purchased 80% from registered person. For the balance 20% from unregistered person. For that 20%, check cement is there or other than cement. Cement means RCM at 28%. Other than cement, no GST is liable to be paid. Comfortable? Are you really with me? Yes, sir. Sir, this is exemption under section 11. Leave it, man. We are talking about RCM. That's it. So, under 9.4 and 9.5, we are having only one thing, Casa Grande notification. I am coming to the 9.5 or 5.5. This is applicable to e-commerce operator. What e-commerce operator? Very important, man. Very, very important for examination. What they are saying that transportation of passenger. Transportation of Ola, Uber. Sir, auto driver is a service provider. Correct? We are the service recipient. But who is the intermediary? Ola, Uber. They are what commerce operator? They are liable to pay tax at RCM. Hello. Sir, service by way of transportation of passenger. So you are providing transportation of passenger by radio taxi or motor cab or meter cab or motorcycle or any other motor vehicle except omnibus. Except omnibus. Any bus? Yes, sir. So Ola, Uber is transporting passenger from one place to another. Service provider, you don't pay GST. Service recipient, you don't pay GST. Let the e-commerce operator pay GST. Except what bus? But service by way of transportation of passenger by what bus? Omnibus is also e-commerce operator is liable to pay tax. Except where? Person supplying such service through e-commerce operator is a company. The owner of the omnibus is a company. Eco charge will not be applicable. FCM will be applicable. Sir, what is this omnibuses? Sir, nothing, man. Omnibus means any motor vehicle constructed or adopted to carry more than how many passengers? 6 passengers. So, sir, Chennai, Tamil Nadu share auto is an omnibus. Because, sir, in that share auto, 22 passengers are traveling. Hello, sir. So, what they are trying to say? Come on. Transportation of passenger summary. Look at it, man. Transportation of passenger through omnibus or other than omnibus. If it is through a bus, omnibus, sir, you have to check whether the omnibus is owned by the company or other than company. If it is owned by the company, FCM under section 9.1. Clarity? Other than company, it's a eco charge under section 9.5. Can I proceed? Whereas through other than what bus? Omnibus. Always eco charge under section 9 subsection 5. Can I proceed? Very important chart for examination, man. Number 2 is accommodation services. That means I am having a house, man. Hello, sir. Sir, and there is OYO rooms. Have you heard about it? Yes, sir. Sir, come on. Service by way of providing accommodation. I am providing accommodation. In where? Hotel, inn, guest house, club, campsite or other commercial place. Meant for what purpose? Or lodging. Except where the person supplying such service through e-commerce operator is liable for registration. Sir, for example, Go Ibibo, OYO rooms, etc. For example, I am Taj. I am Hotel Taj Coromandel. Am I registered person, unregistered person? Question itself wrong, sir. Correct. They should be mandatory what person? Then Taj itself pay tax on FCM. But sir, I am having one room extra, sir. Sir, I am thinking that let 1 or 2 may come and sleep there. So I am attaching to the what room? OYO rooms. I am the service provider. General customer is the service recipient. Then who will pay tax? OYO rooms is the person who are responsible to pay the tax. Comfortable? Sir, have you heard about urban clap? Have you heard about house joy? Like such okay, in sir, Tamil Nadu, Chennai, house joy is not that much famous, but urban clap, you will be famous, right, sir? Yes, sir. My dear lovable students, service of housekeeping, such as plumbing, carpentering, except where the person supplying such service through e-commerce operator is liable for registration. That means I am a carpenter. I am attaching to the urban clap. I myself, my turnover is more than threshold limit for registration. Then eco charge will not be applicable. FCM will be. If eco charge is not applicable, FCM will be applicable. If FCM is not applicable, eco charge will be applicable. Or restaurant services, my dear lovable students. Supply of what services? Restaurant service. Other than the service supplied by restaurant, eating joint located at the what services, man? Specified services. Sir, what is this restaurant services? What is this specified premise and all? Very important. Specified premise would mean premises providing what accommodation? For example, I am Taj Coromandel. I am providing accommodation services. Night you can stay in my hotel. Having declared tariff of any unit of accommodation for one room above how much per unit? In my 1 day, 1 night charge is 7,500 above. Then the service provider is liable to collect GST. Hello? Sir, I am giving room, sir. 1,000 rupees, sir. 500 rupees, sir. 300 rupees room available is available. Come on. Then, my dear lovable students, it is not what premises? Specified premises. Then eco charge will be applicable. Comfortable? So you said, sir, if notified services has been supplied through what commerce operator? Then the e-commerce operator is the person liable to pay GST. Yeah. Sir, if the e-commerce operator is having physical presence in the what territory? Then the e-commerce operator is liable to pay tax. If the e-commerce operator does not have physical presence in the taxable territory, then any person representing such e-commerce operator in the taxable territory, that means e-commerce operator is having physical presence. They are situated in India only. Then they can easily pay tax, correct? Sir, they don't have what presence? Physical presence. Then, sir, any person representing, someone should represent the e-commerce operator. They have to pay tax on? They are liable to pay tax. Sir, eco has neither physical presence nor any representative. Then what the eco should do? They have to appoint a person. They have to, physical presence இருக்குனா அவங்களே கட்டிப்பாங்க. Physical presence இல்லைனா அவங்களே யாரா represent பண்ணும். Physical presence இல்ல, representative இல்லைனா they should appoint a person. Comfortable? Sir, as per section 5.5, whatever 9.5 notified services is mutatis mutandis applicable for the 5.5 also. What are the notified services? Number one, transportation of passengers. If you are transporting passenger through e-commerce operator, who will pay tax? Their omnibus clarification I have given. Sir, if you are providing accommodation services through e-commerce operator, who is liable to pay tax? E-commerce. If you are providing housekeeping services through e-commerce operator, sir, who will pay tax? If you are providing restaurant services, my dear lovable students, restaurant means other than declared tariff of more than 7,500. Hello, sir. Then who is liable to pay tax? E-commerce operator is liable to pay tax, correct? Whatever services has been notified under 9.5 is mutatis mutandis notified under what 5 also? 5.5 also. That's it. We can say that we have completed a block of section 9, levy and collection of CGST, right? Then section 5, which is levy and collection of IGST. This is handled by section 8 of the IGST Act. This is handled by section 7 of the IGST Act. Comfortable? And we talked about 9353 notification, which is girls notification. Comfortable? Then we talked about 9454 notification, which is Casa Grant notification. Comfortable? Then we talked about 9555 notification, which is omnibus notification, transportation of passenger. That is number one, housekeeping services. Number two is accommodation services, passenger transportation services, correct? And what? Restaurant services. Because if you are supplying housekeeping, accommodation, passenger transport or restaurant, you can be the happiest person because you are not liable to pay GST. E-commerce operator is liable to pay GST. with this section 7 supply, section 8 composite and mixed supply, section 9 levy and collection of, and section 11 exemptions comes to an. We are now pending with only composition levy to say that the basics of the GST revision comes to an. I am with you, sir, from your heart. Anybody is there? Where is a grand clap? Quickly take a 30 minutes of revision time. What you are supposed to do, I will tell you. Complete this area package, section 9 related topics, and come back. We'll be completing section 10 with no time. We may take, my dear lovable students, 10 to 20 minutes to say that we are done with the section N also, 10 also. Hello, sir. Once we done that, we can enter into the second slot of the GST, which is tax invoice, debit note and credit note. Comfortable? Take a 20 minutes, 30 minutes time, study only this and come back to me. Sir, very happy morning to all. So we are doing the basics of the GST. In that we have understood, my dear lovable students, section 7 supply. Supply includes all forms of supply of goods or services or both, such as sale, barter, transfer, exchange, license, lease, rental or disposal, made or agreed to be made for a consideration by a person in the course or furtherance of business. There we understood that an activity or transaction should fall under 7 subsection 1 and an activity or transaction should not fall under 7 subsection 2. If an activity or transaction falls under 7 subsection 2, it is neither supply of goods nor supply of services. Right, sir? If it is falls under 7 subsection 1, that means 7 subsection 1 clause A, 7 subsection 1 clause A, 7 subsection 1 clause B and 7 subsection 1 clause C. My dear lovable students, it has to be classified as either supply of goods or supply of services as specified in 7 subsection 1A. That's what 7 subsection 1A is saying. Certain activity or transaction will become supply as per 7 subsection 1. That has to be treated as either supply of goods or supply of services as specified in 7 subsection 1A. Once you classify as supply of goods or supply of services, then you have to confirm that whether it is taxable supply or exempt supply. That means that activity or transaction should not fall under section 6 of the IGST Act or section 11 of the CGST Act. If it is not falling under 6 or 11, then my dear lovable students, sir, it will be a taxable supply. Once it's a taxable supply, immediately question arises, who is the person liable to pay tax? Person. For the person liable to pay tax, we are having section 9 and section 10. That means either you can travel through section 9 route or you can travel through section 10 route. Either you can travel through section 9 route or you can travel through section 9 route is a normal route, my dear lovable students. 91, 92, 93, 94, 95. 91 levy and collection of CGST. 92, sir, levy of CGST on petroleum products. 93 notified RCM, that's girls RCM. 94 is the RCM from unregistered person, that is for a builder, and 95 is the eco charge. We are having happier services. H stands for housekeeping services, A stands for accommodation services, P stands for passenger transportation services, and R stands for restaurant services. For these services, if you are supplying through the e-commerce operator is the person who are liable to pay tax on eco charge. Yes, my dear lovable students. The another route in the indirect tax is section 10. Section 10 is talking about composition levy. What levy? What income, what indirect tax is saying that? How you are having normal route under the income tax and also how you are having composition levy under the presumptive taxation under the direct tax. The same way you are having composition levy under section 10. That means you are saying that I am not interested to, sir, take the ITC, raise the tax invoice. I don't want so much of procedure under the GST. I just want to travel through such some different simplified route called as 10 subsection 1. Called as 10. It is an option. If you want, you choose it. Otherwise, leave it. For specified category of small taxpayers, in order to enjoy section 10, first of all, you should be a small taxpayer to pay GST at a very low rate on the basis of the what? Turnover. So take your turnover. Sir, based on that turnover, apply the tax rate. You will get the tax payable. That's it. This is how you have to pay the GST, my dear lovable students. So what are the advantages of this scheme? Sir, this scheme will be having low rate of tax, either 1% or 5% or 1%. That much only the tax payable, and hassle-free simple procedure for such taxpayers. Very, very simple procedure. Don't go and file GSTR 1, GSTR 3, GSTR 3B, monthly return, quarterly return, this much payment and all. And simple calculation of tax based upon turnover. Just simple. Take the turnover into tax rate. You will get the tax payable. Are you really with me? And very simple quarterly return you are supposed to file. No need of filing monthly return. What should be the mindset of a student those who are studying composition levy? I will tell you. There are two routes under the GST. Either you can travel through section 9 route, or you can travel through section 10 route is a simple route, and section 9 route is a complicated route. Are you ready with me? Sir, for whom this section is applicable? What they are saying that in the immediately preceding previous year, if the aggregate turnover does not exceed 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs as the case may be, you are entitled to travel through the composition levy. That means in case of a registered person, first of all, you should be if you are an unregistered person, why are you, sir, searching for route? You just simply sit in home itself, correct? For you, normal route is not required, and also the composition route is not required. If you are a registered person, the hero is the aggregate turnover, whose aggregate turnover in the preceding financial year did not exceed 1.5 crore, will be eligible to opt for payment of tax under the composition scheme. So who can travel through composition scheme? Sir, if you are a registered person, if your aggregate turnover in the immediately preceding previous year does not exceed 1.5 crores, you are entitled to travel through the composition levy. But in certain circumstances, instead of 1.5 crores, 75 lakhs will be applicable. However, the aggregate turnover in the what financial year? Preceding financial year shall be how much lakh? In case of an eligible registered person registered under section 25 of the said act in any of the 8 special category states. That means, have you taken registration in this 8 special category states? Then the turnover limit is not 1.5 crores. The turnover limit is 75 lakhs. Pakka? What are the 8 special category states? Arunachal Pradesh. Tell me. Assam illa. Tell me. Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Sikkim, Nagaland, Tripura, Bagdodra illa, Uttarakhand undu. Tell me, Bagdodra illa. We heard all these states somewhere. Sir, air embarking or terminating from the states of Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Sikkim, Nagaland, Tripura, Bagdodra. I am lightly altering that for the purpose of composition levy. Sir, there are 8 special category states. Are you situating in this 8 special category states? Have you taken registration in this 8 special category states? Then, my dear lovable students, sir, Arunachal Pradesh, Assam illa, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Sikkim, Nagaland, Tripura, Bagdodra illa, Uttarakhand undu. Then, sir, you are entitled to your turnover limit will be 75 lakhs. That in case of Assam, because Assam illa and Himachal Pradesh, Jammu Kashmir, turnover limit will be how much crore? 1.5 crores. So, for whom composition levy will be applicable is the question. First of all, you should be a what person? Registered person whose aggregate turnover in the immediately preceding previous year does not exceed rupees 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs in case of special category states. Right, sir? There are 8 special category states are there. Number 1, Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, illa, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Sikkim, Nagaland, Tripura, Bagdodra illa. I'm coming to the hero, that is aggregate turnover. Basically, aggregate turnover means plus. Aggregate means plus. Are you really with me? Sir, you have to check this aggregate turnover. Sir, while computing the threshold limit of either how much crore? 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs as the inclusions and exclusion from the aggregate turnover are as follows. Your aggregate turnover includes all taxable supply, all exempt supply, all export of goods or services or both. Export of and interstate supply. And what supply? That means aggregate means you have to aggregate all. That means all taxable supply, all exempt supply, all export of goods or services or both, and what state supply? But excludes value of inward supply on which tax is liable to be paid on what charge basis? For example, my dear lovable students, we have already discussed about the 9353 notification. Am I right? In that girls notification was there. G stands for Goods Transport Agent. Am I right? Sir, if the service provider is a GTA and the service recipient is the 7 specified person located in the, then 7 specified person located in the taxable territory is the person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. Settled provision? My dear lovable students, what 93, what 53 is saying that, sir, it is only the responsibility of the service recipient to pay the tax. The turnover is still the turnover of the what provider? Service provider. Look at here. Value of what supply? Inward supply. On which tax is liable to be paid on what charge basis? So, 9353, only I am liable to pay the tax, not the turnover. It is still the turnover of the service provider. It is not the turnover of the service recipient. Right? In profit and loss account, AS9, revenue recognition, you tell me, sir, will you treat taxes and all as your revenue? No, sir. Then CGST, SGST, UTGST and IGST says collected will not form part of your turnover because that is not turnover. It's a liability. It is output tax collected is never your turnover. Are you really with me? Only the sales portion is the turnover, my dear lovable students. How to compute, sir, of the persons having the same PAN, of the persons having the to be computed on all India basis, to be computed on, because this is aggregate turnover. What turnover? So, my dear lovable students, what and all will comprise of aggregate turnover? All taxable supply, all exempt supply, export of goods or services or both, interstate supply of the persons having the same PAN to be computed on, and value of inward supply on which, sir, tax is liable to be paid on reverse charge basis should be excluded. CGST, SGST, UTGST, IGST and cess should be excluded. Right, sir? Sir, are you going to check the eligibility to enter into composition levy? If that is the case, you have to find out the aggregate turnover. Am I right? When you are calculating the aggregate turnover, there is one explanation to the definition of the what turnover? Aggregate turnover. First of all, you understand you will not calculate the aggregate turnover not only for the purpose of determining whether you can enter into the composition levy or not. For various purpose, you will be calculating the aggregate turnover throughout the act. Are you really with me? So, for the purpose of computing aggregate turnover of a person, for determining is eligible to pay tax under this section, the expression what turnover? Aggregate turnover shall include, these items should be included in the what turnover? Shall include the value of supply made by such person from 1st of April of a financial year up to the date when he become liable for registration under this act. Sir, actually, from 1st of April means from the start of the financial year, correct? Till the date of liable for registration, till the date of liable for registration, whatever turnover you are making, that should form part of what turnover? But it excludes the value of exempt supply of service provided by way of extending deposit, loan or advance insofar as the consideration is represented by way of what or what? Interest or discount. This we already discussed in F stands for financial services. Am I right? My dear lovable students, if you are having any interest turnover, what turnover? Should not be included in the aggregate turnover. Are you really with me? Whereas threshold limit turnover, what turnover? This is what threshold limit turnover should be included in the what turnover? That means from the first day of the April till the turnover to which you are liable for registration, for that turnover you are not liable to pay GST at all. Am I right? Because that may be either 10 lakh or 20 lakh or 40 lakh as the. But when you are calculating the aggregate turnover, even the threshold limit turnover should also be included. But interest turnover should not be included. Comfortable? So one thing should be included and one thing should be excluded. I'm coming to the rate of composition tax, sir. Okay, sir. Sir, my aggregate turnover in the immediately preceding previous year does not exceed 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs as the... At what rate I have to pay the composition tax? Because you only said that. My dear lovable students, this is very, sir, easy. Lowest rate of tax. Sir, you have to check that. Are you a manufacturer or you are restaurant services or other supplier? Number one, what? Manufacturer, restaurant services, other suppliers. Are you really with me? Manufacturer means 1% of the turnover in the state or union territory. Sir, on your state turnover, pay how much percentage? 1%. If you are restaurant person, 5% of the state turnover, 5% of the... Sir, if you are other supplier, technically called as trader, if you are a trader, my dear lovable students, 1% of the taxable supply, 1% of the... That means if you are a manufacturer, 1% of the state turnover. If you are a restaurant person, 5% of the state turnover. If you are other supplier, sir, 1% of the taxable supply. 1% of the... Look at this, very important, man. Sir, you wish to travel through composition levy, very important point for examination. And the service provider is the GTA and service recipient is 7 specified person located in what territory? Taxable territory. Are you really with me? If you are one of the 7 specified person located in the taxable territory, hello sir. Sir, for you the composition tax rate will be applicable, which may be either 1% or 5% or 1% as the... But you are liable to pay tax, hello sir. You are liable to pay tax for the RCM at the RCM rate. At the what rate? Not at the composition rate, not at the... That's what they are saying. Rate of tax payable on supply taxable under what CM? Will be the regular rate and not in the composition rate. Are you all really with me? So, whether I can enter into the composition levy or not is based upon what turnover? Aggregate turnover. Once I enter into the composition levy, I have to pay the composition tax rate based upon state turnover. Based upon... Now question arises, what is state turnover? What is? State turnover means nothing but value of all outward supply, which is nothing but taxable supply, exempt supply, export of goods or service or both. And what state supply? Interstate supply. So if you add all the 4, but value of inward supply on which tax is liable to be paid on what charge basis? And CGST, SGST, sir, UTGST, IGST and cess will not form part of the what turnover? That means aggregate turnover is equal to what turnover? State turnover, except a condition where to be computed on all India basis having the same PAN will not be there in the state turnover. Are you really with me? Only whatever business I have made inside a state will be included in the what turnover, man? State turnover. Are you really with me? Sir, when you are calculating the state turnover, for what purpose you will calculate the state turnover? You will calculate the state turnover for the purpose of payment of tax. Whether I can enter into the composition levy or not is based upon aggregate turnover. Whereas, sir, I will be paying the tax based upon... If you are calculating the state turnover, this item should be excluded and this item should be excluded. That means number 1, supply from the first day of what year? Financial year. To the date when such person become liable for registration. That means threshold limit turnover should be excluded. Threshold limit turnover should be... Whereas threshold limit turnover should be included if you are calculating the aggregate turnover. Whereas threshold limit turnover should be excluded when you are calculating the... And my dear lovable students, sir, interest turnover should be excluded both for aggregate turnover and also for state turnover. Are you really with me? That is exempt supply of service provided by extending deposit, loan or advance insofar as the consideration is represented by way of interest or discount. The next major important question pop up to us is, sir, if I am a manufacturer, if I am a restaurant service, if I am a trader, I have to deal only with goods or whether I can provide service also. What section 10 is saying that the composition dealer, in addition to the goods what he is supplying, he can provide what also? Service also. Sir, up to a limit. What is the limit, sir? 10% of the state turnover in the immediately preceding previous year. Tell me. 10% of the state turnover in the immediately preceding previous year. Or rupees 5 lakh, whichever is higher. Or rupees 5 lakh, whichever is. Tell me. 10% of the state turnover in the immediately preceding previous year. Or rupees 5 lakh, whichever is. So up to this limit, a composition dealer can provide services. Are you really with me? If he is providing services beyond this, he can't travel through what levy? Composition levy. So till now we have talked about applicability. Applicability is talking about who can travel through the composition levy. Sir, in case of a registered person whose aggregate turnover in the immediately preceding previous year does not exceed 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs as the case may be, he is entitled to travel through the composition levy. Sir, in order to enjoy 75 lakh, sir, you should be situated in 8 special category states. What are the 8 special category states? Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Sikkim, Nagaland, Tripura, Vadodara, Uttarakhand. Are you really with me? My dear lovable students, aggregate turnover, sir, it's all depends upon what turnover? Sir, aggregate turnover includes all taxable supply, all exempt supply, export of goods or service or both, and interstate supply, and excludes value of inward supply on which tax is liable to be paid on CGST, SGST, UTGST, IGST, and says to be computed on all India basis, having the same PAN. Right, sir? When you are calculating aggregate turnover, threshold limit turnover should be included and interest turnover should be excluded. Are you really with me? At what rate I am liable to pay the tax? If you are a manufacturer, 1% of the restaurant services, 5% of the other suppliers like trader, 1% of the taxable supply of goods or services or both. Right, sir? Once you travel through the composition levy, you are liable to pay the tax by using the state turnover. State turnover is equal to aggregate turnover except to be computed on all India basis, having the. But when you are calculating the state turnover, 2 things should not be included, my dear lovable students. Number 1, threshold limit turnover and also the interest turnover. Repeat once again. Threshold limit turnover and also the interest turnover. Comfortable? Sir, the biggest question what will be arising is whether the service can be supplied by the composition dealer. Yes, up to a limit. 10% of the state turnover in the immediately preceding previous year or rupees 5 lakh, whichever is. The next set of discussion is even though your aggregate turnover in the immediately preceding previous year does not exceed 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs as the, you are not entitled to travel through the composition levy. That's what non-applicability, which is explained in 10 subsection 2. Right, sir? These people, these persons cannot travel through the composition levy. Number 1, supply of services. Sir, I am only supplying services, sir. For example, I am a chartered accountant, sir. Are you really with me? Sir, if I am supply of services, sir, subject to second proviso to 10 subsection 1, then for you provisions of 10.1 will not be applicable. For you there is a provision called as 10.2a. 10. So if you are an exclusive supplier of services, my dear lovable students, don't travel this route. Number 2, supplier of goods which are not taxable under the CGST, SGST or UTGST Act. That means if you are supplying alcoholic liquor for human consumption, for you, sir, composition route will not be applicable. Even normal route also will not be applicable. Yes, sir. If you are making interstate supplier of goods or services, that means a composition dealer should do only intrastate supply, should never do. Sir, then why in the aggregate turnover definition we are having interstate supply? Export is an interstate supply. We already discussed it. And here also you are having interstate supply. Always this should be 0, my dear lovable students. Even there 1 rupee has been booked, you are not entitled to travel through the composition levy. Sir, why it is there in the definition then? Sir, this aggregate turnover definition is not only for the composition levy, sir. It is for the entire whole act, sir. Even for whether I have to take the registration or not is also based upon the same aggregate turnover definition only, sir. Can I proceed, sir? So, my dear lovable students, sir, interstate supplier of goods or services. That means, Sir, you should not have any outward supply, but you can have inward interstate supply. In that there is no problem. That means if you are a composition dealer, you should not do outward supply, but you can have inward supply. And number 2 man, sir, number 4 man, person who is engaged in making any supply of services through a what commerce operator. So if you are supplying services through e-commerce operator, you are not entitled to travel through the composition levy. And if you are manufacturer of the notified goods like ice cream, pan masala, aerated water, all goods of tobacco and tobacco substitute, fly ash bricks or fossil meals or similar siliceous earth, building bricks, earthen or roofing tiles. Sir, for this and all, you are not entitled to travel through the. If you are a casual taxable person or non-resident taxable person, you are not entitled to travel through the composition levy. And very important thing, this will be tested in examination. If you are having 5 offices, my dear lovable students, in that, sir, 3 offices you want to travel through the composition route, and remaining 2 offices you want to travel through the normal route, not possible, because it's a PAN-based scheme and not a business-based scheme. Are you really with me? All registered person having the same PAN have to opt for what scheme? If one registered person opt for normal scheme, others become ineligible for automatically the. So these are the ineligibility. These people are not entitled to travel through the composition. Number 1, are you an exclusive supplier of service? 10(1) will not be applicable. Are you supplying goods which are not leviable to GST? Then, sir, 10(1) will not be applicable. Are you making outward interstate supply? 10(1) will not be applicable. Sir, are you making supply of services through e-commerce operator? Yes, sir. Then composition levy will not be applicable. Are you, sir, manufacturing notified goods? Composition levy will not be applicable. Are you a CTP or NRTP? Composition levy will not be applicable. Are you really with me? I am coming to 10(3) man, option lapses. What lapses? That means quickly they are saying like this man, in the immediately preceding previous year, my aggregate turnover does not exceed either 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs as the case may be. Then my dear lovable students, sir, in the current year, can I travel through composition levy? Yes, sir. So I am traveling through the composition levy in the current year. But in the current year, my aggregate turnover exceeds 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs as that. Then I can't continue to travel through the composition levy from the day on which my aggregate turnover exceeds 1.5 crores or. So the benefit of composition scheme can be availed up to the aggregate turnover of 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs. Am I right? So the option availed of a registered person under 10(1) shall lapse with effect from the day on which aggregate turnover during a financial year exceeds the limit of 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs. That means during the current year, if the aggregate turnover exceeds 1.5 crores or 75 lakh, that day I have to get out of the composition levy. So till that day, for example, from 1st of April till mid of an year, my aggregate turnover was up to how much man? 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs. So till this I can enjoy the composition levy. And that day is very important. Your aggregate turnover exceeds 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs as the, you have to get out of the composition levy. Sir, if you are traveling through the composition levy, no output tax and no input tax. No output tax and you are not supposed to collect output tax from the customer. And at the time of purchase, sometimes you would have paid what? GST. That cannot be taken it as. That's what they are saying. Composition tax not to be collected from the recipient as per what section? 10(4). Sir, are you a taxable person to whom the provisions of composition scheme apply? Then you should not collect any tax from the recipient. Are you really with me? It means that composition supplier can't issue a what invoice? Because only a person who are entitled to collect the GST can issue a tax invoice. Am I right? So composition dealer has to issue bill of supply. What of supply? Sir, at the time of purchases of the material, you would have paid GST. Am I right? That cannot be taken as A taxable person to whom the provision of composition scheme apply shall not be entitled to any credit of income, input tax. My dear lovable students, even though your aggregate turnover exceeds 1.5 crore in the immediately preceding previous year, or even though your aggregate turnover has been exceeds 1.5 crores in the current year, still certain people will travel through the what levy? Composition levy. For them, penal consequences will be applicable as per 10 subsection 5. The penal consequences is very simple. Sir, what is the normal tax rate? 18%. But you paid only how much percent? 1%. What is the balance? This amount will be recovered from the composition dealer because you are not supposed to travel through the composition levy because your aggregate turnover exceed 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs as the, or you have fall under 10 subsection 2, then you become an ineligible person. Even after that, if you are traveling through the composition levy, if the proper officer has reason to believe that a taxable person has paid tax under composition scheme. Yes, I have paid tax under composition scheme. Despite not being eligible, my dear lovable students, I am not eligible to travel through the composition scheme. Then such person shall, in addition to any tax that may be payable by him under any other provision of the act, surely the difference of 17% he should pay. He shall be liable to a penalty. Sir, is liable to pay penalty, and provisions of 73 or 74 shall be applicable for the determination of tax and penalty. 73 and 74 are not in our inter syllabus. It is there in CA final syllabus. Comfortable? That's it with regard to the quick revision of section 10. Section 10 classified like this, my dear lovable students: 10.1, 10.2, 10.2a, 10.3, 10.4 and 10.5. What is 10.1? Applicability. What is 10.2? Non-applicability. What is 10.2a? Service suppliers. What is 10.3? Option lapses. What is 10.4? No output tax, no input tax. What is 10.5? Penal consequences. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. What this section is saying that in case of a registered person whose aggregate turnover in the immediately preceding previous year does not exceed 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs as the case may be, he is entitled to travel through an option called as composition levy. Right, sir? The hero is the aggregate turnover. Right, sir? Once after checking the aggregate turnover, you have to come inside the composition levy and you are liable to pay tax based upon the state turnover. What turnover? And you may be a manufacturer, you may be a restaurant person, or you may be a trader. If you are a manufacturer, my dear lovable students, 1% of the state turnover. If you are a restaurant person, 5% of the state turnover. And if you are a trader, 1% of the taxable supply of goods or services or both. Are you really with me? Sir, you are having 10.2 non-applicability, 10.3 option lapses, 10.4 no output tax, no input tax, 10.5 penal consequences. Immediately one question arises from the exclusive service supplier. For example, I am a chartered accountant, I am a barber, I am, sir, providing only services. That means I am not a manufacturer of goods. Am I right? I am not a restaurant service. Sir, even restaurant service is also a service. Restaurant service is also a, but I am not providing restaurant service. I am providing other than restaurant service. Hello, sir? And I am not a trader of goods. Sir, I am just a chartered accountant. I am simple a barber. For me, there is no composition levy. Yes, for you also composition levy is there. That's what section 10 subsection 2a. So 10.2a has provided an option to the what person? Registered person. If you are a registered person, instead of 10 subsection 1, you can travel through 10.2a, whose aggregate turnover in the preceding financial year is up to how much lakh? So there it was 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs as the, here the applicable turnover is how much lakh? 50 lakh. And who is not eligible to pay tax under 10.1. First of all, you should not be a trader. You should not be a manufacturer. You should not be a restaurant service. If that is the case for you, compulsory, mandatory, only 10.1 will be applicable. If you are not a trader, if you are not a manufacturer, if you are not a restaurant person, then my dear lovable students, you can travel through 10.2a, provided if the aggregate turnover in the immediately preceding previous year does not exceed 50 lakh. And instead of 1%, instead of 5%, instead of 1%, you are liable to pay tax at the rate of 6%. That is CGST 3% and SGST or UTGST 3%. Comfortable? So for whom this scheme will be applicable? Simple. If the aggregate turnover in the immediately preceding previous year does not exceed 50 lakhs, is entitled to travel through the 10-2A route, right? And here there is no confusion of 8 special category states and other than 8 special category states. For every one, it is how much lakhs only? 50 lakhs only. Sir, proviso to 10-2A, the same proviso is applicable, my dear lovable students. If you are having 5 branches, 5 units, if you are traveling through the composition route, the entire PAN should travel through the composition route. That means for one PAN, either 9 route or 10 route as the certain part of the business I want to travel through 9 route and certain part of the business I want to travel through 10 route, not possible. So where more than one registered person are having the what PAN? Same PAN. So one single PAN, for example, ANM classes is having one single PAN. We are having one branch in Chennai. If we are having one branch in Coimbatore, if we are having one branch in Palakkad, if I am traveling through composition, for all that I have to travel through the composition. The registered person shall not be eligible to opt for this scheme unless all such registered person opt to pay tax under this scheme. What is the rate of tax as per 10-2A? Just now we discussed 3% CGST and 3% of the state turnover of the, or rather 6% of the state turnover. What is state turnover? We already discussed. Aggregate turnover is equal to state turnover except to be computed on all India basis having the. But if this exclusive service provider is receiving any goods or services from a person for which the RCM provisions will be applicable, for that RCM rate will be applicable and not composition rate will be applicable. Comfortable? For these people and all, 10-2A scheme will not be applicable. This is explained in 10-2. So 10-2 is common for both 10-1 and 10-2A. He is not engaged in making any supply of goods or services which are not leviable to tax under this act. If you are supplying alcoholic liquor for human consumption or any services which are not leviable under this act, then don't travel through 10-2A. Am I right, sir? Sir, you should not do interstate what supply? Outward supply. Neither goods nor services. Sir, you should not making supply of services through what commerce operator? If you are supplying services through e-commerce operator, then you are not supposed to travel through the composition levy, right, sir? You should not be manufacturer of such goods or supplier of such services as may be notified by the government is saying that these services you should not supply. Then you are not entitled to travel through the composition levy under 10-2A and is not a casual taxable person or non-resident taxable person. These goods and all notified by government: ice cream, pan masala, aerated water, all goods of tobacco and manufactured tobacco substitute. Right, sir? This is what the one-line summary of the composition levy. If you see, my dear lovable students, in GST part, section 7 talking about supply. Section 8, tax rate for composite and mixed supply. Section 9, levy and collection of CGST. Section 10, composition levy. This is one route and this is another route, right, sir? And section 11, exemptions. Sir, exemption is what? From A to Z. Comfortable? So with this, we can say that we are through with the quick revision of the basics part, and in the coming part, we'll be talking about 3 things. Number 1, time of supply. Number 2, value of supply. And number 3 is a very important area, man, which is types of supply, is the second part of our discussion. Can we? I am with you, sir, from your heart. Anybody is there? Where is a grand clap? You know what you are supposed to do? Now take a 40-45 minutes of break, revise the entire basics, and come back. We will start with the types of supply. Sir, very happy morning to all. So we are moving into the second slot of our discussion. In this, we are supposed to complete tax invoice, debit note and credit note, time of supply, value of supply, place of supply. This is the second group of chapters to be completed. Can I start the proceedings? Section 31 is talking about when you are supposed to raise the invoice. There are 2 ways of approaching the entire IDT. You can understand, then automatically you can recall, or rather you can go through for pages. You will not understand anything. So we are taking the first approach. We are going to appreciate or understand logically when you are supposed to raise the invoice. First of all, my dear lovable students, you may be a supplier of goods. Am I right? For supplier of goods, the time limit to raise the invoice is one thing. Or you may be a supplier of what? Services. If you are supplier of services, the time limit to raise the invoice is one thing. And if you are a supplier of goods and supplier of services, in addition to the tax invoice, you are supposed to raise other document such as receipt voucher, payment voucher, refund voucher. That's what covered in 31 subsection 3. So mainly three sections, 31.1, 31.2, 31.3. Sir, you may be a continuous supplier of goods. The another set of supplier called as continuous supplier of goods or continuous supplier of services. Sir, if that supplier, when they are supposed to raise the invoice, are covered in 31.4 and 31.5. So you may be a normal supplier of goods, normal supplier of services, and for you other provisions will be applicable. Or you may be a continuous supplier of goods or continuous supplier of services. And issuance of invoice at the time of cessation of supply. Supply is stopping when I am supposed to raise the invoice. And sale or return basis when I am supposed to raise the invoice. So, section 31 is dealing with, my dear lovable students, when you are supposed to raise the invoice for various circumstances. That's what I have classified into three categories. Number 1, basics. Number 2 is continuous supply. And number 3 is others. In that, I am going to talk about section 31, tax invoice. What invoice? Sir, who has to raise the tax invoice? Only a registered person has to raise the tax invoice. Because anyway, unregistered person should not collect any tax. Only registered person is authorized to collect tax, right? And he should supply taxable goods or services or both. And he should supply either taxable goods or services or both. First of all, I should be a registered person and I should supply taxable goods or you have to receive taxable goods or services from the what supplier? Unregistered supplier. One of the example we discuss is 9.4. I may be a builder. I may receive goods or service or both from a unregistered person. Then I am the person who are liable to pay tax to the government as per 9.4 or 5.4 as the. In that circumstance, I myself has to raise the invoice and I have to pay the tax. Are you really with me? So a registered person, first of all, you should be a supplying taxable goods shall issue a tax invoice. Sir, showing the description. What are the goods, my dear lovable students? What are the quantity and the value of the goods and tax charged thereon? Such other particulars as may be prescribed. Sir, how to raise the tax invoice, sir? If you are a supplier, you may be either supplier of goods or supplier of. If you are supplier of goods, please raise the tax invoice in triplicate. That means 3 copy has to be raised. 1 copy to the recipient because he is the person who are going to get the goods. Sir, duplicate copy to the transporter because he has to transport goods from one place to another, and triplicate copy to you, supplier. So you keep 1 copy, to recipient you give 1 copy, and for the GTA you give another copy. Are you really with me? But in case of supplier of services, GTA concept will not be there. So original copy to the recipient and duplicate copy to the. And whatever invoices you are raising in the returns chapter, you have to upload in form GSTR 1 as your outward supply. Are you really with me? Now we are going to talk about invoice provision in respect of goods. Sir, if you are supplier of goods, when you are supposed to raise the invoice, you have to check that, sir, there are 3 sections are talking about supplier of goods, which is 31 subsection 1, 31 subsection 4 and 31 subsection 7, shortly called as 147. Shortly called as 31 subsection 1 is again classified into 2 categories. 31 subsection 1 clause A, 31 subsection 1 clause B. 31 subsection 1 clause A, supply involves movement of goods. Is your supply is moving goods from one place to another? Then provisions of 31 subsection 1 clause A will be applicable. Sir, is your supply does not involve movement of goods, other cases, then 31 subsection 1 clause B will be applicable. If you are a supplier of goods and if it is a continuous supply of goods, my dear lovable students, 31 subsection 4 will be applicable. Right, sir? If the supply is sale or return basis, 31 subsection 7 will be applicable. 31 subsection. So we are going to talk about one by one. Circumstance number 1, man. Sir, you are a registered person. Okay. You are supplying taxable goods which shall issue invoice before or at the time of removal of goods. Before, at the time of, for example, if you are having a factory, sir, from your factory, the goods are going to move out. That means, sir, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the date of what of goods? Removal of goods. For supply to the recipient, where the supply involves what of goods? Movement of goods. That means if the supply is going to involve movement of goods, that is, goods are going to move from one place to, then you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the date of removal of goods. On or before the date of. Sir, number 2, sir, my supply does not involve what of goods? Movement of goods. Then delivery of goods. What of goods? Or goods make available thereof to the recipient in any other case. Any other case means supply does not involve. So we are having only 2 circumstances as per 31 subsection 1. We are having 31 subsection 1 clause A. That is what supply involves. 31 subsection 1 clause B is what supply does not involve. If supply involves movement of goods, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the date of. If supply does not involve movement of goods, my dear lovable students, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the date of delivery of goods or good made available to the recipient. Are you really with me? If supply involves movement of goods, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the date of. If supply does not involve movement of goods, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the date of delivery of goods or goods made available to the. Sir, I am a supplier of goods, sir, but my supply of goods is continuous supply of goods. What supply of goods? For example, I am a cement bag seller. Sir, I am having a contract with a contractor. He said that please supply 100 bag. So on a daily basis, 5, 5, 10, 10 bag I will supply for next 1 month. That means my supply is a what supply of goods? That means without a contract, I will not make continuous supply of goods. Am I right? So in case of continuous supply of goods, where either successive statement of accounts will be there. Tell me. Successive statement of accounts in the sense means by next month 5th I will raise the statement, or successive payments are involved. That means the recipient would have said that every 10th I will make you payment. Are you really with me? So either this successive statement of accounts are issued or successive payments are involved. The invoice shall be issued either before or at the time each such statement is issued, or as the case may be, each such payment is received. So in case of continuous supply of goods, 2 things will be there. Either successive statement of accounts will be there or successive payments are involved. Are you really with me? So you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the successive statement of accounts or successive payments are involved. Comfortable? Sir, what is continuous supply of goods, sir? Sir, continuous supply of goods means a supply of goods which is provided. I am saying that I will give you goods or agreed to be provided, or we both have been agreed either continuously or on a what basis? A recurrent basis. That means I will keep on sending goods to you. Why? Under a contract, because you and me have entered into a, whether or not by means of wire or cable or pipeline or conduct, and for which supplier invoices the recipient on a what basis? I will keep on supply to you, but whenever I am supplying, I will not raise the invoice. I will raise the invoice either on monthly basis or weekly basis or quarterly basis. Then such a supply is called as continuous supply of goods. Are you really with me? So what section 31 is saying that, first of all, supply includes all forms of supply of goods or service or both. So first of all, you have to supply goods. So if you are a supplier of goods, question arises when you are supposed to raise the invoice. Section 31 is answering that. Sir, section 31 subsection 1, 31 subsection 4, 31 subsection 7. You may be 3 types of supplier of goods. 31 subsection 1 is again classified into 2 categories. Supply involves movement of goods. Supply does not involve. If your supply involves movement of goods, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the date of removal of goods. If supply does not involve movement of goods, on or before the date of delivery of goods or goods made available to the recipient, you are supposed to raise the invoice. Provision clear? Sir, if you are continuous supply of goods, why are you continuously supplying? Because already there is a contract. What is there in the contract? Either successive payments will be there or successive statement will be there. Alright, sir. So on or before the successive payment or on or before the successive statements, my dear lovable students, you are supposed to raise the invoice. Sir, I am sending goods on a sale or return basis. Sale or return basis means I am saying to you that if you like, you accept the goods. Otherwise, you reject the goods. That's what sale or return basis. When the goods being sent, I am the supplier of goods pa, I am sending goods pa, or taking on approval for sale or return are removed before the supply take place. That means supply has not been accepted. The recipient have not said that, okay, fine, I am ready to accept the goods. No, I just send the goods to you. At that time itself, I can't raise the invoice. Why? Because it has not concluded to supply. So before or at the time of supply, when the recipient is saying that, okay, I accepted the goods, then I have to raise the invoice. Or within 6 from the date of removal. 6 months, I am supposed to raise the invoice, whichever is earlier. Whichever is. Up if you are a supplier of goods, your goods may be covered under 31 subsection 1 criteria, or 31 subsection 4 criteria, or 31 subsection 7 criteria. Comfortable? 31 subsection 1 clause A, supply involves movement of goods. 31 subsection 1 clause B, supply does not involve movement of goods. 31 subsection 4, continuous supply of goods. And 31 subsection 7, logically think, if supply involves movement of goods, goods are going to move from one place to another. On or before the date of removal of goods, please raise the invoice. Sir, if supply does not involve movement of goods, goods are not going to move from one place to another. On or before the date of delivery of goods, please raise the invoice. Hello, sir. As per 31 subsection 4, continuous supply of goods, my dear lovable students, you will keep on supplying goods based on what? Either successive statement of accounts or successive payment. Before raising that successive statement or receiving the successive payment, you raise the invoice. Are you really with me? Sale or return basis means the recipient is not accepting the goods when you send the goods. But when he say that, yes, sir, then on or before the date of or from the date of removal, whichever is earlier, you are supposed to raise the. Sir, I am coming to the counterparty, sir. I am not a supplier of goods, sir. I am a supplier of what? Services. When I have to raise the invoice is the question. If you are a supplier of services, the time limit for issue of services is covered in 31 subsection 2. 31. If the service is a continuous supply of service, then 31 subsection 5. 31. And sometimes during the course of supply, service may stop. That is called as cessation of supply of service as per 31 subsection 6. 31. That means 256 is the code word for the supplier of services. If you are supplier of goods, 147. 31 subsection 1, 31 subsection 4, 31 subsection 7. If you are supplier of services, 256. 31 subsection 2, 31 subsection 5, 35 subsection. Okay, man. Sir, generally 31 subsection 2 is saying that normal cases, very simple, man. First you complete the service. Once you complete the service within 30 days of the provision of service, you are supposed to raise the invoice. First you complete the service. Once you complete the service within, that means the invoice in case of taxable supply of service shall be issued within a period of how many days? 30 days from the date of supply of services. From the date of, that means after you complete the service within 30 days, you are supposed to raise the invoice. Are you really with me? But if it is NBFI, if it is what? NB, who's that NBFI? Non-banking financial company, banking company, financial institution or insurance company, the period within which the invoice or any other document thereof is to be issued shall be how many days? From the date of supply of service. That means general person 30 days, NBFI 45 days. First you complete the service. Once you complete the service within 30 days, you are supposed to raise the invoice. If you are a NBFI, who is NBFI? Non-banking financial company, banking company, financial institution or insurance company instead of how many days? 30 days. The time limit applicable will be. And third category, NB fit. NB, who's that NB fit? Non-banking financial company, banking company, financial institution, insurance company or telecom operator or what? They are providing service from head office to branch. They are providing service from, or they are providing service between branches. They are providing service or any class of supplier of service as may be notified by the government. Sir, making taxable supply of service between what person? So, in between them, they are providing the service. Then they are supposed to raise the invoice either before or at the time. Such supplier records the same in the what of accounts. Before the supplier recording that in the books of accounts, they have to raise the invoice. Hello, sir. Is supplier missed to record in the books of accounts at all because it's a supply between distinct person before the expiry of the quarter during which the what was made. So, for example, I am the supplier. I have provided supply to a branch or to my head office. Then I have to record in my books of accounts. Before I record in the books of accounts, I have to raise the tax invoice. Are you really with me? Some people will ask a question that if I record only, I am liable to raise the tax invoice. I will not what at all? Record at all. Then before the end of that particular quarter in which supply has been made, that is a last time to raise the what invoice? Tax invoice. Are you really with me? That's it with regard to the normal case. Up 31 subsection 2 is saying that for a normal person from the date of provision of service within 30 days, you are supposed to raise the tax invoice. Sir, with regard to NBFI, within 45 days, you are supposed to raise the tax invoice. For NB fit deemed supply, that is a distinct person supply, either on or before the date of recording in the books of accounts of the supplier or end of the quarter in which the supply was made, you are supposed to raise the tax invoice. Come on, man. Sir, I am supplier of services. My supply is a continuous supply of service. My supply is a. Then three cases are there. Case 1, case 2 and case 3. Case 1, case 2 and you have to check the contract because whether it is continuous supply of goods or continuous supply of services, there will be contract. You have to see the contract that where due date for payment is ascertainable from the contract or where the due date for payment is not ascertainable from the contract or payment is linked to completion of an event. So tell me, due date for payment is ascertainable from the contract. Due date for payment is not ascertainable from the contract. Payment is linked to completion of an. If due date for payment is ascertainable from the contract. In contract itself, we said that on or before 5th, you are supposed to raise the invoice. Then the invoice shall be issued on or before the due date of payment. Nyayam. Sir, if the due date for payment is not ascertainable, invoice shall be issued either before or at the time supplier of service dash the payment. Sir, before I get the payment, I am supposed to raise the invoice. And if the invoice shall be issued on or before the date of what of an event? Completion of an event. Sir, you are a supplier of services. What supplier of services? Continuous. Sir, what is continuous supply of services? Any service supplier is supplying more than how much months? 3 months a supply. Such a supply is called as continuous supply of service. For example, a construction contractor is there. He is constructing a building. Can he construct within 3 months a building? No, sir. So, it is a continuous supply of. You would have said that for every month 5th, I will pay you 5 lakh rupees for the purpose of construction. So, the contractor is supposed to raise the invoice on or before every month 5th. That's what where the due date for payment is dash from the contract. Sir, if the due date for payment is not ascertainable, the contractor before getting the money, he has to raise the invoice. Or sometimes the payment is linked to completion of an event. You would have said to contractor that complete first floor, I will give this much. Complete second floor, I will get this much. Complete third floor, I will give you this much. So on or before the completion of that event, contractor has to supposed to raise the. Are you really with me? The next scenario, man, you are a service provider, but Didin service has been stopped. So, if I complete the service only either within 30 days or 45 days, I am supposed to raise the invoice. Am I right? If Didin service has been stopped means, sir, why there is an extra time limit of 30 days? Why there is an extra cushion of 45 days? That's what they are saying. In case where the supply of service ceases means stop. Where a contract before the what of supply, completion of the invoice shall be issued at the time when supply ceases, and such invoice has to be issued to the extent of the supply made before such cessation. For example, out of 10,000 rupees supply to be made, you have provided 6,000 rupees supply and supply has been stopped. Then don't take 30 days and all. Raise the invoice for this. How much? 6,000 to the extent whatever service you have provided. Comfortable? So this is a very easy part, man. Time limit for continuous supply. It may be continuous supply of goods or continuous supply of. If it is continuous supply of goods, you are supposed to raise the invoice either before at the time each what statement of account is issued or each successive payment is received. As the with regard to services classified into three categories, due date of payment is ascertainable from the contract means on or before the due date of payment. Comfortable? Not so ascertainable means on or before at the time of receipt of payment. If the payment is linked to the on or before the date of completion of that event. Can I proceed? Till now we are talking about what is the issue we are talking. Supply includes all forms of supply of goods or services or both. So you may be a supplier of goods or you may be a supplier of. If I am a supplier of goods, when I am supposed to raise the tax invoice? Question arises. When you are supposed to raise the tax invoice is covered in 147. Correct? If you are supplier of services, you are supposed to raise the invoice, sir, as per section 256. Comfortable? So if you are supplier of goods, you have to check whether the supply involves what of goods. Then on or before the date of removal of goods, you are supposed to raise the invoice. Nyayam. Sir, if there is no movement of goods on or before the date of delivery of goods, you are supposed to raise the invoice. Sir, my dear lovable students, in case of sale or either before or at the time of supply, when it will become supply, when he says that or with an array mass sum from the date of removal, whichever is. With regard to services, my dear lovable students, generally how many days from the supply of services? In case of NBFI, 45 days. Are you really with me? That's it. We have done with, you know how many section? 31 subsection 1 done, 31 subsection 4 done, 31 subsection 7 done. This is with regard to goods. Am I right? And with regard to services, 31 subsection 2 done, 31 subsection 5 done, 31 subsection 6 done. I am coming to the other invoice provisions. So you may be a supplier of goods or you may be a supplier of. In addition to the tax invoice, you are supposed to raise the additional documents, other documents. That's what 31 subsection 3. For example, revised invoice on issuance of registration certificate. Revised invoice on issuance of. Understand the concept, my dear lovable students. Be with me for 2 minutes. I will make you understand. From 1st of April onwards, you started supply. Am I right? Sir, till for example, on a particular date, your aggregate turnover would have reached 10 lakh or 20 lakh or 40 lakh as the. So assume on this day, if your aggregate turnover exceed 10 lakh, 20 lakh, 40 lakh, on this day you are liable for registration. Am I right? What section 22, that is person liable for registration. Sir, section 25 is the procedure for registration. Section 25 is the. What that section 25 is saying that if you are liable for registration on this date, take a breathing space of 30 days. Take a breathing space of. You have to go and apply for registration within 30 days. That means, sir, you are liable for registration from this date, but that day itself, practically, I can't go and take registration. So there should be a what space? Breathing space. That breathing space of how many days? 30 days, my dear lovable students. Right? But during this period also, lot of supply you will be making. Right? But since you don't have the GSTRN, that is GST registration number, you are not supposed to raise the what invoice? So assume you receive your RC on this date. Comfortable? Within 1 month of this date, within 1 month of receipt of the what? RC. From the date of liable for registration till the date of receipt of RC. That is this intervening period. Are you able to appreciate? Whatever tax invoices you have issued, put it on and you have to issue revised tax invoice. What tax invoice? Understand word by word, man. A registered person may within how much month? From the date of issuance of certificate of registration. So you will get first RC. Once you get the RC, there is a time limit. Within how much month? 1 month. And in such manner as may be prescribed, issue a revised invoice. You have to issue a revised what invoice? Tax invoice. Against the invoice already issued. You have already issued during what period? During the period beginning with the effective date of registration till the date of issuance of certificate of registration to him. Are you able to appreciate? That means during this intervening period, that is from the date of liable for registration till the date of issuance of RC, you would have already issued tax invoice. But in that tax invoice, your GSTR1 will not be, GSTRN will not be there, right? So the recipient can't take ITC. So once you get the RC, within how much month? Whatever invoices you have issued between the date of liable for registration till the date of issuance of RC, you are supposed to revise the invoice. Such a revision of invoice is called as revised tax invoice. Why this provision is there in the Act? This provision is necessary. This provision is important because as a person who become what for registration has to apply for registration within how many days of becoming liable for registration. So there is a breathing space, right? When such an application is made within the time period and registration is granted, effective date of registration is the date on which the person become liable for. That means if today is the date of liable for registration and you have to apply for registration within 30 days. If you apply for registration within and if you get the registration within, you are a good boy. And the effective date of registration is not the date of issue of RC. The effective date of registration is the date of liable for registration. Comfortable? Sir, why all these confusions are there in the Act? Because, sir, there would be a long time gap between the date of grant of certificate of registration and the effective date of registration. Am I right? For supplies made by such person during this intervening period, during that gap, law enabled the issuance of revised invoice so that the ITC can be availed by recipient on such supplies. Are you really with me? Because, sir, during that intervening period, my dear lovable students, I would have issued invoice, not the, with that invoice, recipient can't take ITC, correct? Because in order to be a tax invoice, my GSTN should be there. Sir, now only I have applied for registration, sir. Then how in that invoice the GST number will be there, sir? Are you really with me? Yes, sir. So this is what the first one called as revised what invoice. There is a new concept called as consolidated revised tax invoice. Tell me. The same concept, man. That registered person may issue a consolidated revised what invoice in respect of all taxable supply made to a recipient who is not registered under this Act during such period. During this intervening period, have you understood what is that period? From the date of liable for registration till the date of grant of RC, sir, you would have, sir, supplied to a registered person, or if you are supplied to a, you are mandatory supposed to raise the revised tax invoice because the recipient want to take ITC. But if you are supplied to a unregistered person, don't issue tax invoice. Don't issue revised tax invoice. Issue consolidated revised tax invoice. Issue what? Are you really with me? And the next one, man. Consolidated revised tax invoice in case of dash state supply. In this gap, sometimes I would have made intrastate supply and what state supply? Sir, in case of interstate supply. Sir, where the supply does not exceed how much rupees? A consolidated revised invoice may be issued separately in respect of all recipient located in a state. That means during this intervening period, I would have made supply to registered person or to this unregistered person to state 1, state 2, state 3 will be there. Correct? If this unregistered person, I make interstate supply. For every state wise, for every what? I can issue consolidated revised what invoice? Provided, sir, supply of value does not exceed. For example, in that intervening period to state 1, I have made invoice 1 plus invoice 2 plus invoice 3 If I add all the invoices, the value of supply does not exceed 2,50,000. So no need to again issue 3 invoices after I get the RC. Are you all really with me? After I get the RC for one state, I can issue one consolidated what invoice? Tax invoice. Are you all really with me? So summary, man, look at here, man. Sir, now we are talking about revised what invoice? To be issued in respect of taxable supply affected during this period. During this period now, from the effective date of registration to date of issuance of certificate, then that person may made supply either to a registered person or to that registered person he has to take ITC. In order to take the ITC, please don't issue consolidated revised what invoice? Tax invoice. Please issue revised tax invoice. Are you really with me? Individual revised tax invoice. Comfortable? That's what individual revised tax invoice. But during that intervening period, if you supply to a what person? Unregistered person. Check, my dear lovable students, you can issue state-wise consolidated revised tax invoice up to 2.5 lakhs. Correct? But other than state-wise means you have to individually, my dear lovable students, issue the consolidated revised what invoice? The same thing, repetition, man. Sir, the same thing, not required. That's it. So the first one is revised tax invoice. What tax invoice? Or consolidated revised tax invoice. Listen here, man. Sir, if today my aggregate turnover exceed 10 lakh, 20 lakh or 40 lakh as the case may be, I am liable for registration from today. But section 25 is saying that you are having a breathing space of how many days? If you take the registration within 30 days itself, you are, sir, your effective date of registration is the date of liable for registration, right? But still for that intervening period, you are liable to collect GST, right, sir? So during that period, you would have made supply to registered person or unregistered person. If you make any supply to a registered person, the registered person, from that registered person, you are supposed to collect GST. For that and all, you want to take it as ITC. For that, the recipient should have a possession of valid tax paying document. But the invoice what you have issued is not a valid tax paying document. Hence, once you receive the RC, within 1 month of receipt of RC, whatever invoices you have issued to a registered person has to be revised. Such an invoice is called as a revised tax invoice. And if you have issued to an unregistered person, anyway that unregistered person does not want to take it as ITC. So instead of issuing consolidated tax invoice, sir, you instead of issuing revised tax invoice, you can issue consolidated revised. Sometimes you would have made interstate outward supply. Then on a state basis, you can issue consolidated revised tax invoice if the value of supply is up to 2.5 lakhs. Are you really with me? That's what the next document, man. Consolidated tax invoice as per 31 subsection 3 clause B. Sir, till now also you talked about consolidated. No. Still now I talked about revised tax invoice. Revise. Now, my dear lovable students, sir, I am liable for registration. I have taken registration within how many days? 30 days. That 30 days over. I got the RC. Within 1 month, I have to issue revised tax invoice. That also over. Now I am traveling normally. I am traveling what? Then a registered person other than the supplier engage in making supply of service by way of admission of exhibition of cinematography film. Other than cinema theatre. Because cinema theatre, the ticket may be 100 rupees, 150 rupees, 200 rupees. Right? So cinema theatre should not be included for the consolidated what invoice? Tax invoice. If you are booking a film ticket for individually, they have to issue the invoice. Abdidan ticket varudhu. Yes, sir. For the entire theatre, one ticket not possible. Right? Sir, person to person, people to people, ticket should be issued. Are you really with me? May not issue a what invoice? Tax invoice. If these 3 conditions are satisfied, my dear lovable students, then don't issue individual tax invoice. Number 1, value of supply is less than how much? 200. Sir, value itself is less than 200, sir. And recipient is a what person? That means recipient no need to take it as ITC. And recipient does not require what invoice? Such invoice. He is saying that I don't want tax invoice. Then, for example, you are a stationery shop. You are selling rubber. Sir, for 5 rupees, will you raise tax invoice? For every rubber sold, if you start raising tax invoice, whatever profit you are getting will be equal to the stationery or more than stationery. Are you already with me? So what 31 subsection 3 clause B is saying that if the value of supply is less than 200 and recipient is an unregistered person and the recipient does not require such invoice, please don't raise the tax invoice. Instead of that, raise the consolidated what invoice? Sir, throughout the day, in one day, you have to take a cigarette atta and note that morning 5 rupa, 10 rupa, 15 ரூபாய் 22 ரூபாய் 32 ரூபாய் add all that and when you before you close the shop you raise one invoice called as consolidated and all provisions are also applicable to what of supply also for a bill of supply also. So this is what the examination summary. Sir, consolidated tax invoice shall be issued for following supply at the close of each day. It is not on weekly basis. It is not on monthly basis. On every close of each day, you are supposed to raise the consolidated what invoice? Tax invoice. If the value of supply is less than and recipient is a dash person and recipient does not require. So 31 subsection 3 clause A is talking about revised tax invoice or consolidated revised tax invoice, right? 31 subsection 3 clause B is talking about consolidated tax invoice, right? I am coming to the bill of supply, my dear lovable students. Sir, if I am a registered person, but I am supplying exempted goods or services or both, that means GTA. Sir, supply of farm labor, basic agriculture operation, process carried out agriculture from, all those things are there. Is this exempted services, man? Or I am supplying cashew, or I am supplying silk, or I am supplying oil. Then is it supply of exempt supply of goods, sir? Yes, sir. Then my goods or services are exempted. I can't raise the tax invoice, correct? Then I have to raise the what of supply. Or paying tax under the provisions of section 10. I am a what dealer? Composition dealer. If you are a composition dealer, no output tax, no input tax as per 10 subsection 4. Am I right? Then you are not supposed to raise the tax invoice. You are supposed to raise only the, then instead of tax invoice, bill of supply containing such particulars, such manner as may be prescribed as to be issued. Comfortable, sir? So look at here the summary, man. Supplier, are you a supplier? You may supply taxable goods or services or both. Then please raise the what invoice? If 3 conditions are satisfied, instead of tax invoice, please raise the consolidated tax invoice. Can you say what are the 3 conditions? Value of supply is less than and recipient is a recipient does not need the. But if you are supplying exempt supply of goods or services or both, or you are traveling through section 10 route instead of section 9 route, then please raise the bill of supply, sir, or consolidated bill of supply instead of tax invoice or consolidated. And my dear lovable students, same condition mutatis mutandis applicable. If the value of supply is less than 200 and sir, the recipient is a unregistered person and also the recipient does not need such tax invoice, then you can, instead of bill of supply, you can give the consolidated what of supply. Are you all really with me? And even bill of supply can also have QR code. QR code because, sir, there is no tax, but there is value of supply. Are you all really with me? So the recipient have to quickly scan it and make the payment. Are you all really with me? So even though instead of raising tax invoice, if you are raising what of supply, still in this bill of supply also you can have QR code. Are you really with me? So look at here, man. Bill of supply shall be issued by what person? And he will not issue what invoice? If he is supplying exempted goods or service or both and paying tax under the composition levy. So what is 31 subsection 3 clause A? Revised tax invoice or consolidated revised tax invoice. 31 subsection 3 clause B. Consolidated revised tax invoice. 31 subsection 3 clause C. Bill of. For example, I may be a supplier of goods or I may be a supplier of services, my dear lovable students. Before I supply the goods or service, sometimes you may give me advance. Am I right? If I get any advance, I have to raise the receipt voucher. What voucher? This much money has been received from this much person. Right, sir? So a registered person shall, on receipt of what payment? With reference to any supply of goods or service or both, issue a what voucher? Appa advance money vanda? Receipt voucher. Or any other document containing such particulars as may be prescribed. My dear lovable students, at the time of receipt of the money, I don't know what is the nature of supply, what is the tax rate applicable. This may be an MCQ question. Then you have to assume that the tax shall be paid at how much percent? Don't assume 5%, 12%, 28%. Assume it. I don't know whether it's, sir, intrastate supply or EPO when I receive the advance. Then assume that it has interstate supply. Comfortable. So when you get an advance, my dear lovable students, please raise the Receipt voucher. Sir, once I get the advance, what I am supposed to do? I have to provide the supply. Supply of what or what or what? If I provide the supply, I have to raise the tax invoice. Are you really with me? Sorry, sir, I was not able to provide the supply. Then, if I am not able to provide the supply, then I have to raise the refund voucher. What voucher? Sir, when receipt on advance payment, yes, you got an advance with respect to any supply of what or what or what. The registered person issues a what voucher? But subsequent, if no supply is made in future, but I am not able to provide the supply, then no tax invoice is issued in pursuance thereof. Said registered person may issue to the person who had made the payment a dash voucher should be issued. First you will give me advance. What voucher I should give you? Receipt voucher. With God's grace, I was able to provide you supply. Tax invoice. Sorry, sir. I was very busy, sir. I am not able to provide you supply. Refund voucher. Under 31, subsection 3, clause E. Comfortable? Upper receipt voucher for what payment? Supply made na issue tax invoice. Supply not made na issue refund voucher. Comfortable? Have you heard about 9353? Notified RCM, girls RCM. Comfortable? Have you heard about 9454? RCM from unregistered person. Builder RCM. Correct? Have you heard about 9555? Eco charge. Correct? Sir, purchase from a what supplier? Or under what charge? Reverse charge. Which is nothing but, sir, you have fall under 93 or 94. Hello? Or you have fall under 53 or 54. Then the recipient is the person who are liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. Not only the tax liability, but also to raise the invoice is also the responsibility of the recipient. Hello, sir. That means a registered person who is liable to pay tax under 93 or shall issue an invoice in respect of goods or service or both received by him from the supplier who is not registered on behalf of the what or what or what. That means, sir, if a GTA provides service to a 7 specified person located in the taxable territory, is the person liable to pay tax on RCM? Not only the payment of tax, but also the raising of invoice is on the 7 specified person located in the taxable territory. If you are a builder, registered person, you got cement from an unregistered person, you builder are the person liable to pay tax at 28% RCM. Remembering, not only the payment of tax, but also the raising of invoice. Responsibility is also on the, thus the recipient liable to pay tax by virtue of 9.3 as to issue invoice only when supply has been received from a what person. We already discussed the promoter or builder as per 9.4. Sir, that we have already attached the notification. Comfortable? Yes, sir. Now, my dear lovable students, there is a last concept called as what voucher? Now, look at here. I am the GTA. You are the 7 specified person located in the taxable territory. Who should pay tax? 7 specified person located in the. It is whose responsibility to raise the tax invoice? 7 specified person located in the. It is whose turnover, whether GTA turnover or the 7 specified person located in the taxable territory. GTA turnover, because aggregate turnover does not include value of inward supply on which tax is liable to be paid on. Then you have to pay me the consideration value of supply, correct? But you will not pay me the tax because it is not FCM. It is what CM? You will pay the tax to the government of India. Am I right? If you make the payment to me, my dear lovable students, you have to raise the what voucher at the time of making payment to the supplier. Are you all really with me? So in this slot of discussion, we have talked about supply includes all forms of supply of goods or services or both. So I may be a supplier of goods or I may be a supplier of, if I am a supplier of goods, when I am supposed to raise the invoice, 31 subsection 1 clause A, 31 subsection 1 clause B, 31 subsection 4 and 31 subsection 7. Comfortable? 31 subsection 1 clause A, supply involves movement of goods. 31 subsection 1 clause B, supply does not involve. 31 subsection 4, continuous supply of goods. And 31 subsection 7, sale or return basis. Comfortable? If you are supplier of services, 31 subsection 2, normal 30 days, NBFI 45 days, NBFIT on or before the date of recording in the books of accounts of the supplier or end of the quarter as the case may be. 31 subsection 5 continuous supply of service. Please see the contract, sir, whether the due date for payment is ascertainable. Due date for payment is not ascertainable if the payment is linked to completion of an event. Am I right? And 31 subsection 6 cessation of supply of goods. Don't wait for 30 days. Don't wait for 45 days because you understood that you can complete the service. Immediately raise the invoice to the extent of the supply whatever you have completed. Am I right, sir? That's what we have discussed here, my dear lovable students. And we are having additional document. 31 subsection 3 clause A is a revised tax invoice within 1 month from the receipt of the RC. 31 subsection 1 clause B is a bill of supply. Sir, bill of supply. Please don't issue the tax invoice. Please raise the bill of supply. Sir, consolidated revised what invoice? Tax invoice. That's what 31 subsection 3 clause B. 31 subsection 3 clause C is the what of supply? If you are a registered person supplying exempted goods or service or both, or traveling through section 10 route instead of 9 route, please raise the as per 31 subsection 3 clause C. If you get any advance, raise the received voucher. Able to give the supply tax invoice. Right, sir? Yes, sir. No, sir. I failed, sir. Give the refund. What voucher? Refund voucher. If you fall under 9.3 or 9.4, then you are the person liable to pay tax. Not only that, you are the person who are liable to raise the invoice also. Tax invoice also. As per 31 subsection 3 clause F. Comfortable? And the last one, my dear lovable students. Sir, you have to pay the tax to the government, but make the payment to the supplier of the 9353. Comfortable? Then you are supposed to raise the what voucher? Payment voucher as per 31 subsection 3 clause G. With this, who is supposed to raise the tax invoice? When they are supposed to raise the tax invoice comes to an. We understood that. Now in the coming slot, we'll be talking about the other provisions of the debit note and credit note. Then we'll be talking about what are the contents of the tax invoice. We understood that you may be a supplier of goods or you may be a supplier of. In that tax invoice 1 page, what and all should be there? Sir, whose, sir, GST number should be there, place of supply should be there, description of the goods should be there, rate of tax should be there, value of supply should be there, payment should be made within that, QR code should be there, E-invoice should be there. Are you all really with me? All that procedural aspects relating to tax invoice will be talking about, my dear lovable students. Are you comfortable? We have entered into the second slot of discussion. The introduction is tax invoice, debit note and credit note. After that, we are having time of supply, value of supply and place of supply. Once we finish it off, that a beautiful second chunk will come to an. Then we'll enter into the registration and ITC, and fourth part, we'll be talking about the procedural aspects of return TDS and TCS. Comfortable? I am with you, sir, from your heart. Anybody is there? Where is a grand clap? Have a revision of the tax invoice. Come back. We will finish off this part. Sir, very happy morning to all. Sir, we are doing the second slot, mainly, my dear lovable students. In the first slot, this is what the topics we have supposed to discuss and we have completed. Number 1, basics. Basics means section 7 supply, tax rate for the composite supply and the mixed supply, and 2 different routes we have to discuss. Along with this, we have discussed the exemption part, that is section 11, then section 9 route and section 10 route. This is what predominantly called as basics in GST. The number 2, basically types of supply, my dear lovable students. There are 3 types of supplies are there. Before that, tax invoice, debit note and credit note. Who is supposed to raise the tax invoice is what yesterday's last class discussion. Then debit note and credit note has to be completed. Then it has to be conjointly read with time of supply, value of supply and place of supply. We are in the second slot of discussion. The third one, who is supposed to take registration, what are the conditions to be satisfied in order to take the ITC. Then procedural aspects. Procedural aspects such as filing returns, then when you file the return, TDS, TCS and finally payment of tax. This is what the structure to be discussed from the GST part, my dear lovable students. So I am continuing with the tax invoice, debit note and credit note, my dear lovable students. We'll be very quickly go through what we have said yesterday. In the last class, we saw the Who is supposed to raise the tax invoice? When you are supposed to raise the tax invoice? Sir, you are supposed to raise the tax invoice depends upon whether you are supplier of goods or supplier of services. If you are supplier of goods, 147 is the code. If you are supplier of services, 256 is the code. Right, sir? Sir, supplier of goods. If you are supplier of goods, sir, 4 scenarios are there. 31 subsection 1 clause A, 31 subsection 1 clause B, sir, 31 subsection 4, 31 subsection 7. 31 subsection 1 clause A, supply involves movement of goods. Sir, if supply involves movement of goods, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the date of removal of goods. If supply does not involve movement of goods, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the date of delivery of goods or goods made available to the recipient. 31 subsection 4, continuous supply of goods, 2 checkpoints will be there, successive statement of accounts or successive payments. So on or before the successive statement of accounts are issued or successive payments are issued, you are supposed to raise the invoice. In case of sale or return basis, 31 subsection 7 is saying that on or before the date of or arremasum from the date of removal, whichever is earlier, is the time limit to raise the invoice. That's it. That's what I need from the supplier of goods. Coming to supplier of services, my dear lovable students, the code word is 256. 31 subsection 2 is saying that general services, 30 days from the date of provision of services. NBFI, 45 days from the date of provision of services. NB fit either, sir, before or at the time the supplier is recording in the books of accounts or before the expiry of the quarter during which the supply was made. This is what the general. But 31 subsection 5, time limit for issue of continuous supply of services. In case of continuous supply of services, you have to check whether the due date for payment is ascertainable, due date for payment is not ascertainable, payment is linked to completion of an event. If due date for payment is ascertainable, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the due date for payment. Where the due date for payment is not ascertainable, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the supplier receives the payment. And where the payment is linked to completion of an event, sir, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the date of completion of that event. Sir, with regard to cessation of supply of services, my dear lovable students, once the supply got stopped, to what extent you provided the supply, till that you have to raise the invoice. Immediately, there is no 30 days or 45 days time. We have then talked about the other accessories or ancillaries if you are supplier of goods or services, which are covered in 31 subsection 3, which we are having clause A, clause B, clause C, clause D, clause E, clause F and clause G. Clause A is talking about revised tax invoice. For that intermittent or intervening period, we are supposed to issue a revised tax invoice. 31 subsection 3 clause B is talking about please don't issue the tax invoice if 3 conditions are satisfied. Please issue the consolidated tax invoice. 31 subsection 3 clause C is talking about bill of supply. If you get advance, please issue advance voucher. If that is tantamount to supply, please issue the refund, sir, invoice voucher. Invoice. If you are not able to provide the supply, then please give the refund voucher. If you purchased from an unregistered person and if you fall under 9353, then my dear lovable students, then the recipient who is a registered person is responsible for raising the invoice as per 31 subsection 3 clause F. And he has to pay the tax to the government and he has to pay the consideration to the supplier. That's what at that time he has to raise the payment voucher. He has to raise the right, man. This is what yesterday we have talked about. And today we are going to complete this part and we are going to proceed further, my dear lovable students. We are going to talk about debit note and credit note. What and what, man? Before that, 31A, facility for payment should be there. That means facility for payment in the sense means if you are raising the invoice, my dear lovable students, in that invoice itself, QR code should be there. In that invoice itself, the bank account details to which NSR place the recipient of the supplier or the goods have to make the payment should be mentioned in the what invoice itself. Tax invoice itself. Otherwise, they may pay in cash or they may pay to some other person. That should not happen. If I supply goods or services or both, the consideration should be received by myself itself. Then only the accounts will be proper. There will not be any cheating. Then only ITC provisions will be pakka. Payment of tax provisions will be pakka. For that, we have introduced one section called as section 31A. Government may, on the recommendation of the council, prescribe a class of registered person who shall provide prescribed modes of electronic payment. That means account pay check, account pay bank draft, electronic clearing system, or such other electronic modes as may be to the recipient of the supply of goods or services or both, made by him, and give them an option to such recipient to make a payment accordingly in such manner, subject to such condition and restrictions as may be prescribed. So government is come up with one new section called as 31A. Section 30 is actually talking about, 31 is actually talking about tax invoice, my dear lovable students. In that, 31A has been introduced, saying that in that tax invoice itself, you have to specify to where the payment has to be made. Whether the payment has to be made to the bank account or to the UPI or to the QR code, whatever it may be, should be mentioned. And section 32 is saying that unregistered person not to collect tax. If you are an unregistered person, please don't collect tax. You don't have the authority to collect tax. Number 2, if you are a registered person, please collect tax as per the act. If the act is saying that collect 12% tax, you are not supposed to collect 18% tax. If the act saying that 18% tax, please don't collect 28% of tax. Sir, if you do ulta, it will lead to unauthorized collection of tax. What collection of tax? So section 32 is talking about two things. Unregistered person should not collect tax. If you are an unregistered person, please don't collect tax. And number 2, if you are a registered person, please collect tax as per the GST Act. Are you really with me? Number 3 is section 33 is amount of tax to be indicated in the tax invoice. For example, if you are raising tax invoice, in that tax invoice, you should specifically show that how much is the CGST, how much is the SGST, what is the rate of tax. It should be evidently, sir, visible in the what invoice? Tax invoice. That it's notwithstanding anything contained in this act or any other law for the time being enforced. That means whoever said anything, where any supply is made for a consideration, every person who is liable to pay tax for such supply shall predominantly indicate in all documents relating to assessment, tax invoice, other like documents, the amount of tax which shall form part of the price at which such supply is made. That means if this is the tax invoice, here you should say that this much is the amount of tax. That should be predominantly specified in the what invoice? Tax invoice. What tax? Whether it is CGST, SGST, or whether it is IGST, what is the rate of tax? That means there should not be a hide and seek game. It should be predominantly visible in the what invoice itself. Are you all really with me? I'm moving into the next concept called as credit note, my dear lovable students. In what and all circumstances you will raise the credit note is what the question. Sir, we are having two note, man. One is credit note and other is debit note. Sir, credit note, registered supplier of goods or services or both may issue credit note to the recipient of the goods or services or both if, my dear lovable students, sir, credit note will be issued. For example, I will tell you, man, I am the supplier and you are the recipient. Understand logically. I am the supplier and you are the recipient. I supplied goods or services or both. Then in my books of accounts, I will pass a journal entry that students account debit to sales account. Students account debit to sales account. For example, 10 lakh rupees is the value. I have passed the journal entry. Are you really with me? After I pass this journal entry, I understood that taxable value of the invoice is more than the taxable value in respect of such supply. Sir, it is not 10 lakh, it is only 8 lakh, but I have debited students how much lakh? 10 lakh. So I have to reduce how much lakh? So in my books of accounts, whether I am going to debit the student again or credit the student. Credit the student, that's why I will be raising credit note. Are you already with me? So first I have passed the entry students account debit to sales account. But in future, if the taxable value in the invoice is less than the taxable value in respect of such supply, I have to credit the students, my dear lovable students. If I have to credit the students, I have to raise a document called as credit note. Number 2, tax charged in the invoice. My dear lovable students, when I supply to you on this 10 lakh, I have charged 28%. That means 10 lakhs into 28% comes to 2,80,000. So totally you are supposed to pay me 12,80,000. Am I right? But in future, I came to know that it is not 28%. It is just 18%. So whether you have to give me more or less, less. That means tax payable in respect of such supply. That means if the tax charged in the invoice is more as compared to the tax payable in respect of such supply. So if I apply 18%, you are liable to pay me only 11,80,000. Am I right? But I have debited you 12,80,000. Whether I have to debit you again or credit you, credit at that time, my dear lovable students, I am supposed to raise a what note? Credit note. So first one is value of supply. Number 2 is tax rate, the reason for the credit note. Third one, where the goods supplied are returned by the recipient. You said that you don't want these goods at all. You are returning. That means for me, it's a sales return. That is the third reason. Sales return. If there is a sales return, will I debit the debtor or credit the debtor? Credit the debtor. At that time, I have to raise a document called as credit note. Next one, man, where goods or services or both are supplied are found to be deficient. If it is deficient, my dear lovable students, you will not pay me the entire value of 10 lakh. You will say that, sir, chala goods kettu poirukku, sir. So I will be reducing 50,000 rupees, sir. Balance 9,50,000 rupees only I will pay to you. Comfortable. So I won't get 10 lakh plus tax. I will be getting only 9,50,000 plus tax. That means I have to reduce that amount. So I have to credit you in my what of accounts, books of accounts. Such a situation is called as, in that circumstances, I have to raise a document called as my credit note is equal to your debit note. My credit note is equal to your, because when you purchase goods from me, you would have passed a journal entry, purchase account debit to ANM, yes or no? Sir, if the value is less, you will be passing an entry ANM account debit to discount received, right? So in your books, you have to debit the ANM. That means in your books, it is going to be a what note? Debit note. So in my books, it is going to be a credit note. So there are 4 circumstances in which credit note has to be raised. Sir, number 1, value of supply. Number 2, tax rate. Number 3, sales return. And number 4, deficiency. Are you all really with me? Okay, sir, I understood regarding the debit note, sir. Now I am talking about the credit note. What note? My debit note is your credit note, right? Okay, credit note. Now I will be talking about the debit note, which is nothing but, man, opposite. Simple. Registered supplier of what or what or what? Goods or services or both may issue debit note to the recipient of the goods or service or both if taxable value in the invoice is less. Sir, actually I have billed only 8 lakh. You know the real value of supply is how much lakh? 10 lakh. So there is a difference of 2 lakh. This difference of how much lakh? 2 lakh should be debited. So I have to issue a debit note. Sir, with regard to the taxable value in respect of such supply or tax charged in the invoice is lesser, I really have to charge 28%, but I have charged only 18%. So that extra 10% I have to charge again, right? With regard to tax payable in respect of such supply, my dear lovable students. So 2 documents you are supposed to raise. One is debit note and other is what? Credit note. Whether you raise the debit note or whether you raise the credit note, it has to be shown in the returns. It is equal to the invoice. Sir, the change in invoice or amendment in tax invoice is only you are making through the debit and credit note. Am I right? So any registered person who issues a credit note, already we discussed credit note, in relation to supply of goods or service or both, shall declare the details of such credit note when you file the what of income, return of income. Is there any time limit to file? Yes, sir. Sir, in the return for the month during which such credit note has been issued. For example, for April month credit note, sir, May month 20th we have to file the return, right? On or before 20th of May, you are supposed to show all the credit note issued in the month of April. That means respective month's return when you are filing, that time itself, that particular month's credit note should be uploaded in GSTR. Are you all really with me? But not later than. This is a maximum time. That is 30th November of the succeeding financial year. 30th November of the, for example, if credit note has been issued from April to March, what the general time limit is, April month's credit note should be issued in May. May month credit note should be issued in June. That is, you have to upload in the return. But if you miss for any particular month, after March, you are having, sir, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November. Till 30th of November of the succeeding financial year. Till that you are having time. So 30th November of the succeeding financial year, or the date of furnishing the relevant what return? Annual return, whichever is earlier. For example, this financial year's annual return you will file. Am I right? Yes, sir. So on or before the date of filing the annual return. The date of filing the annual return is 31st December. The due date for filing the annual return is 31st of the succeeding financial year. Of the succeeding. So, before 31st of December, what is the last month before December? November. That's why they are saying by 30th of November itself, you complete all the formalities. Then you will be ready to file the what return? Annual return. Some people, what they will do now, by 15th of August itself, they may file the what return? Annual return. முந்திரி கோட்டை மாதிரி முன்னாடியே போய் ஃபைல் பண்ணிடுவாங்க. If that is the case, if you furnish your what return? Annual return by 15th of August itself, you can't, sir, upload the debit note or credit note. Because what is the time limit? 30th November of the succeeding financial year, or date of filing the annual return, whichever is earlier. So, if you have not filed the annual return till 31st of December, you can upload the debit and credit note by maximum 30th of November. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. Sir, I am filing only on 31st of December. Because of that, you won't get the time till 31st of December. Maximum time limit is only 30th of. But, sir, like Mundri Kota, if you have, sir, filed the GST return, annual return before 30th of November, example 15th of August, the last date will be 15th of, because after you furnish the what return? Annual return this year has been closed. Are you really with me? Then if you go and say that for the year in which for already annual return has been filed, I am having a debit note or credit note like that and all, you should not say. Because annual return means consolidation of information. Are you all really with me? So is there any time limit to furnish the debit note? Sir, generally that month, that due date. Are you all really with me? If you miss to furnish the details in when you are filing GSTR, then my dear lovable students, 30th November of the succeeding financial year, or date of filing the annual return, whichever is. Sir, output tax liability of the supplier not to be reduced if tax incidents pass on. Sir, for example, my dear lovable students, sir, I am the supplier, you are the recipient. Okay. Sir, when I raised the bill for originally 10 lakh, I would have collected 18% GST. But in future, I reduce the value of supply from 10 lakh to 8 lakh. That is why I am charging. Sir, I am going to pass a credit note. Am I right? But the tax liability should not be reduced if the tax liability has been passed on to the recipient. That means no reduction in what tax liability? Output tax liability of the supplier shall be permitted if the incidence of tax and interest on such supply has been passed on to any other person. For example, if there is no reversal of the tax liability is going to be, sir, 18% into 10 lakhs only. 18% into I am just reducing the what of supply, value of supply from 10 lakh to 8 lakh. Are you all really with me? Then I will be issuing the credit note. There is no doubt about it. But I should not change the what liability? Tax liability. Sir, sometimes in future, I may provide secondary discount. Credit note, sir, need not be issued. Secondary discount means secondary discount or discount which are not known at the time of supply or offered after supply is already over. Sometimes for Pongal or any festivals, the dealers of Vasant & Co will be sending lot of, sir, fridge, washing machine, etc., etc. to the dealers. And they will say that if you reach 1000 fridge or 500 fridge or 2000 fridge, you are entitled for the discount. Are you all really with me? So at the time of supply, the supplier don't know whether the recipient is entitled for the what or not, discount or not. But in future, if he achieves some target, then he is entitled for the discount. That is called as secondary discount. That is called as, these discount are not excluded from the value of supply since condition laid down in 15 we have not discussed, which is value of supply of the CGST Act are not satisfied. So at the time of issue of supply itself, I don't know whether the recipient is entitled to get what or not, discount or not. So at the time of supply, I would have charged the full value of supply and I would have charged the full GST. But in future, since he has achieved some target, I am saying that recipient is entitled to get the discount. So it is important to note that credit note are not permitted to be issued in case of what discount. So if it is secondary discount, section 15 conditions has not been satisfied. Section 15 condition will be discussing later. Are you all really with me? If section 15 conditions are not been satisfied, you are not entitled to raise the credit note. Are allowed by supplier since the tax liability of the supplier does not get reduced in such case. Unnula, at the time of supply, sir, I don't have a discount terms and condition. But in future, suddenly I am saying that I am giving you what? Discount. This discount is not allowed by section 15. This discount is not allowed by section. So, if section 15 condition has not been satisfied, for such a discount, you are not supposed to raise the what note? Credit note. However, supplier can issue either financial or what credit note? Commercial credit note. You are not supposed to raise the tax credit note. What credit note? Because at the time of supply, have you said that in future, is the recipient is entitled to get the discount? No. Such a discount is not authorized by section 15. Are you all really with me? For such a discount, you are not supposed to raise the credit note. But sir, in order to reduce the value in your accounts, either financial credit note or commercial credit note, you can be issued. So post supply discount. What supply discount? Post supply discount in the sense means after I made the supply, I am giving discount to the recipient. Then you have to check section 15 subsection 3 condition satisfied, or if it is satisfied, credit note can be issued. If it is not satisfied, credit note cannot be issued, my dear lovable students. Sir, tax credit note cannot be issued, but commercial credit note or financial credit note can be issued. In the commercial credit note or financial credit note, tax element will not be there. What element will not be there? Tax element will not be there. Are you all really with me? These are the discussion with regard to credit note and debit note. The same thing, details of the debit note also should be given in the return. Sir, for the particular month, sir, when you are filing the particular return, you are supposed to furnish the, sir, the details of the what note, man? Debit note. That's it with regard to the discussion of the debit note and credit note. Are you all really with me? So section 31 is talking about tax invoice. Section 31A, in that tax invoice, please make the facility for payment by the recipient. Section 32 is unauthorized collection of tax. Section 33, tax should be specifically mentioned in the what invoice? Tax invoice. And section 34 is the debit note and repeat once again. What is section 31? Tax invoice. What is 31A? Facility for payment, sir. 32, unauthorized collection of tax. 33, tax should be specifically mentioned in the tax invoice. And 34, debit note and credit note. Fantastic to the core. Sir, till now we have understood that who is supposed to raise the what invoice? Tax invoice. Or when a supplier of goods is liable to raise the tax invoice, or when a supplier of services is supposed to raise the what invoice? Tax invoice. I'm moving into the, sir, just a theory part only, condense of the what invoice. Just a go through is more than enough. Don't break your head here. Simple man. That means you are going to raise a what invoice? Tax invoice. What and all should be there in the tax invoice? Number one, supplier's details, because I am the person who are raising the tax invoice, right, sir? First one, my name, my address, my GSTIN of the supplier. 3 basic details should be there. And consecutive what number? Serial number, not exceeding how many characters? 16 characters. That means, sir, every invoice should have a number, either 001 or 00000023456 like that. Some serial numbers should be there. And next one, date of its issue. These are the basic details every tax invoice should be having. If you go to any shop, sir, they will be giving bill, right, sir? If that bill contains tax, then such a bill is called as tax invoice. You see, the shop's name will be there. Have you noted it? Their address will be there. Their GST number will be there. Consecutive serial number will be there. And the date of its issue will be there. This is the predominant, primary, first information. Number 2 is the recipient details, your details. First, I gave my details. What are your details? You may be a registered person, or you may be a, if you are a registered person, because there is no need that the recipient should be a registered person. If you are a registered person, your name, address and GSTIN or UIN. UIN means unique identification number. UIN stands for unique identification. That means if you are a recipient, your name, your address, your GST number and the UIN should be there. If you are an unregistered person, my dear lovable students, I have to check that what is the value of supply. Is the value of supply is more than 50,000 or less than 50,000? If it is more than 50,000, material, important. Then name and address of the recipient, your name, your address, and the address of the delivery, where the goods are going, along with the name of its state and its what? Code. To which state the goods are going and what is the state code. But if it is less than 50,000, sir, it's not that much relevant. Then unregistered recipient may still request therefore the details to be recorded in the tax invoice. That means if these details like name, address of the recipient, address of the delivery, along with the name of the state and what? Code, even an unregistered person can request the supplier, please show all these in the what invoice? Tax invoice. That means those details are not mandatory. That's what they are saying. Are you really with me? However, in case where supply of online money gaming, oh my God, or in case where any taxable supply is supplied through e-commerce operator or supply of OIDAR services, you are a oh my God services, or sir, taxable services has been supplied through e-commerce operator, which is 9555 services, happier services basically, right, sir? Or OIDR services, who is what registered? Irrespective of the value of supply, don't see whether it is more than 50,000 or a tax invoice issued by registered person shall contain the name of the state of recipient and same shall be deemed to be addressed on the record of the recipient. That means with regard to oh my God, that is online money gaming, and notified services under section 9555 and OIDAR, it is mandatory irrespective of the value that the state of the recipient, to which state they are providing the services. So the first one, details regarding the supplier. Second one, details regarding the recipient. Third one, details regarding the goods and services, because that is the next important component in a supply, right, sir? HSN code for the goods or services. Sir, HSN stands for Harmonized System of Nomenclature. Harmonized System of Nomenclature. What is the code? Which is a set of numbers which has been given by government. Sir, I have to say that metal scrap, sir, that metal scrap number is 0124. Like that, I have to show in the invoice. And description of the goods or services. What goods it is? Cloth, sir, or steel, or iron, whatever it may be. How much quantity, how much kg, how much liters, like that you have to show. And total value of supply of goods or services or both. What is the value of supply as per section 15? So my dear lovable students, first I have shown details about the supplier, Then I show details about the recipient. Then I show the details about the goods and the next very important in a tax invoice is the tax, correct? I have to show the taxable value of the supply of goods or services, both taking into account discount or abatement, if any. Okay, fine. 10,000 rupees is the value of supply. In that 1,500 rupees is discount. Remaining, sir, whatever may be the value subject to tax, I should show on the face of the tax invoice. And rate of tax, yes. Central tax, GST how much, SGST how much, IGST how much, UTGST how much, or if there is any cess, what is the rate of tax? And amount of tax charged in respect of taxable what or what goods or services. On that rate, how much tax you have charged. For example, on 10,000, I provide a discount of 1,500, remaining only 8,500 into 18% is what I have charged. So that 18% come to this much amount that you should show in the what invoice. And place of supply also, because place of supply is only determining what type of tax we are supposed to pay, whether it is CGST, SGST or IGST. These are the details you are supposed to give with regard to the tax. And I will tell you one thing, this chapter don't by heart and all, just listening and understanding itself is more than enough. Sir, what are the other details? Other details generally address of delivery where the same is different from what of supply, place of supply. For example, place of supply may be Tamil Nadu, but the recipient is asking that please deliver these goods not on the place of supply. Please deliver some other location. So, place of supply address will be something different and the location of the delivery may be something different. That's why delivery address also you have to show in the invoice. And where the tax is payable on what charge basis? Reverse charge basis. You have to mention whether it is 9151 or 9353, my dear lovable students. If it is on reverse charge basis, you have to mention in the invoice that the tax is liable to be paid on reverse charge basis. Then signature or the digital signature of the supplier or the authorized representative. That means you have to just put a sign below that all the information mentioned above are true and fair according to my knowledge. Like that you have to put a signature. Now you have to include, that's it. These are the basic tax invoice items will be. But you have to include two additional things as per the GST. One is QR code. What code? QR means quick response code. Am I right, sir? For what purpose they are attaching QR code? For the purpose of payment. I can quickly scan it and I can pay it. Who can scan? The recipient can. This is what section 31A. Section 31A said that, sir, in your invoice, the supplier should provide facility to the recipient for making the payment. Certain invoices should have QR code. Not all the invoices, my dear lovable students. Are you really with me? And sir, certain invoices you should not raise the manual invoices. You have to raise the electronic invoices. What invoices? So what is this QR code and electronic invoices? A very important hot topic for examination. We'll be spending 5-10 minutes here. Sir, QR means quick response code. Have embedded invoice reference number. IRN, this may be tested. IRN stands for invoice reference number. In it, in case E-invoice has been issued under rule number 48 sub rule 4. That's rule and all not relevant. What they are saying is in your invoice, QR code is there needed and also sometimes E-invoices is needed. Sir, a declaration as below that E-invoice is not required to be issued under the above rule in all case where invoice is issued other than what invoice? By the taxpayer having aggregate turnover in any preceding financial year from 1718. Why 1718? From that year only GST has rolled out, right up. Onwards is more than what? 5 crores. That is, my dear lovable students, you have to check that your aggregate turnover in any of the preceding financial year from 1718 is more than 5 crores or less than 5 crores. If it is more than 5 crores, you are supposed to give the E-invoice. If it is less than 5 crores, you are not supposed to give the E-invoice. Hello, sir. If you are not supposed to give the what invoice? In every invoice, you have to mention that. We are not supposed to raise the what invoice? E-invoice. Like this only we are give to you. Sir, I or we hereby declare that though our aggregate turnover in any preceding financial year from 1718 is onwards is more than the what turnover? Aggregate turnover notified under this rule, we are not required to prepare an invoice in terms of the provisions of the said sub rule. That means general is, look at here, generally if the aggregate turnover in any of the previous year from 1718 exceeds how much crore? 5 crore. You are supposed to raise the E-invoice. If it is less than 5 crore, you are not supposed to raise the, but for certain people, even though the turnover exceed 5 crores, they are not, sir, liable to raise the E-invoice. If you fall in that exception category, you have to specifically mention that I or we hereby declare that though our aggregate turnover in any preceding financial year from 17-18 onwards is more than the what turnover, we are not required to prepare an E-invoice. Don't worry, we will be learning the exceptions for the E-invoice in this discussion itself. However, the government may, by notification on the recommendation of the council and subject to such condition and restriction as mentioned there, specify that tax invoice shall have what code also. So, what we are discussing now is very simple, man. Sir, generally in an invoice, supplier detail should be there, recipient detail should be there, and recipient may be registered person or unregistered person. Goods and services detail should be there, tax detail should be there, other details should be there, and if you are supposed to raise the E-invoice, in that E-invoice, what code should also be there? So, invoice having what code, man? QR code. What and all or which and all invoice should have QR code is the discussion. The central government, they put a notification on something or something date as notified that an invoice issued by a what person? Registered, whose aggregate turnover in any preceding financial year from 17-18 onwards exceeds how much crore? This is very important for MCQ, they will be testing in examination. Is your aggregate turnover in any year from 17-18 exceeds 500 crores? 500? Then in your invoice, sir, you should have what code? QR code. Sir, none of the invoices which I saw in my life does not have a QR code. Yes, because you don't purchase from any person whose turnover is more than 500 crores. 500? That means for E-invoicing, one particular limit, and for QR code, another particular limit. Are you agree with me? If the aggregate turnover in any financial year exceeds how much crore? 5 crore. Please raise the invoice in E-invoice. Right, sir? But if you are a person, your aggregate turnover in any of the financial year exceed 500 crore, in that invoice, please have QR code. Because beyond 5 crore, surely, my dear lovable students, you will be raising the E-invoice. So, in that E-invoice, please show what also? QR code. Other than those referred in, sir, rule number 54, sub-rule 2, sub-rule 3, sub-rule 4, sub-rule 4A. But these people and all, they have excluded. Like, sir, service suppliers of what services? Notified services. Registered person referred in section 14 of the IGST Act. That is OIDAR what? Service supplier. So, you are a what person? Registered person. You are supplying to a what person? Unregistered person. Sir, hereinafter referred to B2C invoice, because it is not B2B invoice, it is B2. That means a registered person is supplying through a unregistered person, and this registered person's aggregate turnover in any previous year from 17-18 exceed 500 crores. Then in their invoice, they should have dynamic QR code response. That is QR code. Are you agree with me? However, where such person makes a dynamic quick response code available to recipient through a what display? Digital display. Such B2C invoice issued by such registered person containing cross-reference of the payment using a dynamic QR code shall be deemed to be having QR code response. That means one line summary of the entire discussion is, sir, you should have QR code in your invoice. Sir, first of all, two criteria are there. Who should have QR code? If your aggregate turnover in any of the immediately preceding previous year exceed 500 crores. Not only that, you should be a registered person, and sir, you should supply to a unregistered person. So, if a registered person supplying to a, that is only B2C supply. Hello, sir. And the supplier's turnover in any of the immediately preceding previous year exceed, then you have to attach QR code in your invoice. I'm coming to the next one, man. Quoting of the HSN or the what code, man? Accounting code. For example, in your invoice, HSN number, harmonized system of nomenclature. We have discussed that. Who should, sir, have that HSN number? The board may, on the recommendation of the council, by notification specify. They put a notification. Number of digits of HSN, which is harmonized system of nomenclature code. It's a code, man, symbol, man. For example, this pen means, we used to call it as pen in normal language. But in Australia, this may not be called it as pen, some other, I don't know. So for internationally, sir, if I say 0315 worldwide, this is 0315 means pen. Are you really with me? That's what harmonized system of what lecture? For goods or services, that class of registered person shall require to mention. Nothing. Government said that if you are a registered person, sir, you see this turnover, man, this notification, man. Sir, if your turnover exceeds that limit, look at, if your turnover is up to how much crore? 5 crore. Please mention how many digit? 4 digit. That means for this pen, already government would have said that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like that, some number they would have said. Out of that last, how many digit? 4 digit you mention for this pen. But if your aggregate, not aggregate, annual turnover is more than 5 crores, you have to mention how many number? That means less than 5 means, less than 5 number 4 dane. Yes, sir. 5 key 4 5 ki mele irukku. That's why they are saying like that, HSN number. Sir, however, a registered person aggregate turnover up to how much crore? 5 crores. Sir, my turnover is up to 5 crore. In previous financial year, may not mention even ethna digit. In a tax invoice issued by him under the rules in respect of supply made to a what person? If you are making supply to an unregistered person, even this 4 digits is also not mandatory. Are you really with me? So generally, sir, up to 5 crore, 4 digit, more than 5 crore. But if your supply is made to a unregistered person, even there is no need of that. Right, sir? The second category, man, export or what supply? SEZ supply. I am going to supply goods from India to outside India. Then what I have to specifically mention in my invoice? Nothing. You can supply in 2 ways, my dear lovable students. Option number 1 and option number 2. Option number 1, you have to show in the invoice that supply meant for what? Export. That means these goods are for export, not for domestic use. Or meant to what unit? SEZ unit. Or what developer? For authorized operation on payment of integrated tax. That means in that invoice, you have to mention that these goods are for export or these goods are going to be used inside the SEZ operation. And I have already paid the IGST. This is the first declaration. Or option number 2, supply meant for what? Export. Or supply to what unit? SEZ unit. Or what developer? For authorized operation under the bond or LUT option. Bond or without payment of integrated tax. Without payment of. That means in 2 ways you can do the export. Either payment of IGST or without payment of IGST and by just raising the bond or LUT option. Are you really with me? So you should specifically mention in the invoice that whether you are exporting through option number 1 or you are exporting through option number. Are you really with me? Sir, otherwise export invoice are same as what invoice? Tax invoice. Generally suppliers details, recipient details, the country to which you are exporting, what is a country code, what is a place of supply, delivery address, everything should be mentioned. Are you really with me? However, if the recipient is what registered? Unregistered, there is a high chance because export means the recipient will be situated outside India and he won't be taken registration in India, GST. Am I right? And value of supply is how much rupees or more? Is it material supply or immaterial supply? Instead of name of state and its code, in the export invoice, name of the country of destination is to be mentioned. Kandipa. Because sir, since I am going to export, state will not be there. I am not going to export within India. I am going to export to which country I am going to export and its number should be mentioned. Comfortable? This may be asked for 2 mark in examination. This is something very different, man. Invoice come what of supply? Bill of supply. We talked about tax invoice. We talked about bill of supply. This is a combination of what and what. Invoice come nothing. Sir, you are a registered person. Okay. You are supplying taxable as well as exempted goods or service or both to a dash person. Then, sir, you are supplying taxable goods? Yes, sir. Are you supplying exempted goods or services? Yes, sir. Are you a registered person? Yes, sir. Are you supplying to an unregistered person? Yes, sir. Then invoice cum bill of supply may be issued for all such supply. That means in one invoice itself, you are showing both taxable item and exempted item. And if the recipient is a unregistered person, my dear lovable students, instead of separately raising invoice for taxable item and separately raising bill of supply for the exempted item, you can raise invoice cum bill of supply in a single document. Are you really with me? This we already actually discussed. This is just a pass-through reference. Manner of issuing invoice, my dear lovable students. Sir, if you are a supplier of goods, 3 copies should be raised. Are you remembering? Original copy to the recipient, duplicate copy to the transporter, triplicate copy to the supplier. That's what original copy to recipient, duplicate to transporter, and triplicate copy to the supplier. And whatever invoices you are raising, you are supposed to upload in form GSTR1, which is your outward supply. Comfortable? And if you are a supplier of services, not 2, 3 copies, but you are supposed to raise 2 copies, original copy to the recipient and duplicate copy to the supplier. And again, whatever invoices you are raising, you are supposed to raise in GSTR1, right, sir? And the serial number to be furnished electronically. In the sense means when you are filing GSTR1, from what serial number to what serial number in a particular month you have issued the invoice should be mentioned in the portal. That is a serial number of issued during a tax period shall be furnished electronically through the common portal in form GSTR. I'm moving into the next one, the 4th discussion called as E-invoicing. Because we have talked about QR code, right, sir? Is every invoice should have QR code? No, sir. First of all, you should be a registered person. You should supply to a unregistered person, and your aggregate turnover in any of the financial year exceed 500 crores. Then your invoice should have a QR code, right, sir? What is e-invoicing is what we are talking about. First understand e-invoicing, what is a procedure? Nothing. Sir, for example, if I am a eligible person to raise the e-invoice, instead of I myself raising the invoice, first I will prepare the invoice manually. Manually in the sense means not in paper and all. In the system by using Tally or SAP or etc. I will be preparing the invoice. And whatever invoice I have prepared, I will be uploaded in the GST portal. And after all verification, GST portal will resend that invoice, which is called as what invoice? E-invoice, electronic invoice. Sir, the invoice shall be prepared by such class of registered person. So first we have to prepare the invoice, which is not e-invoice. We have to first prepare the invoice, as may be notified by the government on the recommendation of the council by including such particulars contained in form GST INV 01. INV means invoice 1. So first I have to prepare the form GST INV 01. After obtaining a IRN, what RN? What is IRN? Invoice reference number. By uploading information contained thereon on the common goods and service tax portal in such manner and subject to such condition and restriction as may be prescribed. Are you really with me? Sir, first of all, you are supposed to provide the basic details. Then e-invoice will be prepared by the common portal. Are you really with me? Sir, who is supposed to, sir? The applicability of e-invoice. Sir, if you are a registered person in any of the previous year, from 17-18, if your aggregate turnover exceeds how much crore? All these are old details, sir. They started with 500 crores for invoice. Now government, sir, came up to how much crore? 5 crore. Within 1 or 2 years, they will make mandatory. Don't worry at all. Because 5 crores, everyone who are issuing should have a invoice. So e-invoice, the limit is only 5 crore. Whereas QR code, the limit is 500 crores. Both started with the same limit only. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. So now, if anyone's aggregate turnover exceeds how much crore? 5 crores, then you are compulsory liable to raise the... Sir, look at here, man. For example, if my aggregate turnover in any of the previous year exceeds, I am supposed to raise the... But I am not raising the e-invoice. I am raising the normal invoice. That normal invoice, put it on. That is invoice other than e-invoice is not regarded as invoice. That is not at all an invoice. Are you really with me? That is every invoice issued by a person to whom the above provision apply in any manner other than the manner specified in sub-rule shall not be treated as a... But surely we are having non-applicability. That means even if your aggregate turnover exceed 5 crores. Certain people are not liable to raise the. That's what I'm going to talk about. E-invoicing step. Sir, QR code is very simple. E-invoicing is the next discussion. Sir, E-invoicing means it's not a generation of invoice by the what portal. Government will not raise the invoice. You have to raise your own invoice. Government just will validate the invoice. Are you really with me? Taxpayer will continue to create their GST invoice on their own accounting or billing or ERP system as per E-invoice schema. E-invoice schema in the sense means there are certain format given by the government. In that format, first you have to manually prepare the invoice, and that invoice has to be uploaded in the what portal. Then this invoice will be reported to IRP. What is IRP? Invoice Registration Portal. That means first, by sitting in your shop or home or the place where you are making the supply, you manually prepare the invoice by using the e-invoice schema. And that invoice has to be registered in IRP. What is registered IRP now? Invoice registration. On such reporting, now IRP will generate IRN. IRP will generate IRN. What is IRN? Invoice reference number. And digitally it will sign it and return the e-invoice to the supplier. So simple, sir. Understand in a logical way. First, we are supposed to prepare the invoice, not e-invoice. Invoice in the e-invoice schema. In the e-invoice schema, upload the invoice in the IRP, that is Invoice Registration Portal. Now IRP will give us IRN, which is Invoice Reference Number. Comfortable? Sir, a GST invoice will be valid only with a valid what? IRN. If there is no IRN, that means you have not undergone this process. Correct? Presently, invoices, credit note, debit note, when issued by what person? Notified person. That is to registered person, B2B, or for purpose of export, are covered under what invoice? E-invoice. So, though different documents are covered, sir, we will be understanding the system referred as what invoice? E-invoice doesn't mean not only invoice, even debit note also we call it as e-invoice. Credit note will also we call it as. What are the advantages of e-invoice, man? Sir, to achieving these advantages, only we are doing the e-invoice. Understand nothing. Auto reporting of invoices into the what return. And auto generation of what bill? E-way bill. That means once I upload the details for the purpose of generation of the e-invoice, automatically my return will get filed. And automatically e-way will get generated. That means the system will suck all the information from the e-invoice schema. Are you really with me? Number 2, it will facilitate standardization and interoperability, reading of reduction of disputes. For example, sir, if you are, instead of manual invoice, if you are raising the e-invoice, supplier will clearly know that this is the value of supply, and also the recipient knows that this is the value of supply. There won't be any difference for the supplier and the recipient. Then ITC problems will not come. Sir, this guy will not charge more or less. So, for among transacting parties, improve payment cycle, reduction of processing cost, everything. And the third advantage, it will enable the system level matching of the input tax and output tax credit. My output tax collected will be your input tax paid, correct? Automatically it will be matched in the system itself. You can't cheat me, I can't cheat the government. And it will eliminate the fake invoices, as the tax authorities will have to access the data in a what time? Real time. Sir, without supplying goods or service or both, certain people will just show the invoice, or without invoice, certain people will make the supply. All these things will not happen because all the fake invoices can be eliminated. Are you really with me? Sir, the government said that these people have to mandatory issue what invoice? E-invoice. We already discussed, man. A registered person, correct? Whose aggregate turnover in any preceding financial year from what year onwards exceeds how much crore? Have been notified as a class of person who shall prepare e-invoice in respect of dash to dash supply, B2B supply. What to what supply? That means, sir, my dear lovable students, you should be a what person? Registered person. You should supply to a registered person. But with regard to QR code, this is not the terms and condition, correct? You should be a registered person and you should supply to a unregistered person. And if you are, sir, aggregate turnover in any financial year from 17-18 exceeds 500 crores. Then in your invoice, there should be QR code. But this is what meant E-invoice, right? First of all, I should be a and you should be a registered person. And my aggregate turnover in any of the financial year from 17-18 exceed. Thus, presently such notified person are not required or allowed to report B2C invoices. Am I right, sir? That means only for B2B, invoice provisions will be applicable. For B2C, not applicable. You can note there, man, B2B, invoice provision will be applicable. B2C will not be applicable. Further, invoice also not applicable to invoice issued by ISD. Who is ISD? Input Service Distributor. Sir, for any invoices has been raised by ISD also, invoice provisions will not be applicable. Sir, even if it is 9.3, invoice provision will be what? Applicable. Sir, if the invoice issued by notified person in respect of supply made by him, tax on which is payable under what charge? For example, if GTA is there, my dear lovable students, GTA is a supplier and assume they are a registered person. Are you really with me? And they don't want to travel through the FCM. They want to travel through the, even their invoice should also be in the what invoice only? E-invoice only. But RCM under 9.4, E-invoice not applicable. Kandipa. Sir, if the supplier is a registered person, 9.4 itself not applicable. Correct? The condition for 9.4 is saying that a recipient should be a registered person and supplier should be a unregistered person. That means for 9.3 cases, invoice will be applicable. Whereas for 9.4 cases, invoice will not be. Look at here, you will be able to appreciate. Taxpayer, say a firm of advocate. Sir, advocate, legal services is an RCM. Are you remembering? Having aggregate turnover in a financial year of more than how much crore? Is supplying service to a company who will be discharging tax liability as a recipient under what charge mechanism? So, who's the supplier here? Firm of advocate. Who's the recipient? Body corporate. Who are situated in the taxable territory. So, company in the taxable territory is the person liable to pay GST on reverse charge basis. Then such invoice has to be reported by such taxpayer since it is a notified person to IRP. What is IRP? Invoice Registration Portal. Are you really with me? That means one line summary is for 9.3 services, e-invoicing provisions will be applicable. For 9.4 services, e-invoice provisions will not be. This is important, very important, very, very important for examination. Even though your aggregate turnover in the immediately preceding previous year, any of the immediately preceding previous year from 17-18 exceeds 5 crore, you are not liable to raise the what invoice? E-invoice. So following entities are exempt from mandatory requirement of e-invoice. Number 1, SEZ unit. What unit, man? If you are a special economic zone, my dear lovable students, you are not supposed to raise the what invoice? E-invoice. Right, sir? Number 2, insurance or what company? Banking company or financial institution, including NBFC. If you are bank or financial institutions or NBFC, don't raise the e-invoice. Normal invoice itself is enough. Exemption number 3, GTA supplying service in relation transportation of goods by road in a what carriage? Goods carriage. We said that all 9.3 service providers are liable to raise the what invoice? For that, one exception has been created called as GTA. If you are goods transport agency, no need to raise the what invoice? E-invoice. Supplier of passengers through what services? Passenger transportation services like Ola, Uber, etc. No need to raise the what invoice? Person supplying service by admission to examination or exhibition of cinematographic film, that is cinema theater, no need to raise the what invoice? E-invoice. And government department under what authority? That means these people, even though their aggregate turnover exceeds rupees 5 crore in any of the financial year, these 6 people are not liable to raise the tax invoice, not liable to raise the e-invoice. Very important question, 4 mark question for exam. Number 1, SEZ unit, insurance company or banking company or financial institution including NBFC, GTA, passenger transportation services, then films and government department or a local authority. The last topic, man, it is irrelevant, but still for the purpose of completion, we are doing how to generate an e-invoice. Already we have discussed here. First, you have to manually prepare the e-invoice by using the e-invoice schema. The taxpayer first prepare and generate his invoice using his own ERP, accounting, billing software or manual system, right? Then you have to report to the IRP. That's what the invoice must conform to what schema? That means standard or notified format and must have the mandatory parameters. Are you really with me? And the details of this invoice are uploaded or reported by the taxpayer to the IRP. What is IRP? invoice registration portal. Then they will generate IRN. This way, taxpayer registers his supply transaction on IRP. On uploading, IRP return the e-invoice with a unique IRN. After digitally signing the e-invoice and adding a what code? QR code, if applicable. Are you really with me? Because, my dear lovable students, sir, if the aggregate turnover in any of the immediately preceding previous year exceeds 5 crores, you are supposed to raise the except 6 people. Are you remembering? Number 1, cess unit. Number 2, insurance company, banking company or financial institution including NBFC. Number 3, GTA. Number 4, passenger transportation service. Number 5, exhibition of cinematographic film. Number 6 is government department or local authority. Right, sir? Then the supplier share the e-invoice with the recipient along with the what code, man? QR code. Are you really with me? Sir, and where needed, the seller can cancel IRN. What is IRN? Invoice reference number. For an e-invoice already reported by reporting it on IRP within specified time. That means after you uploaded the schema, you are feeling that, I have made a mistake in preparation of the invoice. I can cancel that e-invoice within some particular period of time. Are you really with me? These are the basic details, basically procedural aspects of a tax invoice, man. Generally, we will not give attention to all this area. We'll be very busy with the time of supply, place of supply, big topics. But questions may come for 3 to 4 marks regarding the QR code or the e-invoices. So basically, this much are only there with regard to this. So we have done with the first basic discussion of tax invoice, debit note, credit note. With this background, in the coming slot, we are supposed to go to the next discussion, which is nothing but, my dear lovable students, what of supply. 3 sections we are supposed to discuss: section 12, section 13 and section 14. And section 14 is only in CA final. Sir, it is not in our inter-discussion, my dear lovable students. So section 12 is time of supply of goods and section 13 is time of supply of services. So my dear lovable students, it's a very small slot only. Have a revision of that and you come back in one slot. We will be completing 12 and 13. Are you comfortable? Sir, I am with you, sir, from your heart. Anybody is there? Where is a grand clap? Sir, very happy morning to all. I hope that your preparation for the GST is going very well, my dear lovable students. This is the overview of the part. The first topic you are supposed to prepare is the basics. In this basics, mainly we are talking about section 7, that is supply. Section 8, tax rate for composite and mixed supply. Section 9, levy and collection of CGST. Section 10, composition levy. And section 11, exemptions, my dear lovable students. Sir, this basics part is the basics to understand the subject as a whole. Once we done that, the second part is the tax invoice, debit note and credit note. Then we are having time of supply, value of supply and place of supply. This is the connected topics. Then in the third part, my dear lovable students, you are having registration and ITC, very important 2 parts. Then we are having the fourth part called as procedural aspects like filing return, TDS, TCS and payment of tax. That's it, game over with regard to the GST part. In this we have done with the basics and we have done with the time of supply, sir, tax invoice, debit note and credit note. We are moving into time of supply, value of supply and place of supply in the coming slot. What is time of supply? Simple. If I am a supplier of goods or if I am a supplier of services, when I have to pay GST to the government. That's what of supply? Time of supply. On what value I have to pay GST is what the value of supply. What tax I should pay, whether I have to pay CGST, SGST or is to be determined by the place of supply. That's it, game over. Sir, time of supply is classified into 3 categories. Section 12, Section 13, Section 14. Section 12 is a time of supply of goods. Are you a supplier of goods? Section 12 will be applicable for you. Are you a supplier of services? Section 13 will be applicable for you. Section 14, time of supply in case of change in rate of tax. This is a CA final topic. So just for section reference, I will say section 14. Otherwise, we will leave it. What is section 12? Time of supply of goods. What is section 13? Time of supply of services. What is section 14? Time of supply in case of change in rate of tax. Sir, section 12, you are having 12 subsection 1. liability for payment of tax arises at the time of supply. For example, sir, when a bus comes, we will enter into the bus and we will go. So, time ana bus varum. Adhe mari time ana we are liable to pay GST to the department. So, liability for payment of tax. When you are liable to pay the tax, that depends upon what of supply, time of supply. Liability to pay tax on goods shall arise at the time of supply as determined in accordance with the provisions of this section. You want to know when you are liable to pay tax to the government? Come and see this section. That's what section 12.1. Sir, what section 12.1 is saying that are you supplier of goods? Are you a supplier of goods? Then you see section 12. Are you supplier of services? Then you see section 13. Comfortable? Section 12.2, what charge? Forward charge. Same time limit criteria under section 31. Do you know section 31 is a tax invoice, right sir? To determine whether the invoice is a valid invoice or not a valid invoice. First of all, my dear lovable students, you are a supplier of goods. You are a supplier of goods. Supply involves what of goods? Movement of goods. Supply does not involve movement of goods. Continuous supply of goods. And sailor, sir, 31 subsection 1 clause A, 31 subsection 1 clause B, 31 subsection 4 and 31 subsection 7. This is the time limit to raise the invoice if you are supplier of goods. Shortcut 147. Can I proceed? What you have to check is whether your invoice is a valid invoice or invalid invoice. Whether your invoice is a, if your invoice is a valid invoice, then date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier. Then date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is. My dear lovable students, if you raise the invoice within the time limit prescribed under 31, then such an invoice is a valid invoice. So you have to check in the question that whether the invoice has been raised within the time limit specified under section 31. If that is the case, invoice is a, if invoice is a valid invoice, then date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is. Sir, if the invoice is an invalid invoice, that means invoice has not been raised within the time limit prescribed under section 31, then due date for raising the invoice under section 31. Is there any time limit to raise the invoice? Yes. That due date or date of payment, whichever is earlier. So in every question, what you are supposed to check, if the supply involves what of goods, movement of goods, or supply does not involve movement of goods, or continuous supply of goods, or sale or return basis, you have to check that whether invoice is a valid invoice, or if invoice is a valid invoice, date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is. If invoice is an invalid invoice, due date for raising the invoice under section 31, or date of payment, whichever is. Sir, both the places you are using the word date of payment. What is date of payment? You tell me, are you talking about forward charge or reverse charge? Forward charge means it is from the angle of the supplier, and reverse charge means it is from the angle of the recipient. Can I proceed? So date of payment means date on which the amount is recorded in the books of accounts of the supplier. When supplier has recorded the amount in the books of accounts, or date when the amount is credited in the bank account of the, whichever is earlier. Whichever is. So you have to understand like this. Don't by heart. Understand. Place your brain there. You are a supplier. Classified into two categories. Either you may be supplier of goods or supplier of. If you are supplier of goods, travel through 12 route. If you are supplier of services, travel through 13 route. That's it. Then you are supplier of goods. You may be supplying goods. For example, sir, I am supplying this mobile phone, my dear lovable students. Hello, sir. Is this mobile phone cashew nut? Is this mobile phone cashew nut? Is this mobile phone silk? Is this mobile phone oil? No, sir. That means if I supply mobile, it is forward charge. It is, I can supply the forward charge in 4 ways. Supply involves movement of goods. Supply does not involve movement of goods. Continuous supply of goods and sale or return basis. Right, sir? For different variety of supply, I am having different time limit to raise the invoice. If I raise the invoice within that stipulated time period, my invoice is a, if my invoice is a valid invoice, then date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is. If my invoice is an invalid invoice, then due date for raising the invoice or date of payment, whichever is. Question arises, what is end of payment? It is from the angle of the supplier, date on which amount is recorded in the books of accounts of the supplier, or date on which amount is credited in the bank account of the supplier, whichever is. That means when the supplier record in his books of accounts or when the money has been credited in the bank account. Comfortable, sir? Sir, you said that date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier. That means today I raise the invoice because I am the supplier. Because if I am a supplier, in case supply involves movement of goods, I am supposed to raise the invoice as per section 31 subsection 1 clause A, sir, on or before the date of removal of goods. But I have not received the payment. I have not received the, as per section 31 subsection 1 clause A, invoice is a valid invoice. If invoice is a valid invoice, then date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is a time limit to pay the GST to the department. Am I right? But we are having an exception. There is a recent notification saying that no GST on advances for what of goods? Supplier of goods. If you are a supplier of goods, my dear lovable students, please don't pay GST on advances. Sir, we are having notification number 66/2017. Tell me notification number. And as per GST, up to how much rupees? GST Act, up to 1,000 rupees. Up to 1,000 rupees. I will tell you, my dear lovable students, understand logically what they are trying to say. If you are supplier of goods, my dear lovable students, sir, what is the time of supply provision? Either the date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is. Sir, sometimes as a supplier, I would have not received the payment at all. But as per the provisions of section 31, I am forced to raise the invoice. Right, sir? So I would have raised the invoice and I would have completed the GST. I would have, sir, completed the supply. What the notification is saying that all taxpayers except what supplier? Composition supplier. Because composition supplier will not pay GST on the invoice basis. They will be paying GST on the turnover basis. Correct, sir? Are exempt from paying GST at the time of receipt of advance in relation to supply of what? Goods. For example, you are a supplier of goods. The recipient as gave you advance. Gave you what? What is the time of supply provision? Date of invoice. Have you raised the invoice? No. Sir, or date of payment. Have you got the payment? Yes. Whichever is earlier. What happened first? Date of payment happened first. Are you really with me? So when you get the payment, when you get the advance, you are liable to pay GST to the department. But what department is saying that if you are a supplier of goods, with this advance only you will purchase raw material. With this advance only you will be using for working capital. Right, sir? So from that advance, if you pay 18% or 28% or 5% GST, that much money will be short for you. Correct? So you have to go and borrow money from other person to, sir, manufacture the goods. So department come up with a notification saying that if you are a supplier, generally time of supply rule is date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is. But if you are getting any advance, don't pay GST on the advance. We will wait for you till you raise the invoice. So the entire GST shall be payable only when the invoice for the supply of such goods is issued or ought to have been issued. That means then only you are liable to pay the GST. Sir, with regard to composition supplier, we know composition supplier means section 10. A composition supplier has to pay in lieu of tax payable by him on account and amount calculated at the what rate? Prescribed rate. Applied on his turnover in the state or union territory for a quarter. Are you remembering? You may be either manufacturer or you may be either restaurant service or you may be trader. Manufacturer means 1% of the state turnover. A restaurant person means 5% of the state turnover. Trader means 1% of the. So generally a manufacturer will pay the tax on the turnover. Therefore, composition supplier is not required to pay any tax on advance. Generally for a composition dealer, no tax on advance received as same does not form part of taxable supply, and in turn also does not form part of turnover in the state or union territory at the end of the quarter. Right, sir? So if someone is coming and asking, sir, when I have to pay tax to the department, that's what time of supply. Is this point clear? Check, are you a supplier of goods or supplier of? If you are a supplier of goods, don't see 13, see 12. Comfortable? In that, my dear lovable students, you are having various variety. You have to check that. Is the supply of goods is falling under forward charge? Yes, sir. Then you have to check whether your invoice is a valid invoice or invalid invoice. When I can say that invoice is a valid invoice? If I raise the invoice within the time limit specified under section 31, invoice is a, if invoice is a valid invoice, then date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is. This is the time limit. Sir, if invoice is not a valid invoice, then due date for raising the invoice under section 31 or date of payment, whichever is. Everyone will be having a doubt that what is date of payment. Since this is what charge? Forward charge. You have to look from the angle of the supplier, the date on which the amount is recorded in the books of accounts of the supplier, or date on which the amount is credited in the bank account of the supplier, whichever is earlier. Comfortable? But people, sir, raised a big issue that, sir, we are supplier of goods. In order to supply goods, we have to manufacture the goods. Or in order to supply goods, we have to purchase the goods, right? So the customers will pay GST on, customers will pay the consideration in advance. So if you are saying that, if you are keeping a rule that date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is, I would have not raised the invoice, but I would have got the advance. On that advance, if you are asking us to pay 18% GST to the department, we will lose that 18% now. And in order to manufacture the goods or purchase the goods, we have to go and take a loan. And for that loan, we are liable to pay the interest. So government said that, okay, fine. Your case is a genuine case. So we are relaxing by putting a notification. That notification is saying that, are you a supplier of goods? Yes, sir. Are you getting any advance? Yes, sir. Generally, as per the normal provisions of section 12, you are liable to pay GST to the department on date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is. Even though the section said like that, we are relaxing by way of notification, which is saying that, my dear lovable students, don't pay GST on advances. We will wait till you raise the invoice. When you raise the invoice, when you complete the work, once you complete the work, that's it, your job is over. At that time, you can pay the GST. Comfortable? This is a notification, came in 2017. Why? Because in 2017 only GST has been rolled out. Can I proceed? My dear lovable students, when they bring the act itself, sir, they have said that time of supply of goods in case of what advances? Up to how much rupees? 1000. For example, I am a supplier, my dear lovable students. You are the recipient. I supply goods to the value of 16,750. So you are supposed to pay me 16,750. Yeah. You transferred me 17,000 total. You said that, sir, I know that extra 250 rupees is there, sir. That extra 250 we can adjust in the next bill. So there is an advance of 250. Actually, as per the section, date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier, for that 250, I have not raised the invoice, but I have received the payment. So I am liable to pay GST to the department. What act is saying that small advance up to 1000, date of invoice will be the what of supply. Sir, for this next supply I will make, against the next supply only I will adjust the 250 rupees. Liya. At that time pay GST for that 250. Now you don't pay the GST. Comfortable? Where the supplier of taxable goods received an amount up to how much? 1000. In excess of the amount indicated in the what invoice? In tax invoice, I indicated only 16,750, but the recipient has paid 17,000. So there is an advance of 250, which is up to how much rupees? 1000. Then the time of supply, to the extent of such excess amount, shall at the option of the said supplier be the date of issue of invoice in respect of such excess amount. You may have a general doubt when you hear this. Sir, other notification le solliyache. Because all any advances you pay tax on invoice basis, not on payment basis. Then why up to 1000 rupees? Such confusion is there, right? Sir, this is notification and this is act. Tomorrow they may withdraw notification, but they can't withdraw act. So lifelong up to 1000 rupees, you can refer the act. Hello? But in notification, they have never mentioned that beyond 1000 or up to 1000 you see act and all. Always act is more powerful than notification. Are you really with me? So if the advance is up to 1000 in exam, please refer the act. And if the advance is more than 1000 in exam, don't refer the act. Directly refer notification number 66/2017. Now clarity? So I'm proceeding to the next type of supplier. Come on, you answer me. Are you supplier? Classified into two categories. Supplier of goods. Supplier of, sir, if you are supplier of goods, you want to know, sir, you will fall under 9(1) or 5(1). Am I right? Because it is your responsibility to collect the GST from the recipient and pay to the department. Am I right? Sir, you may have a doubt when I have to pay the GST. Don't worry, come and see section 12. Section 12 is a what of supply? Time of supply of what? Goods. Sir, the goods what you are dealing may be covered under what charge? Forward charge. That means you are not supplying silk. You are not supplying cashew. You are not supplying oil. Because that is the only item which are covered under RCM 9353 we discussed. If that is the case, that means I can take mobile as an example. Am I supplier of mobile? If I am supplier of mobile, my dear lovable students, hello sir. Yes sir. Sir, I can supply this mobile either by your supply involves movement of goods, or supply does not involve movement of goods, or continuous supply of goods, or sale or return basis. Alright? In 4 forms I can, sir, make the forward charge. Now I am going to supply the silk. I am going to supply the cashew. I am going to supply the what? Oil, etc. So time of supply under what charge? Reverse charge. That means if it is reverse charge, being a supplier, I am not liable to pay the tax. I am not liable to pay the, sir, the recipient is the person liable to pay. So I am shifting. You are the supplier of silk and I am the recipient of silk. Are you really with me? Then when I am liable to pay the tax to the government is what 12.3 is all about. What man? 12.3 is all about. Look at here man. Look at here man. Sir, 12.3 time of supply of goods under what charge? We already discussed. Look at here section 9. Are you remembering? Sir, we are having section 9.1 levy and collection of CGST. Sir, 9.2 is levy of CGST on petroleum products. It's not levy and collection of CGST because for petroleum product collection has not been started. Only levy has been started, right? But for alcoholic liquor for human consumption, even there is no levy at all. That means this 9.1 and 9.2, my dear lovable students, is talking about forward charge mechanism, right? Whereas, my dear lovable students, 9.3 and 9.4 are a reverse charge mechanism. What charge mechanism? This 9.3 is girls notification and 9.4 is the Casa Grande notification. That is builder notification, right? If you are a builder, registered person receiving inputs or input services or capital goods from an unregistered person, sir, up to 80%, beyond 80%, you are liable to pay tax on RCM. Are you able to appreciate? So 9.3 is the what? RCM? Notified RCM. Notified? Which is 9.3. 3 stands for RCM. That's why 9353 because RCM. Comfortable? Sir, 12.3 and 13.3 because RCM. It should be 3 letters. Are you really with me? Up at 12.1 when you are liable to make the payment tax. 12.2 what charge? Forward charge. 12.3 what CM? RCM. Sir, if I am supplying silk, whether I am liable to pay tax? No. Who is liable? When the recipient is liable to pay tax is what the discussion. Comfortable? Number 1, date on which the goods are received. Tell me, date of receipt of goods. Tell me. Date of receipt of goods. Tell me. As a recipient, have you received the goods today? Pay the tax. Why are you waiting? Because, sir, it is RCM. Are you really with me? RCM for goods. Hero itself is goods. You receive the goods. Why are you waiting? Pay the tax immediately. Are you really with me? Number 2, man, date of payment. Date of. Sir, you made the payment. That payment may be advance. That payment may be after receipt of goods. That and all I don't want to see. Hello, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, ready 1 to 3 start. Date of receipt of goods. or date of or 31st day. How many days, man? From the date of issue of invoice by the supplier. That means supplier has raised the invoice first. I have not received the goods. I have not made the payment. Only what came? Invoice came. Sir, if invoice came means pinnadiye yaru varnu? Goods varnu. But for next 31 days, 31 days, 31 days. Show it, man. 31 days, 31 days, 31 days. No goods came, no payment made. Government is saying that I can't wait beyond this. It's like Arimason. It's like I can maximum wait for how many days? 31 days. From whose invoice? Supplier's invoice. Whichever is earlier. Whichever is. Because this is a reverse charge mechanism. RCM. எத்தனை வார்த்தை? அதனால தான் 12-3. அதனால தான் 3 action. Are you all really with me? Date of receipt of goods or date of payment or 31st day from the supplier's invoice. Whichever is. Question arises, what is date of payment? Who have to make the payment? Recipient. So date of payment should be think from the angle of the, which is date on which the payment is recorded in the books of accounts of the recipient of goods, or date on which the payment is debited from the bank account of the recipient of goods, whichever is earlier. Comfortable? Yes, sir. That's it, my dear lovable students. 12-3, dandanaka done. What is 12-1? Time of supply arises, sir, liability for payment of tax arises at time of supply. What is 12-1? Liability for payment of tax arises at time of supply. 12-1. Tell me 12. Show, man. 12-1. 12. Show, man. Liability. What, man? Liability for payment of tax arises at time of supply. Pakka? 12-2. Enna charge? Forward charge. Sir, invoice may be valid invoice. Invoice may be invalid invoice. If invoice is a valid invoice, date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is certain. If invoice is an invalid invoice, due date for raising the payment or date of whichever is earlier. But we are having notification number 66/2017, which is saying that if you are supplier of goods, that too if you are supplying under forward charge, don't pay GST on advance basis, pay GST on invoice basis. That's it, game over. My dear lovable students, hello sir, with regard to advances up to how much rupees? 1,000 rupees. Hello sir, don't pay GST on advance basis, pay GST on invoice basis. That's it. If you are supplier of silk, the supplier no need to pay the GST. Let the recipient pay the GST. Right, sir? Yes, sir. Recipient, date of receipt of goods or date of payment or 31st day from the supplier's invoice, whichever is. Comfortable? You tell me, man, sir, you all are studying your CA Inter course. Am I right? Will you pass CA Inter? Yes, sir. Once you pass CA Inter, my dear lovable students, from my side, there will be some gift to each and every one of the class or those who are studying under me. But don't ask BMW, Rolls Royce and all. That and all not possible. According to my sir, capacity, I will give to you. Which may be one t-shirt, which may be one pant and shirt, maybe one churidar, or maybe one chappal, may cost, for example, for every student 2,000 rupees. One student 2,000, man. Lot of students are there, man. Yes, sir. So you just think of it, my dear lovable students. So what I am going to do now, I am going to buy dress for each student. I am going to take churidar for each student, sari for each student. If I go and take, sir, sari or churidar or chappal, whatever it may be, whether it is boys or girls, whoever it may be, immediately they will ask me a question that, எனக்கு இந்த சாணி கலர்ஸ் பிடிக்கவே பிடிக்காது, எனக்கு ரெட் கலர் தான் பிடிக்கும்னு உங்களுக்கு தெரியாதா? இந்த கலர் எனக்கு எப்படி செட் ஆகும்? இது எங்க பாருங்க, என் ஸ்கின் டோனுக்கு என்னவே இல்லை, செட்டே ஆகாது. Sir, no one will appreciate that I have taken that much efforts to buy some gift for them. Surely, sir, the gift is only how much? 2,000, which is less than 50,000. 56 subsection to class 10 will not be applicable. Don't worry. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But still, my dear lovable students, have taken some efforts to buy the gift. But still, color is the problem. Hello, sir. Sir, you know that we together always come to class together and go. So you would have taken the same color for both of us. Why you have taken contrast color like that? So what I am doing is, I am going to Pothys or I am going to some chapel, sir, shop or somewhere, and I am saying that, sir, keep this 2000 rupees, sir, into 500 students, sir. Whatever may be the X amount, I don't want mathematical answer. I am paying this much amount to that shop and I am saying that, give me vouchers. Give me, like, நம்ம அந்த கார்டெல்லாம் ஆடுறோம் இல்லையா, கார்டு சீட்டு கார்டு ஆடுறோம் இல்லையா, அது மாதிரி like that the vouchers they will give, and those vouchers I will distribute to all the students like gift vouchers. They can take that voucher, they can go to that shop, they can buy whatever color they want, and they can buy even, sir, 5000 rupees saree also. Extra 3000 you have to pay. Voucher can be redeemed only to the extent of. So that's what, man. So in the modern era, sir, the real supply of goods need not be happened immediately. First, they will sell the vouchers, then it can be exchanged for goods. Clear, sir? Sometimes, sir, you may gift to your friend and all, birthday and all, some gift voucher you will be giving. Anyway, we will not receive, we have to give. So time of supply in case of supply of vouchers with respect to what? Goods. That's what 12.4, man. In case of supply of voucher by a supplier, time of supply shall be. That means vouchers exchangeable for goods. Tell me, vouchers? You have to check that whether supply is identifiable or supply is not identifiable. That means you are a shop in EA mall. You are issuing voucher. That means you got the payment. Right, sir? Check that with that voucher only shirt or pant can be taken or anything can be taken. If only this particular item can be bought with that voucher, then supply is identifiable. Then supply is, if supply is identifiable, time of supply is a date of what of voucher? Issue of voucher. Because you know that my students will go and will take only dress. Dress 12% is the GST, 18% is the GST, 28% is the GST. Who knows? The shop owner knows. So by that time itself, he can pay the GST to the department, right? But if the supply is not identifiable, because for example, my shop is a shopper's stop. There is one shop in Chennai. Have you heard about it? Yes, sir. Sir, what you will get there? Anything you will get there. Are you really with me? You can have ice cream, you can have lipstick, you can have eyeliner, you can have foundation, you can have inter, CA final, whatever it may be. Everything will be available there. So the shop owner can't say that with this voucher, only this thing can be bought. So at the time of buying only the shop owner will know what they bought. That's why at that time only rate of tax will be known. That's why they are saying time of supply is the date of redemption of voucher. What of voucher? But this is a particular new type of supply of goods nowadays. In 2025, sir, first, we are not interested to directly buy the goods. Even studies are saying that most of the husbands are giving gift voucher to their wife. To save two things. Number one, to save the opinion and also to save the time. Fantastic to the core. Once we give the voucher of 10,000 rupees, they will purchase whatever they want. Among friends, among Valentine's Day, sir, everywhere we are giving what? Vouchers. So this is a new fashion and it has been recognized in the act itself. They are saying that whether supply is identifiable or supply is not identifiable. If supply is identifiable, time of supply is the date of. Now itself pay the tax. Don't wait till the goods are removed from our premises. Are you really with me? If the supply is not identifiable, time of supply is the date of redemption of voucher. Because at the time of redemption only we know what goods they have purchased. Can I proceed? Coming to 12 subsection 5, man, residual cases. What cases, man? Sir, I am supplier of goods, sir. Hello, sir. Sir, what and all ways in which I can supply the goods? I can supply the goods in forward charge. Correct, sir? I can supply the goods in reverse charge. I can supply the goods, sir, by way of vouchers. Am I right, sir? If it is forward charge, 12.2 will be applicable. If it is reverse charge, 12.3 will be applicable. If it is vouchers, 12.4 will be applicable. If you are not able to find out the time of supply, I don't know when I am liable to pay the tax. By applying 12.2, 12.3, 12.4, my dear lovable students, then you have to follow 12.5. That is what cases, man? Residual cases. What cases? Absolutely. Yes, right. That's a right example. We are having 5 heads of income. Do you know? Income from salary, income from house property, PGBP, capital gain, and IFOS. And what? Sir, if an income is not taxable under first 4 head of income, such an income will be taxable under. That's why IFOS is otherwise called as residual head of income. Michamidi, correct? IFOS is ethanavadu head of income. 12.5 is the residual head of income, residuary cases. That means if you are not able to find out the time of supply by 12.2, 12.3, 12.4, please follow 12.5, where it is not possible to determine the time of supply as per the above provision. Time of supply shall be, what is 12.5? What cases? Residual case. You have to check where periodical return has to be filed. I will tell you why. Sir, in forward charge, I check whether the goods have been moved or not. In reverse charge, I check whether the goods has been received or not. In vouchers, I check that whether the goods is identifiable or not. Here, goods I am not able to see. That's why I am leaving goods and I am holding some other as my basis. So I am checking whether you are a registered person or not. What person or not? If you are a registered person, you are supposed to file the periodical return, right, sir? Where periodical return has to be filed means time of supply is the due date for what the return? Filing the return. If no periodical return has to be filed means time of supply is the date of payment of tax, because I don't have any other way. If you are a registered person, normal due date for filing the return is the time of supply. If you are an unregistered person and even goods also cannot be traced, my dear lovable students, when you are paying the GST, that is the time of supply. You eppa kattriyo appo time of supply. Vera vadi illa na surrender item government is saying. So date of payment of tax is the what of supply, man? Time of supply. Comfortable? Appo what is 12.1? Liability for payment of tax arises at time of supply. What is 12.2? Forward charge. What is 12.3? Reverse charge. What is 12.4? Vouchers exchangeable for goods. And what is 12.5? Residual cases. 12.6, man, time of supply for additional amount. What amount? For example, I am the supplier, my dear lovable students, and you are the recipient. I said that I will supply to you and you are liable to pay me 1 lakh rupees within 3 months. But fortunately, you have not paid that amount within 3 months. At the time of supply itself, I told, after I supply, if you don't make the payment within 3 months and if you are taking extra time, you are liable to pay interest. Are you really with me? Is this interest is also my value of supply? Because at the time of supply, I don't know that whether you will pay the time within time or not. So if you are late, you are not supposed to pay 1 lakh. You are supposed to pay 1 lakh plus interest. This 1 lakh will be covered either under 12.2 or under 12.3 or under 12.4 or under 12.5. Hello, sir. Because that 1 lakh may be forward charge or reverse charge or vouchers exchangeable for goods or residual cases. But what about this extra interest you are going to get? That's what 12.6. That's what? What are the extra amount? You may get interest, you may get penalty, and you may get what? Late fee for delayed payment. Right, sir? Because this is 12.6. Why? In which game we will hit the 6? IPL. Every team except CSK will hit a 6. Sir, that's why 12.6. 6 stands for IPL. I stands for interest, P stands for penalty, and L stands for late fee for delayed payment. Comfortable? Sir, when you can say that you receive the interest, when you can say? எப்ப நம்மளால இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் வந்துச்சுன்னு சொல்ல முடியும்? அக்ரூ ஆன உடனே சொல்ல முடியுமா வந்துச்சுன்னு? எப்ப வந்துச்சுன்னு சொல்ல முடியும்? வந்தாதான் வந்துச்சுன்னு சொல்ல முடியும். Because even after delay, the recipient may say that அதெல்லாம் ஒரு டிலேடா போடா அப்படின்னு சொல்லி வெறும் how much lakhs alone? 1 lakhs alone he may pay, and he may say that 5 days delay and all. What a delay? It's never a delay. It's a normal loss. Are you really with me? So adu varunu solli, now itself if I pay GST in advance, I have to go and stand for refund. Am I right? So government is saying that the time of supply to the extent it relates to an addition in the value of supply by of interest, penalty or what fee? Late fee. Shall be the date on which supplier receives such addition in value. When you really receive the amount, pay the tax. If you don't receive, don't pay the tax. Assuming that it will come Like that and all, we don't want GST. That's what 12.6 is all about. Are you all really with me? That's it. Done with regard to the time of supply of goods. Time of supply of, if you see section 7 is the what? Supply. The backbone of GST. Section 7 nale backbone down. Are you all really with me? That's what section 7, supply. From there only the every supply starting. Are you all really with me? You have to see the tax rate for the composite supply and mixed supply. Two supplies are there. Are you all really with me? Section 8. One is tax, sir, composite supply and mixed supply. I am having two routes, my dear lovable students. I can either travel through the 9 route or 10 route. As the, sir, my supply should not fall under section 11. That means exemptions. Are you really with me? As per CGST Act, and the corresponding section is section 6 of the IGST Act. Clarity? Section 12 onwards, your time of supply will start. Because section 12, 12 money. Pay irka illaya. Ena 12 o'clock only will have full fear. But sir, whenever we are referring time, we will say that 12. Alright, sir? That's what time of supply of goods. Are you really with me? Section 13, time of supply of services. Are you really with me? Section 14, time of supply in case of change in rate of tax. If there is any change, we don't have that in our syllabus. If you don't like someone, if you want to change anyone, on February 14, we will change. Are you really with me? So section 14 is talking about the time of supply in case of, in that we have talked about section 12, man. Section 12 classified into 6 category. 12.1, 12.2, 12.3, 12.4, 12.5, 12.6. Comfortable? 12.1, my dear lovable students. Liability for payment of tax arises at time of supply. 12.2 is what charge? Forward charge. 12.3, reverse charge. 12.4, vouchers exchangeable for goods. 12.5, residuary cases. And 12.6, additional amount or extra amount. Are you all really with me? Which is IPL. IPL. Interest, penalty and late fee. Sir, are you a supplier? You may be supplier of goods or you may be supplier of. Sir, I am a supplier of services. Don't see. Come and see. 13 classified into same structure, 6 category. 13.1, 13.2, 13.3, 13.4, 13.5, 13.6. What is 13.1? Liability for payment of tax arises at time of supply. 13.2 what charge? Forward charge. What charge? Is, sir, audit services, chartered accountancy services. Forward charge? Is the audit services are there in the 9353 notification? Girls notification, is audit service there? That means it is forward charge. Any service which is not there in 9353 are forward charge. Are you really with me? Is doctor services forward charge? It's exempt services. Healthcare services provided by clinical establishment, authorized medical practitioner, paramedics are exempt from. Such an exemption is not there for auditor. Yes, sir. I revised entire 11. Hello, sir. Oh, come on. Sir, vouchers exchangeable for what? Services. Some of the students said that I don't want shirt, I don't want pan, I don't want chapel. Sir, all these things I'm having lot. I want to go to beauty parlor. So I am going and paying to the naturals 2000 rupees and getting the voucher from there. And I am saying to them that my students will come. Sir, painted sutrunga. So that is vouchers exchangeable for services. Some of the boys are asking that, sir, because of the examination last 20-30 days. Sir, mudivetno sir poite. I am getting vouchers from Green Trends and they are going and cutting. Sir, that's what. 13.5 same residual case. 13.6 special charges, which is nothing but IPL. Can we start the proceedings? Sir, if you are supplier of services, man, you are having forward charge. You may be supplier of forward charge. Forward charge means either normal supply you can make or continuous supply of service you can make, right? A reverse charge, which is nothing but girls. Sir, goods transport agent, insurance agent, recovery agent, legal services, sponsorship services, security services, all those things. If you are supplying, the recipient who are situated in the taxable territory is the person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis. Am I right? when they are liable to pay the tax is what 13.3 is all about, right sir? And vouchers exchangeable for services 13.4, residual cases 13.5, and special charges. We know the time limit for raising invoice already we completed in 31. Can you say the code word? 256. Sir, 31 read with rule 47. Time limit for issue of invoice for services. General 30 days. NBFI 45 days. NB fit the end of the quarter or before recording in the books of accounts of the supplier. Am I right, sir? 31.5 continuous supply of service. You have to check whether due date for payment is ascertainable. Due date for payment is not ascertainable. Where payment is linked to completion of an event. Are you able to connect the tax invoice here? And 31 subsection 6. Cessation of what of service? Sir, once the supply has been stopped, don't wait for 30 days or 45 days. Immediately, to the extent whatever supply you have provided, raise the invoice. Can I proceed? 13 subsection 1. Time of supply of service. Applicability is the question. Sir, liability for payment of tax arises at what of supply? Time of supply. The same explanation of 12.1. It's mutatis mutandis the same. That is the liability to pay tax on services, my dear lovable students, shall arise at the time of supply as determined in accordance with the provisions of this section. If you are a supplier of services, if you want to know when you are liable to pay GST to the department, come and see section 13 subsection 1. Can I? Coming to forward charge, my dear lovable students, 13 subsection 2 is the forward charge. Again, the same explanation, man. You have to check that whether the invoice is a valid invoice or simple. You check whether the invoice has been issued within 30 days of provision of service. Yes, invoice is a. If that is the case, date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is. If you have not raised the invoice within 30 days or 45 days, sir, for whom I am saying 45 days? NBFI, correcta? NBFC, NBFI. Then, my dear lovable students, date of provision of service. Tell me date of or date of payment, whichever is earlier, or date of payment. So, your invoice may be a valid invoice or your invoice may be a, if invoice is a valid invoice, date of invoice or date of payment. If invoice is an invalid invoice, date of provision of service or date of payment, whichever is. Here also, my dear lovable students, the same. Sir, that small advance up to 1000 rupees applicable even for what also? Service also. But that notification number 66/2017 will be applicable only for the goods and not for the. Can I proceed? Sir, what do you mean by date of payment? We are talking about forward charge. Forward charge will always from the angle of the date on which the amount is recorded in the books of accounts of the supplier or date on which the amount is credited in the bank account of the supplier, whichever is simple. So, if you are a supplier of services and if your services are covered under forward charge, you just check that whether you have raised the invoice within the due date, not raised the invoice within the due date. If invoice is a valid invoice, then date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is. If invoice is not a valid invoice, then date of provision of service or date of payment, whichever is. And date of payment is from the angle of the supplier and not the recipient, since this is forward charge. Comfortable? Coming to reverse charge, my dear lovable students. For example, supplier is GTA and the recipient is 7 specified person located in the taxable territory. Then 7 specified person located in the taxable territory is the person liable to pay tax on a reverse charge basis. Right, sir? Are you remembering when a recipient of goods is liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis? Date of receipt of goods or date of payment or 31st day from the supplier's invoice, whichever is. Here, date of receipt of services varadu. Tell me, date of receipt of services varadu. Because for goods, you may have e-way bill, you may have, sir, goods received note, GRN, all those. For service, you can't prove that by this day itself you have received the service. You will cheat the government. Government said that we are not interested to take that as a base. But we are ready to take what of payment? Date of payment. Instead of 31st day, we are going to keep 61st day from the supplier's invoice, whichever is earlier. Simple. Date of receipt of services varadu, date of payment or 61st day from the supplier's invoice, whichever is. And here date of payment is from the angle of the recipient and not from the angle of the supplier, because this is what charge. That is the date of payment, means date on which amount is recorded in the books of accounts of the recipient, on date on which amount is credited in the bank account of the recipient, whichever is earlier. Whichever is, are you really with me? Yes, sir. Fantastic to the core. But we are having two additional points, man. This is important, very important, very, very important for examination. Sometimes, sir, date of entry in the books of accounts of the recipient will be taking as the time of supply. Sir, where it is not possible to determine the time of supply as per the above provision. The time of supply shall be date of entry in the books of accounts of the what of the supplier? Recipient of the supplier. That means the supply is a forward charge. Forward charge means we will look into the supplier, right? But supplier has not maintained proper books of accounts. Then we will look into the recipient because we don't have any other way. Comfortable? And the second very important thing for examination, time of supply in case of associated enterprises. Sometimes supply may be happen between associated enterprise or related person. In case supply by associated enterprise and the supplier of the service is located, that means supplier is situated outside India, my dear lovable students. That means import of services. Okay, ba? The time of supply shall be the date of entry in the books of accounts on the dash of supply, recipient of supply. Because supplier is situated outside India and recipient is situated in India, we know only recipient, we don't know the supplier. So we can see the books of accounts of only recipient. Or what of payment? This payment will be initiated by the recipient who are in India, whichever is earlier. That means we will not look into the supplier. Generally for forward charge, we will see whether the invoice is a valid invoice or invoice is a invalid invoice. That means we will take the decision by looking the supplier. Correct? Sometimes this stupid supplier will not maintain proper books of accounts. Then we have to look into the recipient. Or this supplier may be situated outside India and recipient may be situated in India and both of them may be associated enterprises. That means a related person. Right, sir? Then I can't see the supplier. I have to look into the recipient. Then I will check when the Indian party is recording in their books of accounts or when the Indian party is making the payment. At that time, my dear lovable students, I will be treating it as time of supply. Comfortable? The same 13.4. Instead of vouchers exchangeable for goods, you change to vouchers exchangeable for? You have to check that whether the supply is identifiable or supply is what? Not identifiable. Sir, I got a voucher from Naturals. I got a voucher from Sir Green Trends. There, if you go and give the voucher, you can only do a haircut. That means supply is? The time of supply is the date of? That means the Naturals or that Green Trends has to pay GST when they issue the voucher itself. Right? No need to say that, sir, no one has came for haircut. But supply is not identifiable. Sir, when you give that voucher, what can be done? Anything can be done. Hello, sir. Supply is not identifiable. So, date of redemption of voucher. Because when you redeem the voucher only, you know what service the client has taken. Based on that, I will put the tax. Are you really with me? If you are not able to find out the time of supply, by applying 13.2, 13.3, 13.4, apply 13.5, which is what cases? Sir, I can't take a decision based upon service. Take a decision based upon your return, where a periodical return is to be filed or other than periodical return is to be filed. Right, sir? If a periodical return has to be filed, then due date for filing the return. If no periodical return has to be filed, sir, date of payment of GST. When you are really making the payment, that is the what of supply, man. Time of supply, because government does not have any other way. Sir, with regard to 13 subsection 6, which is IPL. I stands for? P stands for? L stands for? Time of supply is the date of receipt of what amount? Additional amount. So, time of supply to the extent it's relating to addition in the value of supply by of either interest or penalty or late fee for delayed payment of any consideration shall be on the date when the supplier receives such addition in value. Comfortable? In your blank page, you can note like this, my dear lovable students. This is for goods and this is for services. Right, sir? You are having, sir, 12, sir, you are having first one, liability for payment of tax, which is for goods you are having 12.1 and for service you are having 13.1. Can I proceed? Yes, sir. Number 2, forward charge is 12.2 and the parallel section is 13.2. Can I proceed? Next one, a reverse charge mechanism. Then you are having 12.3 and the parallel section is 13.3. Next one, vouchers. Either it may be exchangeable for goods or services. Then 12.4 and 13.4. Can I proceed? And the next one, my dear lovable students. Sir, residual cases. Sir, for goods you are having 12.5 and service you are having 12.6. And the last one, that is IPL. 12.6 for goods and 13.6 for goods. This is the summary of section 12 and section 13. With this, the provision discussion of time of supply done, and section 14 is not there for inter. I will remove this from this page, my dear lovable students. That's it with regard to the discussion of the time of supply. Comfortable? Then, my dear lovable students, we have to talk about value of supply, which is covering in section 15 is what the coming target. Before that, spend 15-20 minutes there on the time of supply. Come back. We will be finish it off value of supply. I am comfortable from your heart. Anybody is there? Where is a grand clap? Sir, very happy morning to all. So we are doing the 3 slot discussion. Number 1 is the time of supply. Number 2 is the value of supply. And number 3 is the place of supply. In that, when to pay tax, we completed. Called as what of supply? Time of supply. I am moving on what amount I should pay the tax is called as value of supply. Value. Tell me. VALUE. Anju vartha. Appa 15. Value of supply. Are you all really with me? Section 15 is talking about value of supply. Section 15 is talking about. Yes, man. Sir, section 15 classified into 5 category. 15, 5. 15.1, 15.2, 15.3, 15.4, 15.5. 15.1. Value of taxable supply to be transaction value. For example, transaction value is equal to assessable value. Transaction value is equal to 15 subsection 2 is inclusion. 15 subsection 2 is 15 subsection 3 is exclusion. 15 subsection 3 is, sir, determination of value of supply as per rules. This is not there in CA Inter. Value of notified supply 15.5 not there in CA Inter. That means we are supposed to discuss only 3 things: 15.1, 15.2 and 15.3. Comfortable? What this section is all about. Don't by heart. Understand. You are a supplier of mobile. You are a supplier of? I am selling iPhone. 1.5 lakhs is the value of supply. So I am supposed to collect GST on 1.5 lakh. What is, sir, value of supply? You have to check. Is SRS condition satisfied or SRS condition not satisfied? Tell me. SRS condition satisfied or SRS condition? S stands for price actually paid or payable. Price actually. I am supplying either mobile or I am providing a service for both supply of goods and for both supply of service. Section 15.1 common section is there. 12. Time of supply of goods. 13. Time of supply of. Such a classification is not there. Value of supply of goods. Value of supply of service. No, it is value of supply. So, are you supplying goods or service or both? Yes, sir. Where price is price actually what or what? Paid or payable. That means there should be consideration. There should be. And the supplier and the recipient should not be a related person. Supplier and recipient should not be a. If they are related person, price would have been affected, right? And price should be the what consideration? Sole consideration. That means you should give me only cash. You should give me only. Look at here, man. Where the price actually what or what? That means I am supplying certain goods or service or both. You are paying some price. That price I will take it as value of supply. That price I will take it as எப்போ தெரியுமா? When supplier and the recipient are not related and price is the sole consideration. That means if yes or yes. What is yes? There should be supply of goods or service or both. There should be. So first of all, you should make a supply of goods or service or both. That's what this first S is all about. Supply of goods or services or. So there should be supply of goods or services or both. Right, sir? Such supply should be between an unrelated person. Supply should be between an, and price should be the, that's what S stands for. There should be a supply of goods or services or both. Such supply should be an unrelated person. Supply should be between unrelated person, and price should be the, if yes or yes condition satisfied, then price actually paid or payable will be the value of supply. Price actually paid or payable will be the, for example, you just think you are a supplier. You are going to supply this mobile phone. Is this supply of goods or service or both? First condition has been satisfied. First condition has been, for example, you are supplying, my dear lovable students, actionable claim other than specified actionable claims. That is other than lottery, betting, gambling, etc., etc. Is it supply of goods or service or both? No, sir. Then don't go for value of supply. If you are supplying services relating to mortuary services, is it a supply of goods or service or both? No, sir, because it is covered in negative list. Then don't go for value of supply. First of all, the product what you are dealing should be either supply of goods or services or both. Point clear? And the supplier and the recipient should not be a related person. Supplier and recipient should not be a, because if supplier and recipient are what person, the recipient will not pay the correct consideration. Then that I can't take it as value of supply. Then I have to step into the valuation rules. What rules? Which is not there in our inter syllabus. Comfortable, sir? Yes, sir. And price should be the what consideration? If you supply mobile phone to me, I should pay only cash. I should not give any watch or barter or something, etc. If that is the case, I have to go and find out the value of supply as per the valuation. So if yes or yes, what is yes? There should be supply of goods or services or both. Such supply should be to an unrelated person, and price should be the sole consideration. Then price actually paid or payable will be the simple. That's it. 15.1. SRS condition satisfied, SRS condition not satisfied. SRS condition satisfied, price actually paid or payable will be the value of supply. SRS condition not satisfied, you have to go and check with the what rules? Valuation rules. Is it clear? Sir, for example, if I am the supplier and you are the recipient, assume my case is either forward charge or reverse charge, whatever it may be. Sir, I am saying that the value of supply is 1,50,000. Then I have to collect GST on this 1,50,000. Yes, sir. Sir, generally will people love to pay more tax or less tax? So for that, what they will do now, sir, supplier will say to the recipient that don't give us 1,50,000. You give me only how much lakh? 1 lakh. And the extra 50,000, you give it as donation. This extra 50,000, you don't pay to me. I purchase phone from my supplier. You directly pay to my supplier. Like somehow they will try to reduce the what of supply. In order to counter that, 15 subsection 2 inclusions has been kept in the act. That means all taxes other than GST should be included in the what of supply. For example, supplier is there, recipient is there. You are selling iPhone. Am I right, sir? Sir, iPhone. Supplier is saying that value of supply for the phone is how much lakh? 1 lakh. Add municipal tax or local tax 50,000. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. As per the GST Act, what is the value of supply? 1,50,000. Because in order to reduce the value of supply, sometimes supplier may cheat the government by way of charging some other tax. So government is saying that all taxes other than GST should be included in the, because GST you will take ITC. If I include GST also in the what of supply, value of supply increases. On that increased value of supply, I will again charge GST. So it will be double taxation. That is called as cascading effect. Are you really with me? So all taxes other than GST. Other than? Number 2, incidental expenses. What expenses? Supplier is saying that value of supply will be how much lakh? Add packing cost 50,000 and total how much? 1,50,000. Supplier is saying that I will collect GST only on 1 lakh. Government is saying that Monday kuttu. You are liable to collect GST on 1 lakh because this is what expenses. So just to reduce the what of supply, value of supply, supplier may collect the price by way of various what expenses, incidental expense. Even that should also be included in the value of supply. Are you really with me? And third one, subsidy other than government subsidy. Tell me. You will say that supplier may say that the value of supply is how much lakh? 1 lakh. That's it. The real value of the goods is 1,50,000 dane. Why are you supplying for 1 lakh? Question arises. Comfortable? Sir, the supplier is saying that his friend gave me a subsidy of 50,000. So from his friend account, he sent a subsidy of. So government is saying that please add that how much also? How much total? This is the value of supply on 1,50,000. You are liable to collect the GST. That's what subsidy. All subsidy. Because if I collect something as tax, it will be included in the value of supply. Correct? If I collect something as incidental expenses, that will be included in the value of supply. What is the next exit route? Subsidy. What government said that all subsidy should be included in the other than what subsidy? If the subsidy is given by government, no need to include in the value of supply. Because you are again going to pay GST to the government. Why are you going and paying? Comfortable? That's what in the definition of the consideration. Consideration excludes government subsidy. Connect avada? Yes, man. Charges for what payment of consideration? Which is nothing but IPL, interest, penalty, late fee. Sometimes a supplier may charge IPL from the recipient. Are you all really with me? That also should be included in the what of supply. Sir, for this, when I am liable to pay the tax is what? 12.6 and 13.6. Just now we have discussed. Comfortable? And amount incurred by the recipient on behalf of the what? Supplier. I am the supplier. You are the recipient. To my creditor, whether I have to make the payment or you have to make the payment. I have to make the payment. To my creditor, the person to whom goods are supplying. Am I right? But I am saying to you that, sir, total bill phone value is 1,50,000. You pay me 1 lakh. You pay 50,000 directly to my creditor. That means amount incurred by whom? Recipient on behalf of the supplier. The person liable to pay GST is, sir, even the value of supply includes that amount also. So the supplier will try to cheat the government. Instead of collecting 1,50,000 rupees as value of supply, they may collect as various taxes. They may collect as incidental expenses. They may collect as subsidy. They may collect it as delay in payment of consideration. They may collect as any amount incurred by the recipient on behalf of the. All will form part of what of supply. As per 15 subsection 2 clause A, all taxes other than GST should be included. Any taxes, duties, cess, fees, charge levied under any law for the what being enforced, time being enforced, other than under the any tax levied under CGST Act, SGST Act, UTGST Act or GST Act, if charged separately by the supplier, should be included in the value of supply. So municipal tax should be included in the value of supply. Local tax should be included in the. State tax should be included in the. CGST should not be included in the. Thus GST and GST cess are not part of taxable value, but other taxes or cess will form part of the value of taxable supply if separately built. Can I proceed, sir? Yes, sir. Sir, the similar sections are there in the IGST also. So what is the one-line summary of 15 subsection 2 clause A? A stands for all taxes other than. So taxes classified into two categories: GST, other than GST. GST will not be included in the value of supply. Sir, other than GST, you have to check TCS or other than TCS. TCS means tax collected at source. This TCS is, sir, in direct tax TCS, not IDT TCS, DT TCS not included as per the circular. There is one circular which is saying that, sir, DT TCS should not be included in the what of supply? Value of supply. But other than TCS should be included in the value of supply. What is the one line summary understanding? All taxes other than GST should be included in the. Number 2, man, I'm coming to inclusion number 2. Sir, if a supplier is incurring any incidental expense and amount charged for activity done before delivery should be included in the what of supply? Sir, incidental expense including commission, something called as packing, charged by whom? Supplier to the recipient of a supply, or any amount charged, any amount for anything done by the supplier, not commission, brokerage, packing and all, anything, any extra amount charged by the supplier from the recipient in respect of supply of goods or service or both at the time of or before delivery of goods or supply of services should be included in the what of supply. For example, supplier is charging commission from the recipient, should be included in the. Is charging some extra amount as packing charges, should be included in the. Is the supplier is charging some amount as inspection charges, should be included in the. Supplier is collecting some amount as installation and testing charges, should be included in the. Supplier is collecting weighment charge, loading charge, design charge, should be included in the. Supplier is collecting outward freight, transit insurance, should be included in the. Whatever may be the amount, any extra amount collected by the supplier from the recipient should be included in the value of supply. Comfortable? Because all these are incidental expenses. Incidental. Sir, commission. Sir, this may be paid to an agent and recovered from whom? Buyer of the goods or service. This is part of what of supply. What is the one line? Any commission charged by the supplier from the recipient should be included in the, because it is a incidental expenses. Packing. Sometimes supplier may say that 1 lakh rupees for mobile phone and 50,000 rupees for packing. Actually, the mobile phone charge is 1,50,000. But the intention of the supplier is to evade the tax. Understanding? So if charged by the dash to dash, supplier to the recipient, if similarly part of value of supply. Sometimes, sir, supplier may say that 1 lakh rupees is for the plant and machinery. For inspection charges, we are charging 50,000. What act is saying that? That is an incidental expenses. Should be included in that. Another element that will be added to the value if incurred before or at the time of supply and billed to the recipient of supply. Next one, installation and what charges? Installation and testing charges at whose site? Recipient side will also be added, being an amount charged for something done by the supplier in respect of supply at the time of making the. You do anything, man. If you charge anything from the recipient, it should be included in the. That's a rule. Surveyment charges, loading charges, designing charges, this charge, that charge incurred either before or at the time of supply will be added to the value if billed to the recipient of supply. Any amount incurred by the supplier and if it has been billed to the recipient should be included in the value of. Sir, where the supplier agreed to deliver the goods at the whose premises? Buyer's premises. Sometimes I'm a supplier, I'm saying that don't worry, man, the fridge or washing machine will be delivered in your place and you are supposed to pay the GTA charges, correct? And arrange for transport, which is FOR contract, free on road. The contract of supply becomes a what supply? Composite supply. Because I am supplying goods and also transportation of goods, and principal supply being what of goods, man? Because in composite supply, two supplies will be there. One is principal supply and other is the ancillary supply. Transportation of goods is the ancillary supply and supply of goods is the. Therefore, outward freight become part of value of what supply, and GST is payable thereon at the same rate as applicable for the relevant goods as per section 8 tax rate for composite or mixed supply. Once a supply become a composite supply, the tax rate of the principal supply will be applicable for ancillary supply also. Comfortable? However, if the contract for supply is on ex-factory basis, where buyer pays the what freight, outward freight, same will not be included in the value of supply of goods. Sir, if you paid from your pocket, no need to include in the value of supply. But if I collect the freight charges from you, that will also form part of the value of supply. Comfortable? Similarly, FOR contract for supply of goods, transit insurance will also become part of value of composite supply. That's it, game over. What government is saying that? Are you find out value of supply? As per 15 subsection 1. Hello? Check SRS condition satisfied, SRS condition not satisfied. If SRS condition satisfied na, then the amount actually paid or payable will be the value of supply. If SRS condition not satisfied, now go and check the valuation rules. That is not there in our syllabus. Can I proceed? Even though SRS condition satisfied, as per 15 subsection 2, you have to include certain things. In that, number 1, all taxes should be included other than GST. Number 2, incidental expenses. Number 3, subsidy. That means all subsidy should be included in the value of supply other than. So subsidy directly linked to price, excluding subsidy provided by central government and state government. Sir, amount of subsidy shall be included in the value of supply of the supplier who receives the subsidy. So you have to check whether subsidy is received from government or received from other than government. If subsidy is received from government means it should not be included in the value of supply. Provision settled? If you receive subsidy from other than government, very important point, no one will note this. You have to check whether it is directly linked to price or not directly linked to the price. If it is directly linked to the price, it should be included in the. If it is not directly linked to price, it will not be included in the value of supply. That means I am selling pen. Without subsidy, the value of the pen is 10 rupees. Okay, sir. I am selling the pen at 8 and I am getting 2 rupees as subsidy. Will that 2 rupees include in the value of pen? Yes, sir. Because the subsidy is directly linked to the price of the pen. Comfortable? If I selling the pen at 10 rupees itself and I am getting a subsidy of 2 rupee for starting the business in the backward area, is selling a pen and starting a business in backward area any connection? No. So subsidy is not directly linked to the price. Then it will not be included in the value of. Sir, any charges for delayed payment of consideration such as IPL, interest, late fee or penalty for delayed payment should be included in the what of supply. Very important point, man. Any amount incurred by the recipient on behalf of the supplier. For example, I am the supplier, you are the recipient. You are incurring any expenditure on behalf of the supplier should be included in the. Sir, any amount that supplier is liable to pay. My dear lovable students, it is my responsibility. I am liable to pay to the third party in relation to such supply, but which has been incurred by whom? Recipient. That means my liability you paid. Okay, va? And sir, not included in the price actually what or what? For the goods or services. Actually, you are liable to pay me 1,50,000 rupees, but you paid only 1 lakh. Sir, what happened to that 50? You paid directly to my creditor. Then when I find out the what of supply, value of supply, it is not 1 lakh, it is 1 lakh and a supplier may need to incur various expense in order to make a particular supply of what or what? Goods or services. In the normal course, he would pay this amount and they form part of the value and that he charges from the what? Customer. However, if the customer makes direct payment, you are making payment on behalf of me, then that will also be included in the of such liability to the third party and the supplier does not include this amount in his bill, then it would still form part of the value of taxable supply. What is one line? Simple. I am supplier, you are recipient. Actually, I have to incur all the expense and I have to raise the bill to you. Correct? Sometimes, sir, you are making a payment on behalf of me. Even that also should be included in the value of. But there are 2 exceptions are there. Exception to the amount incurred by recipient on behalf of the supplier. In case payment made on own account of recipient. For example, your creditor you paid. Your expense you paid. I sold the goods in the shop. You taken that goods to your premises in GTA. I said that GTA charge you have to pay, man. You said that okay sir, I will pay the GTA. It is whose responsibility? your responsibility, recipient responsibility. If that amount has been paid now, that will not be included in the. This clause does not authorize every payment where the recipient is the principal creditor or obliger and require this also to be included in the what of supply. Whatever amount you are paying will not be included in value of supply. Only if the recipient incurred any amount on behalf of the supplier, then that amount should be included in the. And commission paid to buying agent not to be included. Buying agent means your agent. For your agent, you pay commission, don't pay commission, you suicide, whatever you want, you do. What I have to do? That means that will not be included in the. If the payment is what commission, which is paid by the recipient, then the obligation to pay the agent is always of yarodedu and does not require to be included in the value of supply. So we are having 15 subsection 1. What is 15.1? If a SRS condition satisfied, transaction value is equal to assessable value. Transaction value is equal to at what price you have conducted the transaction, that will be the assessable value. On that value you pay the tax. Comfortable? Even though SRS condition has been satisfied, sir, if the supplier collected these amounts, which amount man? ISCA. Tell me what? I stands for incidental expenses. S stands for subsidy other than government subsidy. C stands for charges for delayed payment of consideration. A stands for amount incurred by recipient on behalf of the supplier. Should be included in the. And in addition to that, all taxes other than GST should be included in the value of supply. Comfortable? So I understood that 15 subsection 1, that is transaction value, is equal to plus the inclusions which are covered in 15 subsection 2. I am going to minus 15 subsection 3, which is called as discount. Which is called as what? Nothing, man. Are you a supplier of mobile phone? iPhone, what is the value? In the invoice itself, you are showing that value of supply is 1,50,000. Let's discount 10,000 rupees. Supplier can provide discount. So what is the net value? Then you pay GST only on 1,40,000. Sir, discount given on or before supply. Sir, any discount which is given before or at the time of supply. When I am supplying what or what or what? Goods or service or both. As a supplier, if I give any discount to the recipient, and if such a discount has been duly recorded in where? That discount has to be shown in the invoice in respect of what supply? Such a supply. Then for that discount 10,000 don't pay GST. Then on the remaining 1,40,000 pay the GST. Comfortable? So if any discount before or what of supply, at the time of supply, you have to check that shown in invoice and not shown in invoice. If that discount has been shown in, can be reduced. What is the value? 1,50,000. How much discount? 10,000. What is the net value? Pay GST only on 1,40,000. Because there is a discount and that discount is before supply and that discount has been shown in the invoice. Comfortable? If it is not shown in invoice, na kambi katrani. Without giving what? Discount. You are saying that 50,000 discount you have given. Hello? One question government is asking that. Nee 50,000 discount கொடுத்தது recipient க்கு தெரிஞ்சிருக்கா அப்படினு. புரியுதா இல்லையா? Yes sir. Supplier is saying that. அது தெரியாது. ஏன்னா நான் கொடுக்கவே இல்ல. That's why you have not recorded in the invoice. Then it cannot be reduced. If you genuinely give discount, show it in the. Let other party also know. Then the other party will not pay 150. Other party will pay only. Then pay GST for 140. If you have not shown in invoice, the recipient is unaware of the fact. Then you have to pay GST on 1,50,000. Comfortable? There is second type of discount called as post-supply discount. Tell me. For example, sir, you know the biggest dealer in Tamil Nadu, right, sir? Yaradu? Vasant & Co. Sometimes Vasant & Co, what they will do, no, they will be sending lot of fridge, washing machine, sir, cooker, this etc. to dealers. And they will say that in the Tamil New Year, in the Diwali, in the Pongal, if you are selling more than 1,000 cookers, the recipient is entitled for a discount. Sir, do they know when they send the Goods itself, they know that whether the dealer will achieve the target or not. No, sir. Eppa theriyum? After certain month or after the festival only they will take the accounts, right? So that's what dash supply discount. First they will do supply and in future they will provide the discount. What government is saying that? So you are Vasant & Co, my dear lovable students. Being Vasant & Co, sometimes the supplier will raise the invoice, right sir? Supplier is raising the invoice to the recipient. You are Vasant & Co. For example, 1000 TV you are billing at the rate of, sir, 100 rupees per TV. So what is the total bill? 1 lakh. On the entire 1 lakh, you would have collected what? GST. At the rate of 18%, for example, 18,000, 1 lakh 18,000 is the total amount collected from recipient. Can I proceed? But in future, you are coming and saying that this recipient is entitled for a discount. Out of this 1 lakh, he is not liable to pay 10,000. Purida. Then 1,800 you will be reversing. So 11,800 he will not pay. But you have already collected 18,000 and you have paid to the, because you are a supplier of goods. Then the time of supply will be date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier. You would have already raised the invoice. Appreciating, you would have already paid. But in future you are saying to the government that sorry sir, I paid some extra GST. Please give me return. Please give me refund. Situation understanding? Government is saying that, okay, I am understanding. Sir, if you satisfy these 3 conditions, 1, 2, 3, this 1,800, we are ready to provide you as refund. Otherwise, sir, allow panna matom. What are the conditions? Any discount which is given after dash has been effected. So, first goods has been sent, supply done. At that time, on full value, I collected the GST. Purida. But if such discount is established in terms of what? Agreement. Entered into or before the what of supply? Time of such. Sir, when I send the goods itself, I said that there is an agreement between me and you, that is supplier and the recipient, saying that if in future, if you achieve target, the recipient is entitled for a discount. And the agreement, point number. Sir, Didin in future, if you come and say that the recipient is entitled for a discount, post-supply discount cannot be reversed. Comfortable? Number 2, specifically linked to what invoice? Relevant invoice. You should be able to say at the time of, sir, issuing the invoice itself, these invoice in future are subject to discount. Not all invoice. Comfortable? And ITC as is attributable to the discount on the basis of document issued by supplier has been reversed by the recipient. Wow, fantastic point. Please try to understand. Sir, what is the original value of supply? 1 lakh. How much rupees you would have collected as GST? Then the recipient, you are the recipient, you would have taken this 18,000 as ITC. Now supplier is saying that, I paid 18,000 rupees as GST, but really 18,000 is not there. Because the recipient is not going to pay me 18,000, is going to pay me less than 18,000. Correct? He will not pay 1,800. So I have paid extra GST from my pocket. So I want this 1,800 as refund. Government is saying that fine, I am ready to provide you as refund. But this recipient, no, this entire 18,000 he has taken as ITC. Ask him to reverse that 1,800. Ask him to. If he reverse the 1,000, automatically the recipient's GST payable will increase. He will pay that 1,800 to the government. That 1,800 can be adjusted to us. Are you tell with me? So proportionate ITC has been reversed by the. That means in order to claim what supply discount, post supply discount, 3 conditions should be. There should be an agreement and it should be specifically linked to relevant invoices, and the proportionate ITC has been reversed by the. Comfortable? But sir, these are non-deductible discount. Like a company announces year-end discount after reviewing what performance. On 31st of March, suddenly company is saying that you are entitled for 5% discount. You are entitled for 2% discount. At the time of supply, they don't say anything like that. Purida. So there is no agreement. It is not linked to a invoice. It's a year-end discount, not an invoice discount. Next one. This year-end discount are based on performance slab and given as in the back cashback. All these discounts were not known at the time of supply. When supplier recipient supply பண்ணும்போது இந்த மாதிரி discount இருக்குனே தெரியாது. They will not be deducted from the taxable value of those goods. That means if three conditions satisfied, post-supply discount can be reduced. What are three conditions? Number one, it should be as per agreement, specifically linked to relevant invoice, proportionate ITC has been reversed by the. So this is a summary of the discount, man. Sir, there is only one exclusion, discount. You check whether it is before or at the time of supply. Correct? If it is before or at the time of supply, ensure that whether it is shown in invoice or if it is shown in invoice, can be reduced. Not shown in invoice, if it is what supply discount, if it is as per agreement, linked to invoice and proportionate ITC has been reversed by the recipient, then rollback applicable. Rollback in a sense means whatever amount you extra paid can be taken back. Comfortable? Other cases, any one of the condition has not been satisfied, then cannot be reversed. Whatever GST you paid is GST paid. Comfortable? Simple. Other provisions, my dear lovable students, if SRS condition satisfied not transaction value is equal to, if SRS condition satisfied not transaction value is not equal to, you have to follow the what rules, man? Valuation rules are covered in 15.4 and 15.5. That is not part of our syllabus. That is form part of the CA final. Comfortable? But just going through, man, where the value of supply of dash or dash or dash cannot be determined under 15.1. You are saying that value of supply is not determinable. Then same can be determined in such manner as maybe. Yes, they have prescribed. That is called as what rules? And in case of value of notified supply, notwithstanding anything contained in 15.1 or 15.4, don't follow 15.1. Don't follow even 15.4 also. For there are certain supplies which will be notified by the government on the recommendation of the value we will say, such as, sir, oh my god, that is online. And online gaming other than online money gaming. And actionable claims in what? Casinos. For these supplies and all, value of supply we will determine. You don't say transaction value is equal to assessable value. You don't follow normal valuation rules. We will have special valuation rules called as 15 subsection 5. So for online money gaming other than online money gaming and what? Casinos. My dear lovable students, we are not ready to accept what value is equal to what value. Transaction value is equal to assessable value. So if SRS condition has been satisfied, then transaction value is equal to. If SRS condition has not been satisfied, transaction value is not equal to. A quick recap. Section 15 classified into 5 category. 15.1, 15.2, 15.3, 15.4, 15.5. 15.1. Sir, value of taxable supply to be transaction value. Correct? If SRS condition satisfied, transaction value is equal to assessable value. If SRS condition not satisfied, transaction value is not equal to. 15 subsection 2 inclusion. Even though SRS condition has been satisfied, sir, price actually paid or payable alone will not be the value of supply. ISCA will also be included. Right, sir? And all taxes other than GST should also be included. 15.3 is what? Exclusion. Only one item has to be excluded, called as discount. You have to check that whether discount has been provided either before supply or after supply. If it is before supply, check whether it is mentioned in invoice, not mentioned in invoice. Mentioned in invoice can be reduced. Not mentioned in invoice cannot be reduced. Are you really with me? Post supply discount, 3 conditions should be satisfied. It should be as per agreement. Sir, proportionate ITC should be reversed by the recipient, and also it should be referred to specific invoice. All the 3 conditions has been satisfied. Post supply discount, sir, whatever GST paid can be reversed. Otherwise, you can't reverse. Comfortable? 15.4, if you are not able to find out the value of supply as per 15 subsection 1, please find out the value of supply as per 15 subsection 4. And 15 subsection 5, my dear lovable students, value of what supply? Notified supply, like casinos, like online money gaming, or any online gaming other than online money gaming. Don't follow all this stupidity. We itself will say what is the value of supply. That will be discussing in CA final. Comfortable? These are the quick revision of section 15, my dear lovable students, which is talking about what of supply. If you see, my dear lovable students, section 7 is talking about supply. Section 8, tax rate for composite and mixed supply. Section 9, levy and collection of CGST. Section 10, composition levy. Section 11, exemption. Section 12, time of supply of goods. And section 13, time of supply of services. Section 14, time of supply in case of change in rate of tax. And section 15, value of supply. Are you really with me? We are supposed to step in to the ITC part. Section 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 and 21. Before I complete the ITC, I will be talking about the place of supply. What of supply? What of supply? We are having place of supply of goods and we are having place of supply of services. We are having place of supply of goods and we are having place of supply of goods. We are having section 10 and section 11. Place of supply of services, we are having section 12 and section 13. Comfortable? Section 10 is otherwise called as domestic transaction. Section 11 is otherwise called as international transaction. Section 12 is otherwise called as domestic services. And section 13 is otherwise called as international services. Are you really with me? 4 sections is the coming target. 10, 11, 12, 13. In this 11 is not in inter-syllabus. 13 is not in inter-syllabus because it is international. Thank you, sir. We are having only section 10 and 12. But inside that section 12, 10, we are having this many subsection. 10 subsection 1 clause A, 10 subsection 1 clause B, 10 subsection 1 clause C, 10 subsection 1 clause CA, 10 subsection 1 clause D, and 10 subsection 1 clause. Once we done with section 10, we have to step into section 12, my dear lovable students. 12, we are having 14 subsection. 12 1, 12 2, 12 3, 12 4, 12 5, 12 6, 12 7, 12 8, 12 9, 12 10, 12 11, 12 12, 12 13 and 12. Once we done with these 2 things, we are done with the place of supply. Comfortable? You know what you are supposed to do, my dear lovable students. Sir, take a 15-20 minutes break. Go through value of supply. Come back. We will come back to the topic of the place of supply. I'm comfortable from your heart. Anybody is there? Where is a grand clap? Yes, sir. Very, very, very happy morning to all. So we are doing the revision of the IDT indirect taxes, my dear lovable students. This is what the structure we have done till now. Section 7 is supply. Section 8, tax rate for composite and mixed supply. Section 9, levy and collection of CGST. Section 10, composition levy. Section 11, exemption. Section 12, time of supply of goods. Section 13, time of supply of services. Section 14, time of supply in case of change in rate of tax. This is not our area of discussion, right, sir? Section 15, value of supply. Section 16 onwards, we are having ITC provisions. Before that, we will be completing the place of supply, right? Sir, place of supply is applicable to goods and place of supply of services. With regard to goods, 2 sections are there. Section 10 and Section 11. Section 11 is talking about international transaction. It is not in our inter-syllabus. And Section 12 is domestic services and 13 is international services. This is not in our inter-syllabus. We are going to talk about Section 10. Section 10, place of supply of goods other than supply of goods imported into or exported from India. Because in case of import of goods or export of goods, my dear lovable students, you have to go and refer Section 11. That's what international transaction. Because import of goods means supplier of goods is situated outside India and recipient of goods is situated in India. Export of goods means supplier of goods is situated in India and the recipient of goods is situated. So in case of import or export of goods, you have to see Section 11. That is not form part of our inter-syllabus. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. Sir, with regard to Section 10, domestic transaction. With regard to Section 10, domestic transaction. Sir, domestic transaction means both the supplier of goods and also the recipient of the goods are situated in India. Both the supplier of the goods and recipient of the goods are situated in India. With regard to services, my dear lovable students, I am the service provider and you are the service recipient. Both of us are situated in India. Then Section 12 will be applicable. Whereas 13 is either of the person are situated outside India, then it is international services. So come on. Section 10 classified into 2 categories. 10 subsection 1 and 10 subsection 2. 10 subsection 1 is again classified into 6 categories. 10 subsection 1 clause A, 10 subsection 1 clause B, 10 subsection 1 clause C, 10 subsection 1 clause CA, 10 subsection 1 clause D, 10 subsection 1 clause E. 10 subsection 1 clause A. Supply involves movement of goods. Supply involves, that means I am a supplier of goods. I am the supplier and you are the recipient. We both are situated inside India. That means such a transaction is domestic transaction. Am I right? Sir, if my supply involves what of goods? Movement of goods. We have to see section 10, subsection 1, clause A. I am supplying goods, but the nature of supply is bill to ship transaction. What transaction? If it is bill to ship transaction, then provisions of section 10, subsection 1, clause B will be applicable. Sir, if supply does not involve movement of goods, section 10, subsection 1, clause C will be applicable. Purchase over the counter, then section 10, subsection 1, clause CA will be applicable. In case of assembling or installation of goods, then section 10, subsection 1, clause D will be applicable. And goods supplied on board a conveyance, 10, subsection 1, clause E will be applicable. Are you a supplier? You may be either supplier of goods or supplier of. If you are a supplier of goods, my dear lovable students, if you are a supplier of goods, your supply may be either supply involves movement of goods or bill to ship transaction, or supply does not involve movement of goods or purchase over the counter or assembling or installation of goods or goods supplied on board a, based upon your variety, my dear lovable students. Based upon your variety, sir, you have to choose the section. Section 10, subsection 1, clause A will be applicable if supply involves movement of goods. If it is bill to ship transaction, 10, subsection 1, clause B. And supply does not involve movement of goods, not 10, subsection 1, clause C. And if it is purchase over the counter, not 10, subsection 1, clause CA. In case of assembling or installation of goods, na 10, subsection 1, clause D. And goods supplied on board a conveyance, na 10, subsection 1, clause E. That means place of supply of goods in what transaction? Domestic transaction. That means if both the supplier of goods and the recipient of goods are situated in India, provisions of section 10 will be place of supply of goods other than supply of goods either imported into or exported from India shall be as under number 1. Supply involves what of goods? Movement of goods. For example, you are the supplier. You are supplying goods. And that supply involves what of goods? Movement of goods. That means goods are moving from Tamil Nadu to Kerala. Where the goods are going to Kerala. That means the goods, the movement of the goods will stop at Kerala. Correct? Why it is stopping at Kerala? Because the goods are going to be consumed in Kerala. Goods are going to be. Then the place of supply is Kerala. That's what, where the supply involves movement of goods, whether by the supplier, either the supplier is moving the goods or recipient is moving the goods or any other person like GTA is moving the goods. Are you all really with me? Location of the goods at the time which the movement of goods terminate. That means where the movement terminate. Why the movement is terminating? Because that place you are going to consume the goods for the delivery of goods to the what? Recipient. That means destination of goods, where the destination, where the movement terminates, that is its what of supply, place of supply. So sometimes the goods may start moving from Tamil Nadu, it may go to Andhra, it may go to some other state, it may go to Kerala, and finally the movement would have stopped at Kerala. If it stopped at Kerala, my dear lovable students, place of supply should be Kerala. Come on. Thus, irrespective of the number of states the goods pass through during the course of journey, state in which the movement of goods terminate for delivery to the recipient is the place of supply of goods. That's it. That means if you are a supplier of goods, if supply involves what of goods? Movement of goods. That means if the goods are going to move from one place to another, where the movement terminates is the what of supply. That's it, game over. My dear lovable students, bill to ship transaction. Bill to ship. This is a beautiful adjustment which you have to understand. There are three parties are there. Party A, Party N and Party M. Hello sir. Party A is the actual supplier. Party A is the. Party M is the actual recipient. Party M is the. And Party N. Party N is the third person. What person? Actually, M is the customer of N. M is the customer of M. Have asked to N that he want 100 shares. He want 100 shares. N does not have a stock. Immediately N called the A and said that I need how much share? 100 share. It is for whom? M. M is the customer of. And N specifically said that please don't deliver to my premises. Please don't deliver to. I will give you an address. There you deliver. That is nothing but the address of M. But A don't know that M is the client or customer of N. Like that and all. He don't know. N said that, hey Mr. A, you deliver this many goods in the premise of M. That's it. That means the actual supplier is A, third person is N, and the actual recipient is. That means what N said to A that, sir, you have to supply to me, but delivery to M. You have to supply to me, but deliver the goods to. That means A is the actual supplier. He will raise the bill to N, right? But he will make the shipment to M. Am I right? This is called as bill to ship transaction. What to ship? That means A will bill to N and A will ship to M. Comfortable? So what they are saying that the place of supply between A and N, that is actual supplier and the what person? Third person, is covered under section 10 subsection 1 clause B. That is B stands for bill to ship transaction. That means according to Mr. A, principal place of the third party. Who's the third party? N will be the what of supply? Place of supply. Sir, actually, this is supply involves movement of goods. Goods are moving from A premises to M premises. That is as per section 10 subsection 1 clause A, right? 10 subsection 1 clause B is saying that if supply involves what of goods? Movement of goods. Please don't follow 10 subsection 1 clause A. Please follow 10 subsection 1. Sir, the place of supply between the actual supplier, that is A, and the third person, that is N, is covered under 10 subsection 1 clause B. Comfortable? And N will raise the bill to M. Am I right? Because according to N, the real customer is M. M should not get bill from A. M should get bill from N. If M get bills from A, tomorrow he will not contact N. He will directly contact. Understanding? So the place of supply between N and M is covered under 10 subsection 1 clause A. Comfortable? Sir, come on sir. Nature of the transaction. What is this bill to ship transaction? Where the goods are delivered by the supplier. Who's the supplier? A. To a recipient. Who's recipient? M. Or any other person on the direction of third person. Who's third person? N. Whether acting as an agent or otherwise. Before or during movement of goods. Either by way of transfer of document of title to the goods or otherwise. Then the place of supply. It shall be deemed that. Why are you deeming? Because generally 10 subsection 1 clause A should be applicable. But in case of bill to ship transaction, Act is saying that please don't apply 10 subsection 1 clause A. Correct? That the third person has dashed the goods, received the goods. Have third person really received the goods? No. The goods has been received by the M, that is actual recipient. But for the purpose of finding out of place of supply, you have to assume that the goods have been really received by the third person. The place of supply of such goods shall be principal place of business of such person. These transactions are also called as bill to ship transaction. Comfortable? So what is the place of supply? Principal place of what person? Third person. So supply, two supplies will be happening. Supply between actual supplier and the, it is covered under 10 subsection 1 clause B, and supply between third person and the actual recipient, it is covered under section 10 subsection 1 clause A. Can I proceed? Sir, two sections are done. Sir, 10 subsection 1 clause A, supply involves movement of goods. 10 subsection 1 clause B, bill to ship transaction. I'm moving to the next one, man. Supply does not involve what of goods? Movement of goods. Sir, what is this? Supply does not involve movement of goods. Simple. Look at me. For example, this is a plant and machinery. I am the owner of the plant and machinery. I am giving on hire this plant and machinery to you. Is hiring of plant and machinery is supply of services? After you got this plant and machinery, you loved this plant and machinery so much. You are asking me that, sir, can you sell this plant and machinery to me for 5 crore? You know, I purchased this plant and machinery for 50 lakhs. But you are asking for 5 crore. Because after you receive that plant and machinery, you are saying that, sir, all the Lakshmi you are getting. Even, sir, Saraswati, Bhagya Lakshmi, this Lakshmi, everyone is coming to your home. And you are feeling it is because of this plant and machinery. For me also, Lakshmi start working. Because you are asking this for how much? 5 crore. So immediately I will sell that. Take this. Let's go. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. Let me ask you a question. What I will say? Now this plant and machinery is with you. Now please bring back to me. Let me raise the bill. I will again send back to you. You just asked me a doubt that, are you ready to sell the plant and machinery, right? I said that, are you really with me? When I say, supply happen. So the supply does not involve what of goods. Without moving the goods from one place to another, I completed the supply. Am I right? Sir, where the supply does not involve what of goods, either whether by the supplier or the recipient. You tell me, my dear lovable students. Now the goods are with whom? Recipient. That means the consumption is going to be happened in recipient. So location of such goods. What of such goods? At the time of delivery to the recipient. At the time of delivery to the, so goods enga irukko adu da adoda enna supply, place of supply. That's it, game over. What is 10 subsection 1 clause A? Supply involves movement of goods. 10 subsection 1 clause B, bill to ship transaction. 10 subsection 1 clause C, supply does not involve movement of goods. Sir, 10 subsection 1 clause CA is, sir, over the counter. What the counter? That means, my dear lovable students, we would have heard that in Pondicherry, sir, certain things are very cheap. For example, car registration and all are very, very cheap. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. In Pondicherry, car registration and all are very cheap. So people, instead of buying car from Tamil Nadu, Kerala, they will go and buy products from where? Pondicherry, because of the low tax rate. Because Tamil Nadu government, Stalin government, Pinarayi Vijayan government is saying that we want 28%, we want 18% tax. But Pondicherry is saying that our state, our union territory is a very small place. Let the consumption be higher. It is our ishtam to charge the tax. Hello, sir. We will not charge so much of tax. We will be charging only less tax. Are you really with me? Hey, whether you buy in Pondicherry or in Tamil Nadu, alcoholic liquor for human consumption is not under the purview of GST. Yes, sir. So don't think with that example. I am saying only car. Sir, think only with the car example. Right, sir? So people started traveling from Tamil Nadu to Pondi to buy a car and they will register there. So the state Tamil Nadu Stalin is saying that I am losing revenue because that is my state government revenue. Are you really with me? Then what the government said that you are right. You are right. Then, sir, you want to purchase a car to where you went? Pondicherry. Then the Pondicherry is the location of the supplier. Am I right? He would have raised the Invoice. Look at that invoice. Is the address recorded in the invoice? If the address recorded in that address, in that car purchase bill, இனி வந்து கொட்டையா கொடுத்துட்டு என்னன்னா வந்து I am from Tamil Nadu. That means the revenue will not go to the Pondicherry. Revenue will come to the Tamil Nadu. So location recorded in the invoice will be the place of supply. So even after you go and purchase from Pondicherry, Pondicherry government will not get the revenue. Who will get the revenue? For you, the tax rate and all will be less. Adlela doubt illa. Hello, sir. But the revenue, because Tamil Nadu, Stalin is having a complaint that every people are going and buying from Kerala and Pondicherry. Because of that, we are losing the revenue. Even Pinarayi Vijayan also said that even I am also having the same complaint. Because all the Kerala people are going to where? Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry and buying the goods there. I am losing the revenue. So government come up with an amendment saying that please look at the invoice. Please look at the, is the address available? Address not available. If address available, location of the address. Because if address is available as Tamil Nadu or Kerala, that is a place it is going to be consumed. GST is a consumption based tax. So place of supply is, sir, that location. But if address is not available, I can't say that. Since address is not available, there is no place of supply. Adnala tax kattade. Like that I can't say. I should have some mechanism. Location of the supplier. That means Pondicherry is a what of supply? This is called as over the counter. This is called as what? Over the counter means அப்படியே போய் கடையில் நின்னு அப்படியே பொருள் வாங்குறது அவ்வளவுதான். நான் அந்த ஊர்க்காரனா தான் இருக்கணும்னு என்ன இல்ல அவசியம் இல்ல. Are you really with me? So government come up with a rule that check the invoice. Is the address available? Address not available. Address available, location recorded in the what? Invoice. And address not available. Such supplier. Come on man, sir. What is section 10? Subsection 1, clause A. Supply involves movement of goods. That means you are a supplier of goods. And that supply involves termination of the goods. Where the movement terminate is a what of supply? Place of supply. 10 subsection 1 clause B. B stands for bill to ship transaction. It is a supply between actual supplier and the third person. Principal place of the third person. And for the third person and the actual recipient, it is covered under 10 subsection 1 clause A. Alagudane. Sir, 10 subsection 1 clause C. Yes, I can't see. Clause C. Please see. I can't see. Why? Because supply does not involve movement of goods. Supply என்னவே ஆவல. That means I can't see, my dear lovable students. That what's 10 subsection 1 clause C. Hello sir. Sir, 10 subsection 1 clause CA. Purchase over the counter. Because in Tamil Nadu the tax rate are higher. In Tamil Nadu the value of goods is higher. That's why I'm going to Pondicherry and purchasing. Who will do all this comparison? CA will only do. Are you really with me? That's why they come up with 10 subsection 1 clause CA. Sir, I'm coming to 10 subsection 1 clause D. Assembling or what of goods? You purchased a plant and machinery from Gujarat. A big plant and machinery worth rupees 5 crore. Can you install that plant and machinery from Gujarat and bring to Tamil Nadu? No sir. It will come in box. Right? We will dismantle all the box and we will assemble all the box in Enge, Tamil Nadu. Are you really with me? So where the consumption is going to happening? Tamil Nadu. So the place where you are assembling or installing, there only the consumption will happening, right? Sir, where the goods are dash or dash, assembled or installed, place of such installation or assembly will be the place of supply. Sir, in order to assemble, in order to install, நீயே சொல்லு, you have to drill போடணும். D stands for drill. That is why 10 subsection 1 clause D. Are you all really with me? So what is 10 subsection 1 clause A? Supply involves movement of goods. 10 subsection 1 clause B. Bill to ship transaction. 10 subsection 1 clause C. I can't see. Supply does not involve movement of goods. 10 subsection 1 clause CA. Over the counter. 10 subsection 1 clause D. Installation or assembling of goods. Sir, have you traveled in train? Good, very good, sir. Aircraft? Mixed answer, yes or no, sir. After you become chartered accountant, you will surely travel. Don't worry at all. Have you traveled in Patram? Vessel. Ship. No, sir. Till now, no, sir. Okay, fine. You will. Sir, have you traveled in motor vehicle? Yes, sir. If you travel in train and all, sometimes you can see that, sir, tea, coffee, vada, tea, coffee, vada. Have you heard? Yes, sir. Yes, samose. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So like that, sorry man, inexperienced, come on. Yes, sir. So when you, yes, sir, yes. When you transport in vessel or aircraft or train or motor vehicle, my dear lovable students, there will be a lot of people will be carrying so much of goods. Patruma pen. Hello, sir. Like that, so many people will be supplying goods. That is called as goods supplied on board a conveyance. Goods supplied. For example, one train or vessel or aircraft is, sir, moving from one place to another. For example, from Chennai to Palakkad, my place. Hello, sir. In between Chennai to Palakkad, lot of stations are there. Sir, one of the station is Nungamakama. I am starting from Nungamakam. I am starting from Nungamakam. Sir, I am starting from Chennai Central. Sir, the next stop, Territorial. Okay. Arakonam is one station. Sir, next one. Trichy. The next one, Coimbatore. I don't know, man. Okay, because I always used to travel night. And whenever I am into train, sleep. Morning only. Okay. So, Trichy, sir, Coimbatore, Salem. Like that it goes. My dear lovable students, there is a person who are carrying lot of goods in the train or vessel or aircraft or vehicle. And is selling in that train. Hello, sir. Then, a passenger who are purchasing at Trichy is going to consume at Trichy. Right, sir? Like that I can't say. Because that passenger enga polarni yarku theriyum. Correcta? And for example, if you are flying in an aircraft, if you sell something, if you fly in an aircraft, they used to sell watches. For example, like this watch they will sell. If this watch is 35,000 rupees normally in India, they will say that you are flying at 8,000 square SFT above. So this watch you are having a spot offer of 1,000 rupees. They will say, I used to have such an experience. Hello, sir. They will say that, and that too you can't say no because a beautiful air hostess is coming and asking. So I can't say that. Even if it is 2,000 also, okay, fine, fantastic, come on, we have to buy. So, my dear lovable students, supply. So, immediately the pilot cannot, sir, sit down and, okay, this is Tamil Nadu only. Okay, place of supply is Tamil Nadu. Then the flight will go down. Right? Are you really with me? So, what the act has written that location at which the goods are what on board? From where the goods are loading. As it loaded from Chennai, then Chennai is the place of supply. It's not the consumption. It's a starting point. It's the, that's what 10 subsection 1 clause E. Because if you see any person who are selling the goods on train, vehicle, vessel, sir, motor vehicle, etc., air hostess always will be having that E sir factor in their face. Please buy it, sir. This is good for you. Like that. Sirste soluvanga. E ni ilipanga. Correct alliya? That's why 10 subsection 1 clause E. So what is 10 subsection 1 clause A? Supply involves movement of goods. 10 subsection 1 clause B. Bill to ship transaction. 10 subsection 1 clause C. Supply does not involve movement of goods. 10 subsection 1 clause CA. Purchase over the counter. 10 subsection 1 clause D. Installation or assembling of goods. 10 subsection 1 clause E. Goods supplied on board a conveyance. Sir, if you are not able to find out the place of supply by applying the above provision, please follow 10 subsection 2. That means if you are not able to find out the what of supply, place of supply by applying the provisions of 10.1, please find out the place of supply by 10.2. Are you all really with me? That's it. With regard to the, sir, 10.1, sir, this is the summary chart for before the examination. 10 subsection 1 clause A, supply involves movement of goods. Place of supply is place where the movement terminates. Can I proceed? 10 subsection 1 clause B, bill to ship transaction, principal place of the what party, third part. 10 subsection 1 clause C, supply does not involve movement of goods, location of goods. 10 subsection 1 clause CA, purchase over the counter, address of the unregistered person. Comfortable? 10 subsection 1 clause D, assembling or installation of goods, Place of installation will be the place of supply. And 10 subsection 1. Clause E, goods supplied on board a conveyance where the goods have been loaded to the conveyance will be the what of supply. That's it. Done, Danaka, done. With regard to place of supply of goods. Can I proceed to place of supply of services? Yes, sir. We are having this many things. 12.1, 12.2, 12.3, 12.4, 12.5, 12.6, 12.7, 12.8, 12.9, 12.10, 12.11, 12.12, 12.13, 12. Sir, 12.1 applicability. 12.1. 12.2 general provision. 12.2. First, I'll be talking about applicability and general provision. Understand the base clear. Here we are going to talk about services and we are not going to talk about goods. Okay? Here we are going to talk about services and we are not going to talk about. Sir, if both the supplier of the services and recipient of the services are situated in India, provisions of 12 will be applicable. Provisions of Section 12 contains the provisions for determining the place of supply of service where both the location of the supplier and location of the recipient are in India. If either of the two person in the sense means either service provider or the is situated in place of supply is determined by 13 because it's international services. Comfortable? The section 12 apply to domestic supply of services. Domestic supply of. Sir, what is the structure? How this section 12 has been written? Simple, man. This is the structure of section 12. So section 12.1 is applicability. In order to apply 12, both service provider and service recipient should be situated in India. Should be situated in, right? Yes, sir. What 12.2 is saying that general rule. 12.2 is saying that, listen very carefully, 12.3 to 12.14 is saying specific rule. What rule? Are you a service provider? Yes, sir. You check, sir, are you providing service relating to immovable property? Then refer 12.3. Are you providing services of 4 services? Refer 12.4. Are you providing training and performance appraisal services? Refer 12.5. Are you providing service relating to events? Refer 12.6. Are you organization of events? Refer 12.7. Are you a GTA transporting goods? Refer 12.8. Are you Indigo transporting passenger? Refer 12.9. When you are transporting passenger from one place to another, are you an air hostess who are providing any services on board a conveyance? Refer 12.10. Sir, are you Geo? Refer 12.11. Sir, are you a bank or stock broker? Refer 12.12. Are you an insurance company? Refer 12.13. Are you an advertisement company who are referring to government, who are providing advertisement to government? Refer 12.14. Let me ask you a question. I am none of this. I am a chartered accountant. I will provide, sir, audit services. Audit service is not service relating to immovable property. Audit service is not training or performance appraisal services. Audit service is not events. Audit service is not organization of events. Understanding? Then for me, 12.2 will be applicable. That means you have to first check your service are covered under 12.3 to 12.14. If 12.3 to 12.14 is not applicable, 12.2 will be. Now come to the structure, my dear lovable students. Section 12 lay down a general rule. Thambi, what is general rule? 12.2. To determine the place of supply of service as well as few other rules to determine the place of supply of certain specific services. What are the few other rules which contains from 12.3 to 12.14? This place of supply is determined as per what rule? General rule. In respect of service other than those covered by the specific rule. So first you have to check that whether your service are covered under the specific rule. If your service are not covered under the specific rule, then general rule provisions will be applicable. It is also important to note that in many cases, section provides different place of supply for service supply to registered person and that we will be talking about. Come on. So what is 12.1? Sir, section 12.1 is saying that if both the service provider and the service recipient are situated in taxable territory, that is India, provisions of section 12 will be. If one of the person are situated outside India, provisions of section 13 will be. If both the person are situated outside India, sir, this subject will not be applicable. If the service provider is situated and service recipient is also situated, how dare you will ask him to pay GST in India? Comfortable? That's it. Sir, coming to 12.2, we already understood the structure of 12.2. This section is applicable only if the supply of service does not fall in any of the specified category under 12.3 to 12.14. Check. What you will check? Whether the service is covered under 12.3 to 12.14. Then 12.2 will not be. If service is not covered from 12.3 to 12.14, 12.2 will be applicable. Sir, my service, audit service, is it a specific service? No. So 12.3 to 12.14 will not be. So 12.2 will be, which is called as general provision. What provision? Check whether you provide the audit service to a registered person or unregistered person. What person or what person? I am an auditor. I am providing audit services. My client may be, sir, a company, registered company. Or my client may be a normal unregistered person. If my client is a registered person, so like this, registered person, this is a thumb rule. Thumb rule katra. Anywhere in GST, if you provide service to a registered person, location of such person. Location of where that guy has taken registration, because there only he will consume the service. Comfortable? No, sir. I am an auditor, sir. I will provide audit service, sir. That service is not covered from 12.3 to 12.14, sir. So that service is covered under 12.2, sir. Hello, sir. But I have not provided to a registered person, sir. I have provided to a unregistered person. Check. Tell me. Tell me. Check. Tell me. Tell me. Tell me whether address is available on records or address is not available on records. I don't know, sir. I know where the recipient is situated. It's like over the counter only. If I know the address of the recipient, then location of the recipient is a place of supply. Then location of the recipient is the. If I don't know the location, then I can't, sir, say the recipient. What is the other alternative? Supplier. Location of the supplier of the service. Location of the. Just think the example with an auditor. Are you an auditor? Will you provide audit service? Is it a specific service? Up 12.3 to 12.14 will not be. 12.2 will be. My dear lovable students, 12.2 is saying that check. Have you provided service to a registered person? Location of such person. Have you provided service to an unregistered person? Yes. Where address available? Address not available. Address available? Location of such person. Address not available? Location of the service provider. Clear? I'm proceeding, man. Sir, I'm coming to 12.3, man. Service relating to immovable property, boat or vessel. How many services, man? 3 services. That's why 3. 12.3. Service relating to boat or vessel. Immovable property, boat or vessel. Sir, tomorrow you are not going to be an auditor. There are another service providers like architect. Like what, man? Architects. Engineers will be there. Architects will be there. Surveyors will be there. Interior decorators will be there. In our home and all, we used to call interior decorator. Yeah. My home should be super duper. Mean shape. Hello, sir. Meenoda vai vasalavum. Meenoda val exit avurkanu. Like that, you are, sir, designing the house by calling an interior decorators. Hello, sir. Or other related export or exchange agent. For example, how you are a chartered accountant, these people are also professionals. Right, sir? These professionals will provide service relating to immovable property. Service relating to. In Kerala, there is a beautiful place called as Alappuzha. In Alappuzha, there is a boat house called as Alappuzha Boat House. Yes, sir. Sir, from Kerala, 24 hours you can have. You can go and join for 24 hours, one day trip. So night, sir, you can stay there with super fish. My dear lovable students, slowly the boat will move and it will reach some place. And after certain point of time, slowly it will come back to the same place. What GST Act is saying that Even though boat is moving from one place to another, it is not going to another country or another state. So even boat or that patram will also be treated as immovable property. Comfortable? So you are providing service relating to immovable property. Generally immovable property means land, building or boat, that we know. What are the service you can provide? You can provide direct service. You can provide, sir, what and all direct service? Sir, service provided by interior decorator, architect, surveyor, engineer, other related expert or estate agent. These people and all, the service what they are providing are what services? The direct services. Or you are having an immovable property, my dear lovable students. Sir, you are granting of right to use the immovable property. For example, there is a Kalyana Mandapam. You are giving that Kalyana Mandapam for Kalyanam. That is a direct service relating to what property? Immovable property. Or for carrying out or coordination of construction work, you are asking the contractor Nesamani to construct an immovable property. That is also a direct work relating to immovable property. Super, sir. Now the Kalyana Mandapam, the lodge or the hotel is ready. Because people like interior decorator, architect, surveyor, engineer, other related expert or estate people and all constructed an immovable property. So all these people are providing what services? Direct services. Now in that hotel, in that, sir, lodge, you are staying. You are staying. So service by way of what and what? Lodging and accommodation. That means now the hotel is ready after getting direct services from various people. Now what they will do with that hotel? They will let out the hotel, right? That's what by way of lodging accommodation by a hotel, inn, guest house, homestay, club, campsite or by whatever name called. And it includes a what boat also? Houseboat or any other vessel. Or any other vessel. Are you all really with me? Now, sir, by getting the direct services, it's ready to occupy, you are occupying there. So in that reception, how MS Dhoni has met Sakshi, the same way you are meeting the receptionist. Don't think much more. Yes, sir. And immediately at the first sight itself, you are feeling something. And it has been converted into, sir, organizing a function. You are going to marrying that girl. So my dear lovable students, it become a destination wedding. What wedding? In future even you can also go for destination wedding, my dear lovable students. That is, sir, last 10 years and the next 10 years, whatever you earned will become zero and you will become a dead person. Don't worry at all. You can call all your relatives and you can ask them to come to a particular resort or someplace. You can have 1 week of what? Marriage. The same person only you are going to get married. There is no doubt. So for that you have to spend a lot. That is called as destination wedding. So now the immovable property is having fashion by accommodation in what property? So you are accommodating, you are going and staying in an immovable property. Not for one night. You are not a business person. For what purpose? Any marriage or reception or matters related thereto. That is kaduguthu and the mari irukradellame. Or official, social, cultural, religious or what function? Including service provided in relation to such function at such property. And the last one, man, any ancillary services referred about. What? Ancillary services means, sir, in a hotel you are staying, right? Sir, there I am providing decoration services. What services? For your marriage, I am providing decoration services. For your marriage, I am supplying the electricity, like letting out of the generator, etc. All are in a services, man. Ancillary service. So these are any ancillary services. These are the 4 services you will provide relating to immovable property. Number 1, direct services. Services by way of lodging and accommodation. Lodging and accommodation for organizing any function. Any ancillary services referred above. Pakka? Sir, if simple, leave all this. If an interior decorator is providing a service relating to immovable property, to whom he will provide? Recipient of immovable property. He is designing the immovable property, no? Yes, sir. That cost the recipient. And our design pandradellame yaare. So the place of supply is the location at which that particular immovable property or boat or vessel is located or intended to be located. Because where the immovable property is going to be situated, there only consumption will happen. Correct? So as a professional, if you provide direct services, as a hotel, you provide accommodation services. As a hotel, you are providing accommodation services for organizing any function or any ancillary services related thereto. Place of supply is the place where the immovable property is situated or intended to be situated. Comfortable? This question may be tested in examination, my dear lovable students, this explanation. Sometimes you are an engineer man, you are the service provider. And the service recipient, my dear lovable students, is Mr. X, is also situated in India. If both the people are situated in India, will the place of supply is governed by section 12? Yes, sir. My dear lovable students, sir, but the immovable property is going to be situated in London. What is the place of supply? Place where the immovable property is situated or intended to be situated. So if the immovable property is going to be situated in London, place of supply will be outside India. So even though both the people are situated in India, government will not get tax, right? For that, government come up with an explanation. If the location of the immovable property or boat or vessel is located or intended to be located where, then place of supply will not be the location of the immovable property. Then place of supply will be the location of the recipient. Comfortable? What are the sections we are talking about, sir? We are talking about place of supply of services. In that section, 12 is the hero. 12.1 is saying that if both the service provider and the service recipient are situated in India, place of provisions of section 12 will be. Section 12.2 is saying that, Thambi, go and check 12.3 to 12.14. If section 12.3 to 12.14 applicable, 12.2 will not be applicable. If 12.3 to 12.14 not applicable, 12.2 will be applicable. Ennappa? Which is saying that general provision. I will check that service has been provided to a registered person or unregistered person. If it is to a registered person, place of supply is the location of such person. If it is to an unregistered person, my dear lovable students, check address available, address not available. Address available, location of the recipient. Address not available, location of the supplier. That's it. 12.3 service relating to immovable property. 4 services. Either you can provide direct services or lodging or accommodation services. Lodging or accommodation for organizing any event or ancillary services. Whatever may be the services, place of supply is place where the immovable property is situated or intended to be situated. But if both the service provider and service recipient are situated in India and the immovable property is situated outside India, the place of supply is the location of the recipient and not the location of the immovable property. Comfortable? In one stretch, we can complete next 4 sections, my dear lovable students. Performance based services. Tell me, you are going to perform, sir. For performance based services, place of supply is the place of performance. That's a shortcut. Enga nee perform pandriyo, anga dhaan place of supply, because anga dhaan consumption irukku. Are you really with me? 12.4 4 services. 12.4 12.5 training and performance appraisal services. Training and 12.6 events. 12.6 12.7 organization of events. 12.7. So tell me, what is 12.4? 4 services. 12.5 training and performance appraisal service. Look at here, EVENTS. How many? That's why 12.6 is events. Are you really with me? Who said that when you are studying CA, you are not supposed to enjoy? Nanda Sunan Solade. Hello, sir. Sir, in 7 days in a week, organize some event and enjoy your life, my dear lovable students. That's why 12.7 is organization of events. 12.7 is what? What is 12.4? Sir, what are the 4 services, sir? Come on. Restaurant and catering services. Restaurant and personal grooming and fitness. Personal grooming and beauty treatment services. Beauty treatment. Healthcare services including cosmetic and these are the 4 services you are providing. Number 1, restaurant and catering service. In Chennai, number 1 restaurant. Lot are there. Very tough to pick. Still, ITC hotels. Okay, right. ITC hotels is a big 3-star, 5-star, 7-star. Hello, sir. Big. Sir, கண்டிப்பா நம்மளால ITC hotel போய் daily சாப்பிட முடியாது. கரெக்டா இல்லையா? Our restaurant and catering services means, sir, கையேந்தி பவன் only. Are you all relate with me? Sir, many people don't even like home food like me, or many people are not liking hostel food like you. Sir, both are going to கையேந்தி பவன். Sir, if you always eat from கையேந்தி பவன் like this, your personal grooming and fitness will get affected. Toppa will come. Are you all really with me? I'm not joking, man. I'm serious. Your beauty will get affected. Then you may need the beauty treatment. Services always don't have, sir, chicken biryani, mutton biryani, always have meat. Then what will happen, you know? Adachukkum. Apollo le Kaveri le thorakka vendiyadha irukum. Healthcare services, including cosmetic and plastic surgery. So there is a big connection between the 4 services. Don't eat too much. If you eat too much from restaurant, your personal grooming and fitness will get affected. Hello, sir. Sure, your beauty, you need beauty treatment services. Then healthcare services, including cosmetic and plastic surgery. Healthcare service including, sir, if you are service provider, if you are running a hotel, if you are, sir, personal grooming and fitness. Personal grooming means beauty parlor you are having. You are Osma Jasmine. Right, sir. Or my dear lovable students, you are conducting a gym. Hello, sir. Or your beauty treatment service you are giving. Like again, beauty parlors or healthcare services. Like hospitals, Apollo Hospital or the Kaveri Hospital. Sir, if you go to a gym, will you take the tumbles and run to the road and take the tumbles and come inside? Or inside the gym itself you will take tumbles? So place of supplies, place where the service are actually performed. Where the hotel is there, their only service will be consumed. Where the gym is there, their only service will be consumed. Where the, sir, beauty parlor is there, their only service will be consumed. Where ICU is there, there only you will lie. Correct? Or if it is too serious, you may go and lie in the mortuary. Then it is neither taxable, sir, supply of goods nor supply services. Negative list. You will become negative. Are you all really with me? So, with regard to 4 services, place of supplies, place where the service are actually performed. Sir, I am a training institute, sir. ANM classes. We are providing training and performance appraisal services. We are providing training to the students who are going to write, sir, CA examination. Sir, JEE, NEET. Sir, alla sonna Tamil la adi vidum irundhalum example kaga. My dear lovable students, I have to check that whether I am providing training and performance appraisal to a dash person or dash person. Because you can be a registered, training provider who can provide to big corporate. Now corporate people really need big training. They really forgot to smile. You have to go and train them how to smile. Don't take tension. Don't take pressure. Sir, daily you work. Still 15-20 days are there to complete the project. Don't worry. Daily do the work for 6 to 8 hours. Sleep for 6 hours. Hello, sir. Yes, sir. Do all the works properly. Get the signature from your boss. Like that and all, you can go and train. Hello, sir. If you are providing service to a registered person, then thumb rule will be applicable. Location of such person. If you are providing to a unregistered person, that means the recipient is not registered. Location where service are actually performed. Because this is performance-based services. The shortcut for the performance-based services, place of supply is a place where the service are actually performed. Right, sir? So what is 12-4? 4 services like restaurant, personal grooming and fitness, beauty treatment services, healthcare services including cosmetic and plastic surgery. Right? What is 12-5? Training and performance appraisal services. I have to train you and I have to, sir, say that you are performing brilliant, fantastic, well. You are not performing up to the mark. Your performance are not good. That's what performance appraisal services. I am coming to the events. I am coming to the what? A jolly. Services provided with admission to, you are going to take a ticket to a cultural program. Fulla koothadigirathu. Or artistic program. Or sporting program like IPL, you are going and taking a ticket. Sir, scientific, some people related to education. Or educational, like you always studies. Or entertainment even. Hello, sir. Or amusement park, you are going to Wonderla. Where Wonderla is? Bangalore. And you are, sir, coming that in that ride. And you are going in roller coaster. I think by this time in your life, the 20 days before exam, you are going really in roller coaster. Come on. Or any other place and service ancillary there too. For example, if you are going to Wonderla, where you are consuming the service? Wonderla. So place where the event is actually held. If you go to Chepauk Stadium to see the CSK match, where the match is happening? Chepauk. That means the event is actually held. Or where the park or such other place is located. Are you really with me? That means, sir, my dear lovable students, sir, CAS, please see the events. Sir, cultural, artistic, sporting, scientific, educational and entertainment. Place of the place where the event is actually held. Comfortable? You tell me what is 12.1? Applicability. What is 12.2? General provision. What is 12.3? Services relating to immovable property, boat or vessel. What is 12.4? For services. What is 12.5? Training and performance appraisal services. What is 12.6? Events. I am moving into 12.7 called as organization of events. Tell me. Sir, I am not Ilayaraja. I am not A.R. Rahman. I am not Ani. But I am a company who are organizing for Ilayaraja. Sir, if Ilayaraja is coming and singing a song, that is 12.6. Understanding? I am just organizing the IPL. I am BCCI, just organizing the IPL. Hello, sir. Sir, service provided by of 3 services. How many services? What are the 3 services? Organization of 6 even. Can you say what are 6 even? CAS. Please see. C stands for cultural, artistic, sporting, scientific, educational and entertainment. Or any ancillary services to how many event? Or assignment of sponsorship to how many events? 6 events. So 3 services you are providing. Service number 1, you are organizing the function basically relating to cultural, artistic, sporting, scientific, educational or entertainment event. Comfortable? Or you are providing service ancillary to organization of these event. That means when you are conducting IPL, I am providing related services. I am providing like traffic, I am taking care, or I am taking care of the parking, some ancillary services to these I am taking care. Or assignment of what? Sponsorship. I am giving sponsorship for these 6 services. Then you have to check that whether these 3 services are provided to a dash person or dash person. If it is to a registered person, location of such person. If it is to an unregistered person, check whether event is held in India or whether the event is held outside India. If the event is held in India, then the place where the event is actually held is the water supply. You check because the place where the event is actually held is the place of consumption. If the event is held enge, then I can't say place where the event is actually held. Then the place of supply will become outside India. No. Then the location of the recipient. Are you able to appreciate? Getting it, sir? That's it, my dear lovable students, with regard to the performance-based services. How many performance-based service? 4 performance-based service. 12.4, 12.5, 12.6, 12.7. Done. What is 12.1? Applicability. What is 12.2? General provision. What is 12.3? Services relating to immovable property, boat or vessel. What is 12.4? 4 services. What is 12.5? Training and performance appraisal services. What is 12.6? Events. What is 12.7? Organization of events. We have to move into 12.8, 12.9, 12.10. Right, sir? 12.8 transportation of goods. 12.8 12.9 transportation of passenger. 12.9. 12.10 services provided on board a conveyance. Services provided. Services provided. Then we are having other services such as 12.11 telecommunication services. 12.11. 12.12 financial and stock broking services. Financial and 12.13 insurance services. 12.13. 12.14 advertisement to government. 12.14. So this we can do as second part of our discussion, my dear lovable students. Hello sir. You have to spend your 30-45 minutes solid time to revise the place of supply. And once you come back, we can do within another 30 minutes the second part of the place of supply. With that, the chapter place of supply will come to an. Sir, I'm comfortable. Start getting a flow in the place of supply from your heart. Anybody is there? Where is a grand clap? Sir, very happy morning to all. I believe that you have revised the first part of the place of supply and we are moving into the second part. Very quick recall of the section number alone. What is 12.1? Applicability. What is 12.2? General provisions. What is 12.3? Services relating to immovable property, boat or vessel. What is 12.4? 4 services. What is 12.5? Training or performance appraisal services. What is 12.6? Events. 12.7. Organization of event. 12.8. Transportation of goods. 12.9. Transportation of passengers. 12.10. Services supplied on board a conveyance. 12.11. Telecommunication services. 12.12. Financial and stock broking services. 12.13. Insurance services. 12.14. What 12.1 is saying that, my dear lovable students, if both the service provider and service recipient are situated in India, sir, 12.1 will be applicable. What 12.2 is saying that I am general rule. First, you have to go and check your service from 12.3 to 12.14. If 12.3 to 12.14 specific rule is applicable, 12.2 will not be applicable. If specific rule is not applicable, general rule will be applicable. Right, sir? What is the general rule? You have to check that whether service has been provided to a registered person or unregistered. If service provided to a registered person, location of such person, that's the thumb rule. If service has been provided to an unregistered person, check whether the address available or address not available. Address available, location of the recipient. Address not available, location of the supplier of the service. Comfortable? 12.3 services relating to immovable property, boat or vessel. 4 service you can provide. Direct services. Services by way of lodging and accommodation. Lodging and accommodation for organizing any function. Any ancillary services. Right, sir? Then place of supply is place where the immovable property is situated or intended to be situated. But if both the service provider and service recipient are situated in India and the immovable property is situated outside India, place of supply is place where the location of the recipient and not the location of the immovable property. There are 4 performance-based services are there. 12.4 4 services, 12.5 training and performance appraisal services, 12.6 events and 12.7 organization of. 12.4 my dear lovable students, 4 services are restaurant and catering services, personal grooming and fitness, beauty treatment services, healthcare services including cosmetic and place of supply is place where the service are. Sir, with regard to training and performance appraisal services, check whether you have provided services to a registered person or if it is to a registered person, location of such person, and provide to an unregistered person location where the service are. 12.6 my dear lovable students, it's events you are conducting. Sir, 6 events which are cultural, artistic, sporting, scientific, educational and entertainment. Place of supply is place where the event is actually held. Right, sir? Sir, you are organizing an event, my dear lovable students. Sir, either you are organizing 6 event or ancillary service to 6 event or assignment of sponsorship to 6 event. Then you have to check that whether you provided these 3 services to a registered person or if it is to a registered person, location of such person. If it is to an unregistered person, you have to check whether the event is held in India or event is held outside India. If the event is held in India, place where the event is. If the event is held outside India, location of the recipient will be the place of supply. Comfortable? From here onwards, we have to complete and in the slot will be completing the place of supply. Come on, I'm providing transportation services. I'm providing transportation services. There are 3 transportation services are there. 12.8, 12.9, 12.10. 12.8 transportation of goods. 12.8 That means basically I'm GTA man. That means I'm transporting goods from one place to another. For GTA, how they have to find out the place of supply. 12.9 transportation of passenger. Transportation of, I may be railway, I may be Indigo, I may be bus, I may be car, I may be Ola, Uber, etc. etc. Because all these people are engaged in transportation of passengers. And service provided on board a conveyance. When you are transporting passenger from one place to another, air hostess may provide services. So service provided on board a conveyance. On board a, right man. Sir, in order to get transportation of passenger lorry, in order to get lorry, sir, license, 8 போட்டாதா lorry license கொடுப்பாங்க. Are you really with me? So 12.8 is transportation of goods. Are you really with me? And transportation of passenger, P3 போட்டா 9. That's why 12.9 transportation of passenger. Sir, O stands for on board a conveyance. Service provided on board a conveyance. Service provided. Simple man. For example, you are GTA, you are transporting, sir, goods from one place to another. Check. Have you provided service to a registered person, or if you provide service to a registered person, thumb rule, location of such person will be applicable. Comfortable? If you provide, sir, if you are a GTA, if you are transporting goods from one place to another for an unregistered person, location at which such goods are handed over for their transportation. That is starting point from where the goods has been handed over to the GTA. For example, from Tamil Nadu, you are giving to GTA saying that please take the goods from Tamil Nadu to Kerala. Then Tamil Nadu is the what of supply? Place of supply, and Kerala is not the place of supply. Don't see where the goods are going. See where the goods are originating, from where it is originating. So if you are provided to a registered person, location of such person. But if you are providing to an unregistered person, location at which such goods are handed over for their transportation. Comfortable? Simple. Think like a GTA. Are you transporting goods from one place to another? 8 போட்டாதான lorry license கொடுப்பாங்க. Yes sir. You may transport goods for either registered person, or if you are transporting goods to a registered person, location of such person. If you are transporting goods to an unregistered person, location at which such goods are handed over for their, that means starting point is the discussion. Alright sir? Sir, you are engaged in transportation of passengers. That means you are Indigo. You are transporting passenger from one place to another. You are railway. You are transporting passenger from one place to another. Ola, Uber. You are transporting passenger from one place to. There are 3 ways in which you can transport the passenger. Number 1, normal transportation of passenger, which is otherwise called as one-time transportation. For example, you are taking them from Chennai and leaving them in Palakkad. This is what one-time transportation. Comfortable? Or you are giving right to passage, that is multiple times. Sometimes in metro and all will take card for next 1 month. Whenever you want, you can go, sir, for that. Where whichever station you want to get in, you can get in. Whichever station you want to get down, you can get down. You can say that I am having Chennai metro card. Comfortable? And return journey should be treated as separate journey. For example, when I book the ticket, I will be booking the ticket like this. From Chennai to Coimbatore, I will be booking one ticket. And immediately a round trip I will be booking from Coimbatore to Chennai. What they are saying, that this return journey, even though you have booked at the time of the first ticket, it has to be treated as a separate journey. It has to be treated as a, okay, we will be coming one by one. First situation number 1 is a normal transportation. Normal transportation means one-time transportation. I am taking a passenger from one place and leaving them in another place, right? So I am an Indigo. What I have to check is whether I have provided service to a registered person, or if it is registered person, thumb rule, location of such person. Comfortable? If it is to an unregistered person, place where the passenger embark on the conveyance for a what journey? Continuous journey. Where is getting? Here, where the goods are handed over, starting point. Here, where the passengers are getting to the conveyance, starting point. Comfortable? Number 2, situation number 2, right to passage. That means you are getting seasonal tickets. You are getting leave tickets. Right to what? Passage. Sir, where the right to passage is given for what use? Future use. And the point of embarkation is not known at the time of issue of right to passage. I don't know where, in which station customer will get into the train. I don't know which station customer will get down. This I don't know. But I said that for the next 1 month, you can travel between Nungambakam, between this place at n number of times. Are you really with me? What the service provider has to check that is the right to passage provided to a registered person or provided to a, if the right to passage has been provided to a registered person, then location of, that's the thumb rule. Are you really with me? If the right to passage has been given to an unregistered person, now you have to check that whether address is available and address is not available. If address is available, location of the recipient. If address is not available, location of the supplier of services. Location of the, are you able to appreciate, sir? Simple, sir. The first one, are you a GTA? Sir, what service you will provide? Respond. Transportation of goods. Are you transporting goods for a registered person? Place of supply is the location of such person. Done? No, sir. I am transporting goods for an unregistered person. What is the place of supply? Location at which goods are handed over for their transportation. Everyone hand over. Location at which goods are handed over for their transportation. Comfortable? Coming to the next one, my dear lovable students. Transportation of passengers. Transportation of, sir, it will be covered under 12.9. 3 types in which you can transport the passenger from one place to another. Either one-time transportation, then very simple, you check the recipient is a registered person or unregistered person. If he is a registered person, location of such person. If he is unregistered person, place where passenger embark on the conveyance. For the what journey? That means where the passenger is getting into the conveyance. Enga yerrangalo, starting point. Adda adoda enough supply, place of. Sir, if the right to use is given, that means, sir, metro card is given, seasonal ticket are given, then you have to check that whether you have given to a registered person or unregistered person. Registered person means location of such person. Thumb rule will be applicable. Yeah. Unregistered person, check whether address is available or address is. If address is available, location of the recipient. If address is not available, location of the supplier of the services. Comfortable? Return journey should be treated as separate journey. Return journey should be treated as, I will tell you what is the logic. Sometimes when I book the ticket, I would have booked the ticket from Chennai to Cochin. And immediately I would have booked from Cochin to Chennai. Hello, sir. If both the journey, if I treat it as one journey, for both the journey revenue will go to the Tamil Nadu government. Correct? So what Kerala is asking that the second journey was starting from Kerala only, no. For the second journey, we have to get the revenue, right? So return journey should be treated as separate journey. Are you really with me? So the return journey shall be treated as separate journey, even if right to passage for onward and return journey issued at the what time. So when I book the ticket with Indigo from Chennai to Cochin, I booked now, and Cochin to Chennai also I booked now, but I got 2 separate tickets. Because today I will go from Chennai to Cochin. After 1 day, I will come back from Cochin to Chennai. But Indigo issued ticket both at the same time. So the return journey should be treated as separate journey. Comfortable? That's it, man. Sir, that's it with regard to 12 subsection 9. But when you are transporting in vessel, that is patram or aircraft or train or motor vehicle, certain services will be provided. Am I right, sir? What is the place of supply? Location of the first scheduled point of departure. Location of the first scheduled point of that conveyance for the journey. Of that means from where the flight started, from where the train started, from where the vessel started. That means, I will tell you one thing, my dear lovable students. If it is transportation services, the shortcut is starting point. The shortcut is place of supply is starting point. You just think, man, 12.8, transportation of goods. Sir, you may transport to dash person. If it is to a registered person, location of such person. Unregistered person, starting point. Location where such goods are handed over for transportation. Comfortable? Sir, there are 3 ways in which you can transport the passenger. Normal, then multiple, and the return journey, right? Normal, registered person, location of such person. That is a thumb rule, man. Unregistered person, starting point, place where passenger embark on the conveyance for a continuous. எங்க customer ஏறுறாங்களோ அதான் place of supply. Correct? Sir, next one, what to passage? Right to passage. Made to a registered person, made to an unregistered person. Made to a registered person, location of such person. Made to an unregistered person, check whether address available, address not available. Address available, location of the recipient. Address not available, basically upper right to passage is equal to general rule. Sir, this is what general rule, man. Sir, this is what general rule, man. Sir, provided to a registered person or provided to a unregistered person. Check, check, check. Are you remembering? Yes, sir. Sir, why the general rule have been copy pasted here? Because if any service is covered between 12.3 to 12.14, 12.2 will not be applicable. So, 12.3 to 12.14 should be a complete package. Am I right? That's why this is general rule, my dear lovable students. And return journey should be treated as separate journey. Are you really with me? Sir, here also you look at here. Air hostess is providing service for the passengers. Sir, service supplied on board a conveyance. Don't see the starting point of the goods. Don't see the starting point of the passenger. See the starting point of the conveyance. See the starting point of the, look at location of the first scheduled point of departure of that conveyance. Train முதல் எங்கிருந்து ஆரம்பிச்சிச்சு? Hello? Flight from where it has been started. Vessel from where it has been started. That means the starting point of the conveyance. Starting point of the, that's it. These are the transportation services. Can you say what are the sections we have completed till now? What is 12.1? Applicability. What is 12.2? General provision. What is 12.3? Services relating to immovable property, boat or vessel. What is 12.4? 4 services. What is 12.5? Training and performance appraisal services. What is 12.6? Events. What is 12.7? Organization of events. What is 12.8? Transportation of goods. What is 12.9? Transportation of passengers. What is 12.10? Services provided on board a conveyance. Services provided. We are going to complete the place of supply, man, by discussing 12.11, 12.12, 12.13, 12.14, 12.11 telecommunication services. Tell me. 12.11, 1.1.11, right? Telephone, money phone, adipadu terida. So 12.11 is what? Telecommunication services. Telecommunication. Are you studying CA? Will you become chartered accountant? Once you become chartered accountant, 12 plus 12, 24 hours, you have to deal with finance and stock broking services. Right, sir? Yes, sir. If you work or study for entire 24 hours without taking rest, settu poga vaaipu irukku. Take an insurance, my dear lovable students. Otherwise, your photo will come in newspaper as advertisement saying that this guy has worked for 24 hours. Hello, sir. What is 12.11? Telecommunication services. What is 12.12? Financial and stock broking services. What is 12.13? Insurance services. What is 12.14? Okay, when I am talking about 12.11, I am talking about Geo. I am talking about what? For Geo, are they providing supply of services? Yes, sir. For them also place of supply needed. What are the ways in which telecommunication services can be provided? These are the ways in which telecommunication service can be provided. Sir, service by way of telecommunication line. Service by way of telecommunication line. Sir, like your broadband connection, like your Wi-Fi connection, like your LAN net connection. Hello, sir. So, if the service, if they are providing by way of what line? Telecommunication line. Dish antenna is there, DTH is there. All are through line only, they are providing the service. Am I right? Where the fixed telecommunication line is installed. அப்ப எங்க fixed telecommunication line install பண்ணிருக்காங்களோ அங்கதான consume ஆகும். That is the water supply, place of supply. That means if service are provided through கம்பி, எங்க கம்பி கட்டியிருக்காங்களோ they are only place of supply. Because service by way of what line? Telecommunication line. Then where fixed telecommunication line is installed. Number 2, man. Service by way of what connection? Mobile connection. Do you have mobile? Yes, sir. Sir, whether SIM card is there? Two types of SIM is there. One is postpaid and prepaid. Sir, in this class, anyone is having postpaid? First you use the phone, then, sir, later you will get the bill. Sir, so much wealthy people will be having postpaid connections. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. Bill will come in future. After 1 month of usage, bill will come. Bill will come to where? To the billing address. So, location of the what address? Billing address is the place of supply. So, there is an inner assumption that where you are giving your billing address, I think your billing address will be your home, right? So, where the home is situated, Tamil Nadu, then place of supply is Tamil Nadu. If the billing address is in Kerala, place of supply is in Kerala. But people like us who don't have money will be using prepaid connections, right, sir? Service by way of, service by way of mobile connection on prepaid basis. Come on. Sir, prepaid, we have to recharge your mobile. Sir, you can recharge through a selling agent. In the sense means, there are so many mobile shops are there. You can go to the selling agent. But nowadays, we are not doing all these things. Nowadays, we are doing only friend day. Macha, charge mudinchra. Potu GPay pandra. Adikaparam namakku vandu line varadu. Alright, sir. So, but earlier, you can, sir, purchase the card and with 1 rupee coin we used to surrender, correct? A number we used to upload. That's what, through a what agent? Selling agent. Then address of the what agent? Selling agent. If the selling agent is situated in Chennai, he will sell to the residents of Chennai. That means the place of supply is in Chennai. Comfortable. Sir, any person to final subscriber, that means you are not by recharging from the selling agent. Nowadays, even in medical shop, recharge card is available. Hello, sir. Even in grocery shop, vegetable shop. Sir, it may not be applicable to a developed place like Chennai for you. But there are so many places like, sir, our area, Palakkad. Still, if you go and ask, sir, recharge card, it is still available. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. Location where the prepayment is received, where you are making the payment or vouchers are sold. Because the place where the payment you are making or vouchers you are selling, my dear lovable students, that is the place of consumption. That is a what of supply? Place of supply. Namma pandrathu through internet banking or electronic mode. This is the way in which we are nowadays, sir, doing the recharge. Then location of the recipient of service, your location, our location on the records of the supplier. Who is the supplier of service? Jio. So, when you take connection in Jio, our address we would have given, correct? And the address, and the connection, what address we have given? If I have given Tamil Nadu address, Tamil Nadu is the place of supply. If I have given Kerala address, Kerala is the place of supply. Comfortable? Are you really with me? Sir, service provided by what services? Telecommunication services. Telecommunication, kambi katna, enga kambi kattirikyo, angada place of supply. If it is by mobile connection, check it whether it is postpaid or postpaid means bill will come. So the location of the billing address is the place of supply. With regard to prepaid, sir, from where you got the prepaid card? Is it from a selling agent? Address of the selling agent. If it to final subscriber, any person to final subscriber, place or the location where the payment is received or vouchers are sold, or through internet bank or electronic mode, location of the recipient of service on the records of the supplier. Sir, I was not able to find out the place of supply for a telecommunication service. It is not Kambi. It is not postpaid. It is not prepaid. Then it will fall under other cases like residual cases. Right, sir? Check whether address is available and addresses. If address is available, location of the service recipient. If address is not available, location of the service provider. This is nothing but what rule, man? General rule. The general rule has been incorporated under 12 subsection 11. Purida. Tell me what is 12.1? Applicability. What is 12.2? General provisions. What is 12.3? Services relating to immovable property, boat or vessel. What is 12.4? For services. What is 12.5? Training or performance appraisal services. What is 12.6? Events. What is 12.7? Organization of event. What is 12.8? Transportation of goods. What is 12.9? Transportation of passengers. What is 12.10? Services provided on board a conveyance. 12.11? Telecommunication services. Coming to the 12.12, what services, man? Financial and stockbroking service. Two services it is there. Number one, financial services. Number two, stockbroking services. Comfortable? that financial services, that means bank. So when I am talking about this service, I have to talk about the HDFC bank. Hello, sir. Or here the service provider is the stock broker. Am I right? Sir, HDFC may provide account-based services or non-account based services. What services? What services? Account-based services, or for example, you are going and taking a statement. Only a person who are having accounts in the bank, account in the bank can take the statement, right? If you are having account in a bank, then only you can do the ATM transaction. Am I right? But I want to take a DD. Sir, you not take a DD in a branch. Do you need an account? No, sir. Demand draft enna thevai illa account. Even though you don't have an account in any particular bank, you can go there and take a DD. Hello, sir. Then if it is a account-based transaction or account-based services, location of the recipient on the records of the supplier of the service. Because when you start an account, you would have given your Aadhaar number, PAN number, all your records, right? Sir, location of whom? Recipient on the records of the supplier of the service will be the what of supply. With regard to non-account based services, for example, I am going to Chennai branch. Actually, I am having account in Kerala. I am taking a DD for the purpose of registering with ICAI, etc. Then location of the what of the service? Supplier of the service. So, account based services na location of the recipient on the records of the supplier. Comfortable? But if it is a non-account based services na location of the supplier of the service. Whereas, my dear lovable students, stock broking services, if the service provider is stock broker, service providers, they will provide service only to account based services, man. Because if you don't register under a stock broker, why he is going to provide service to you? Clarity. So always the place of supply is the location on the records of the supplier of the services. Location on the records of the financial services classified into how many category? Think and say. One is account based services and non-account based service. Account based means the customer is having account in that particular bank. Then his records are available, then location of the recipient. But non-account based services means records are not available, then location of the supplier. That's it. Stockbroking services, always it's a dash based service. Then location of the recipient on the records of the supplier of the service. Can I proceed? Coming to insurance services, sir. Sir, if you take an insurance, only insurance company will provide you the service, correct? Who's the service provider here? Insurance company. You may be a registered person or you may be a, if you are a registered person, then location of such person. Thumb rule will be, if you are an unregistered person, your records will always be available with the insurance company. Am I right? Location of the recipient of service on the record of the supplier of the service. Clarity, sir. The last one, man, advertisement to the government. For example, sir, the Tamil Nadu government, Stalin government is feeling that, sir, Corona vanda time la ellarume safe parunga, all be please safe, like that. So they are approaching one advertisement company and they are saying that throughout Tamil Nadu, please advertise for us. Hello? That means that advertisement company is providing service to the government. Am I right? Or central government, Modi government. Sometimes, sir, everywhere you go, they will be advertising something like Gujarat tourism, like the, sir, everyone should have bank account, everyone should be having some scheme, some yojana, they will always be advertising. Correct? Sir, if the advertisement is displayed only in Tamil Nadu, place of supply is Tamil Nadu. If advertisement is displayed in Tamil Nadu and Kerala, those two states are the place of supply. All over India will be there. So advertisement service to the central government, state government, statutory body or local authority meant for the state or union territory identified in the contract or agreement. Place of supply shall be taken as being in such state or union territory. That particular state or particular union territory will be the place of supply. Value of such supply specific to each state or union territory shall be, for example, multiple states are there. I have to apportion the value of supply between that state, based upon some rule that is called what rules, man? Valuation rules. So if you are advertisement to government, if it is to single state or union territory, that single state or union territory is the place of supply. Uttagriya? If it is to multiple state or union territory, all state on what basis? Proportionate basis. This is the section which is talking about the place of supply. What is 12.1? Applicability. Everyone. 12.2? General provision. 12.3? Services relating to immovable property, boat or vessel. 12.4? 4 services. 12.5? Training and performance appraisal services. 12.6? Events. 12.7? Organization of event. 12.8? Transportation of goods. 12.9? Transportation of passengers. 12.10? Services provided on board a conveyance. 12.11? Telecommunication services. 12.12? Financial and stock broking services. 12.13? Insurance services. 12.14? Sir, we are having valuation rules, my dear lovable students. This is not that much relevant for examination. I'll just give you an idea. Focus only on the place of supply section, not the valuation. For example, you are having 12.3, rule 4 of the what rule? IGST. For example, we studied that lodging accommodation by hotel, inn, guest house, campsite, etc. Have you heard? Sometimes what they will do now, service provided by way of lodging accommodation. There is a Taj Hotel. Just listen, nothing more is required, not even repetition. Sir, Taj Hotel is providing lodging accommodation either in their hotel or in or what guest house, and it's ancillary service. Other than the case where such property is a what property? Single property is located in 2 or more contiguous state. For example, you are a businessman, you are booking hotel. In Chennai, you booked a hotel under Taj for 2 days. And in Kerala also you booked for 3 days because you are going to travel in Kerala and Tamil Nadu for next 5 days. Are you understanding? Sir, both are 2 different property. One Taj is there in Chennai and another Taj is there in Kerala. Then the customer is paying only 50,000 rupees. One single consideration. So I can't say that 50,000 divided by 2, 25,000 value of supply to Tamil Nadu and 25,000 value of supply to Kerala. Because if I do like that, both the state government will get the same revenue only. Correct? What government is saying that number of nights stayed in such property. How much night you stayed in Tamil Nadu? 3 nights. How much night you stayed in Kerala? 2 nights. So based on that night stayed, you have to bifurcate the what of supply, value of supply. Comfortable? Or other related to immovable property, boat or vessel, other services related. For example, all other services provided in relation to immovable property, including organizing any marriage, reception, accommodation in a single property located in 2 or more contiguous state or union territory, service ancillary to such service. Sir, example, there is one Taj. This is the Taj Hotel, man. Actually, this Taj, half of the Taj is in Kerala and half of the Taj is in Tamil Nadu. The geographically, it is like that. Are you really with me? If that is the case, area of the immovable property lying in each state. Out of 10,000 square feet, how much square feet in Kerala? 6,000 square feet in Kerala. How much in Tamil Nadu? 4,000 in Tamil Nadu. Because it's a big property, it is in the border of the Tamil Nadu and Kerala. Hello, sir. You have to classify or value or split the value of supply in the ratio of the square feet. Or lodging accommodation by a houseboat or vessel and its what services? Ancillary service. I already said that Alapura houseboat you are going. Sir, night it will start move. And night in water itself it will move to Karnataka. And tomorrow morning, sir, it will come back to Kerala. Every sir, ore night Karnataka. No man, it is in the borders. Are you really with me? Then what government is saying that service by way of lodging accommodation by a houseboat or a what vessel and its what services? Time spent by the boat or vessel in each such state. For example, in one journey of 24 hours, 22 hours they will stay in Kerala and 2 hours they will go and stay in the Karnataka. Then total value of supply has to be bifurcated based on 22 is to 2 hours. Right, sir? 12.7, Rule 5 of the IGST. Organization of an event, service ancillary thereto or assignment of sponsorship. What is 12? Sir, this is with regard to 12.3. What is 12.3? Services relating to immovable property, boat or vessel. This is 12.7, which is nothing but you are going to organize a event. Not in one state you are organizing. You are going to organize an event in multiple states. Then simple proportionate value of such service to be computed by application of generally accepted accounting principle. That means you have to split based upon how many events you are going to conduct in, sir, how many state. 1211, sir, what is 1211? Telecommunication services. Their leased circuit. Kambi katra kada sonnana. Evlo kambi oro state link kattirken par. That is installation of the what circuit? Proportionate value of such service computed on the basis of number of point lying in the state or union territory. For example, out of the entire, sir, kambi, Kerala you are having 2 kambi and Tamil Nadu you are having 3 kambi. So it has to be bifurcated based upon, right, sir. Sir, 1214 advertisement to government. Oh my God, this is like tension. In the sense means for the government you are advertisement in newspaper and publication. What and what? Newspaper and publication. Then amount payable. How much amount you paid for publishing an advertisement in all the edition of newspaper which are published in each state. In Kerala, how much you paid? In Tamil Nadu, how much you paid? Based upon amount paid, you classify the value of supply. Hello, sir. You are advertising to government, man. Government you are advertising. Okay. Some program, some yojana, something. Sir, through what you are advertising? In pamphlet you are advertising. In leaflet you are advertising. In diary you are advertising. In calendar you are advertising. In t-shirt you are advertising. Hello, sir. How you have to classify, sir? Amount payable. Again, enna payable? For every such state, for different state, for this state, how much amount paid? For that state, how much amount paid? That's it. Again, this is the keyword. Enna payable? Or state ke evlo pay panna avladha mudinju poichu. Advertisement in hoarding other than train. Aha, you are keeping board. By that way you are advertising. Sir, again, enna payable? Sir, now I am advertisement in the train. Sometimes train and all full andanga ka konda kari randaka randaka randaka. Hello, sir. Fully they will be paint and they will be having advertisement. Hello, sir. You know how to bifurcate that? For example, one train is traveling from Tamil Nadu to, sir, Kerala, or it will be going so much. You have, it's not about amount paid. Then calculation in the ratio of length of the what track? Railway track. You have to see how much is the length of the railway track. Based on that, value of supply has to be bifurcated. Right, sir. Sir, advertisement on the back of the utility bill. Like if you pay EB bill, if you see the next side, sir, Modi space will be there. There are some advertisement they are giving. Based on what you will be bifurcating. Amount payable to each such state. Sir, advertisement on railway ticket. If you see the back side of the railway ticket, some patao chalaho, something will be there. Hello, sir. Then amount attributable to each union territory in the ratio of number of station. You have to go and see that in Kerala how much railway station are there. In Tamil Nadu how much railway station are there. Based on the railway station, you have to split the what of supply, value of supply. Advertisement on the radio station. Aha. Amount payable to each railway station. These are the basis to bifurcate the what of supply, value of supply. Come on. Now advertisement on the television channel. You are giving advertisement in the television channel. Then you have to go and see the viewership of the television channel. How many people are seeing Sun TV in Tamil, Malay, Tan. Sir, sometimes this viewership will be published by the bark. Sir, sometimes this bark may give on a cluster basis. Sometimes Kerala and Tamil Nadu, they will give us one region. So if they give us one region, then it has to be split among Kerala and Tamil Nadu based upon the latest census. Sir, advertisement in the cinema halls. Sometimes when you have 500,000 rupees popcorn and when you go for a film and all, when you sit and settle, எப்படி இருந்த வாழ்க்கை இப்படி ஆயிடுச்சு, என் வாழ்க்கை இப்படியாவும் நான் நினைச்சு கூட பார்க்கல. அழகான 2 குழந்தைகள். ரைட் சார். இந்த குட்கா சார், பான் மசாலா. That means when you keep the popcorn in mouth, that advertisement will come. Sir, they are advertising on behalf of government. They are only selling. Instead of advertising, they can stop selling. No. Alright, sir. Amount payable to the cinema hall or screen in multiplex in each state will be the basis for advertisement. Sir, advertisement on the internet like Insta, Facebook, etc. The same. Sir, how much internet subscribers are there? And you have to get the report from the TRI. And that has to be apportioned in the ratio of population. Very good. Sir, they are advertising through SMS. You are getting SMS. Hello, sir. Then on the basis of telecom subscribers, you have to get from TRI. If it is clusters, then it has to be apportioned in the ratio of population of Kerala and Tamil Nadu. It has to be split. That means these are the valuation rules. எப்ப தெரியுமா இந்த valuation rule applicable? If one service provider is providing service in multiple state. For example, for the central government, sir, Modi ji is saying that please take care of your health. Don't have drugs or some X or Y or Z advertisement. Hello, sir. And it is displayed all over India, or assume in 5 places. Only in South they want to advertise this. Then every state is the what of supply? Place of supply. Then the total value of supply should be bifurcated between all the 5 states, right? On what basis you will bifurcate? Will you do divider by 5? No. So you have to see by what ways or what means the advertisement has been provided. If it is by way of railway ticket, or if it is by way of backside of the electricity bill, or if it is by way of SMS, or if it is by way of TV, or if it is by way of internet. Hello. There should be some basis to split. If you don't go through also in question, when you read the question in examination itself, you will get an idea that based on this, I have to bifurcate. Right, sir? Yes, sir. You focus on the place of supply. That is a weighted topic. 12.1, 12.2, 12.3, 12.4, 12.5, 12.6, 12.7, 12.8, 12.9, 12.10, 12.11, 12.12, 12.13, and my dear lovable students, we are through with the discussion of section 10 of the IGST Act and section 12 of the IGST Act. 11 and 13 of the IGST Act are not in our syllabus. Right, sir? So this is what we have completed till now, man. Section 7, supply. 8, tax rate for composite and mixed supply. 9, levy and collection of CGST. 10, composition levy. 11, exemption. 12, time of supply of goods. 13, time of supply of services. 14, time of supply in case of change in rate of tax. 15, value of supply. Right, sir? And we are having section 10 of the IGST Act and 12 of the IGST Act. Am I right? In the coming slot, we have to talk about section 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. This is with regard to registration chapter. And section 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 and 21. This is with regard to ITC chapter. This gap we can fill. Once we fill this gap, my dear lovable students, we will be reaching till 30. Already 31 tax invoice, 32 prohibition of unauthorized collection of tax, 33 tax should be mentioned in the tax invoice, 34 debit note and credit note, 35 books of accounts and records, and period of retention of books of accounts. This we have not completed. That's it. If we done this registration and ITC, we are done with the GST part, except procedural aspects of filing return, TDS, TCS and TDS and TCS. Are you all really with me? You know what you are supposed to do? First, you have to go through the provision for 20-30 minutes, half an hour study and come back. In the coming slot, we will be talking about registration and ITC. Important, very important, very, very important for examination. I am with you, sir, from your heart. Anybody is there? Where is a grand clap?